Chapter 1 The Destruction of the Dark Lord. Skip to Chapter 3. The days in midsummer are always very long, the sun slowly moves downward, and the dark blue night sky finally replaces the lingering sunset glow. The night sky in the Muggle world is as cool as water and full of stars. However, the night sky in Godric's Hollow was not cool. Instead, it was gloomy, giving off a depressing feeling of an impending storm. At this time, a guest was welcomed here. Shiny and expensive dragon leather shoes stepped on the path, a simple yet gorgeous black wizard's robe covered his well-proportioned body, and he held a white wand in his right hand. His smooth and docile hair, like black jade, was combed back by him, revealing his stunning face. His cold expression did not detract from his beauty at all, and his dark red eyes added a bit of weirdness and evil charm to him. There is no doubt that the young man is fascinating, but he exudes a frightening power that makes people dare not look directly at him. At this time, he was staring at, or rather inspecting, the small villa opposite. This small villa is very beautiful. The white painted doors match the red brick walls, which makes it look very lively. The carefully manicured flower beds and lawns exude the fragrance of grass and trees in the dark night. Warm light shines from the curtains, and the shadows of men, women, and children hid it. The man holds the child on his shoulders, and the family laughs heartily. Then, the shadow of the family slowly left the window and seemed to enter the house. The young man narrowed his eyes and walked towards the villa. Every step he took was so graceful, as if he were attending a dance party. Without any pause in his steps, he waved his wand, and the white door opened slightly. As he stepped closer, the door slowly opened on its own. What came into view were shoes scattered on the floor and baby products scattered everywhere. The door is completely open. James Potter has messy hair. He was staring at the door warily, and his eyes widened when he saw the young man's face. Voldemort. For a moment, his mind seemed to freeze. The fighting instinct he developed from years of fighting against the Death Eaters made him subconsciously touch his hand. That was where he usually put his wand, and then his heart sank. The wand was not there. He had put Harry on the sofa when he was playing with him just now. He opened his arms without hesitation to block the devil, using the most real physical instinct to stop the man, just hoping that Lily and Harry could escape. He turned around and shouted upstairs, his eyes were bloodshot, "He's coming! Lily! Run! Take Harry, run!" Voldemort looked at the man's panic with interest, and a trace of contempt appeared in his eyes. Potter didn't even have a wand at hand. He was a little bored, so he raised his wand, and the tip of the wand emitted an ominous green light and sank into the man's body. The man's expression froze on his face, and he fell down with a thud. Lily Potter had just put Harry in the stroller, and her face turned pale as paper when she heard this. She grabbed the railing of the stroller with her hands, and quickly reacted, rushed over to close the door, and desperately pushed all the furniture behind the door. Her wand was downstairs. Lily Evans was an excellent witch, all the professors who taught her said so. So she quickly realized that their secret keeper Peter Pettigrew had betrayed her. She suddenly stopped stacking furniture, picked up the red crayon that Harry was playing with, and wrote a few words in a dead corner behind the door, looking at Harry in the stroller. She understood that this was the last time she and Harry would be together, and she didn't want to waste such a short time on uselessly stacking furniture. The bitterness welling up in her heart overwhelmed her. She hadn't watched Harry grow up, go to Hogwarts, enter Gryffindor, play Quidditch, have a girlfriend, get married, and have children. Little Harry seemed confused, why the mommy who just sang gently suddenly piled up furniture and played with his crayons. But he clearly felt that his mommy was afraid, so he stretched out his short hands and looked at his mother with those pure emerald eyes, trying to comfort her. Lily squatted in front of the stroller, holding the stroller with one hand, and the two pairs of emeralds met, and the big one was full of sadness. She whispered, "Harry, you are so loved, Mom loves you. Dad loves you. Harry, be safe, be strong. Voldemort raised his eyes and stepped over the man's body. He came today for the baby. The Dark Lord's mobility has always been excellent. He slowly walked to the second floor, his posture elegant, leisurely, and comfortable. He looked at the tightly closed door and could feel a pile of furniture behind it, and the number of furniture continued to increase. The young man was a little amused. This stupid woman thought that a few pieces of furniture could stop the Dark Lord? Should we say that she is indeed a brainless Gryffindor? He waved his wand, and the door that was a protection in Lily Potter's eyes collapsed, and the furniture piled behind it exploded into pieces. Lily blocked Harry in the stroller, and her face became paler and paler as she watched the handsome wizard approaching step by step. Voldemort looked at her. Is this the woman that Severus likes? He waved his wand and threw Lily aside. The Dark Lord never minded giving favors to his subordinates in such trivial matters. Voldemort didn't kill her? Lily opened her eyes wide and watched the Dark Lord raise his wand towards Harry. She threw herself in front of Harry, blocking the small stroller, and couldn't help showing a pleading look. As a mother, she didn't want anything at this moment, as long as Harry could live. Please, don't kill Harry, kill me, don't kill Harry. Voldemort frowned and waved Lily away again, but Lily threw herself in front of him again, begging him constantly. He finally got annoyed, and swung a killing curse, finally aiming his wand at the baby without any hindrance. The little child still had saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth, and tears were flowing from his eyes. He stared at Lily's body, as if he realized what terrible things had happened. Voldemort raised his lips. Would this baby be his rival? Possessing power that the Dark Lord didn't understand? He almost wanted to laugh out loud. It was ridiculous, the Dark Lord was invincible. Humph, he wanted to see who would dare to question the Dark Lord's power after tonight. He curled his lips slightly and chanted the spell he had been waiting for, Avada Kedavra. In a flash, the ominous green light bounced back and covered him. His body seemed to be torn apart. And Voldemort let out a miserable cry and turned into a black smoke and floated out of the house. In his rage, he almost demolished the building. But his power had already been lost, and his soul was also becoming vulnerable. I can only endure and leave first. Very good. Harry Potter. A baby. Destroyed the Dark Lord. You are all waiting to bear the Dark Lord's wrath. The black fog roared away. Chapter 2 revealed to the world, skip. Bellatrix Lestrange hurried to Malfoy Manor. Her young and soft face showed a trace of anxiety. She shouted while stepping out of the fireplace, Sissy! Sissy! Where is Lucius? Narcissa was sitting in an armchair. She held the small platinum ball and patted it gently. Hearing this, she raised her head and said in surprise, Bella. Lucius opposite her looked unhappy. In this generation of the Black family, only Regulus and Narcissa were passable. The rest are either rebellious, like Sirius, or crazy, like Bellatrix. After Lucius finished his internal complaints, he gracefully put down his teacup and gave a 15-degree fake smile, which did not reach his eyes at all. What's the matter? Bellatrix usually disliked Malfoy, not only because of his hypocrisy, but also because he was so hypocritical that the Dark Lord still valued him so much. But now she didn't want to argue with Malfoy, and hurriedly pulled up her left sleeve, looking at Lucius in panic. The dark mark has faded. Lucius's face changed, and he didn't care about the noble manners and pulled up his sleeves. Sure enough, it really faded. The usually active dark black mark has now become a light layer, just like a pencil drawing. Narcissa also saw it, her face changed, and she looked at her husband worriedly. Lucius put down his sleeves and stood up, picked up the cane beside him, where his wand was hidden, and said to Bella, "Let's go find Severus." He turned around and kissed Narcissa on the face. "Sissy, don't worry, I'll take care of it." Bella quickly turned around and walked towards the fireplace, stumbling a bit. Lucius was quite steady. The two stepped out of the fireplace of Spinner's End Alley and coughed several times because of the dust. Lucius waved his wand and said, "Clean it up." The two purebloods threw the damn dust aside, but still felt it was pungent. They kicked a wine bottle with their legs, and the glass bottles collided with each other with a crisp sound. Lucius looked down and saw the empty bottles on the floor, and couldn't help frowning. He scanned the small and dark room and found Snape, who was drunk, in the armchair. The man frowned, his wand was thrown aside, he was holding a half bottle of wine in his arms, his eyes were red, he exuded a strong smell of alcohol, and he was extremely decadent. Lucius frowned slightly. Snape had always been restrained and mean, he had never seen his friend like this. Could it be that something really happened to the Dark Lord? He wanted to wake up his friend gently, but Bella, who was traveling with him, had already stepped over the bottles on the ground and splashed Snape's face with water like a spring. Bella grabbed Snape's shoulders and shook them desperately. Lucius was shocked and hurried over to pull Bella's hand off Snape's clothes. But the goal was achieved. Snape woke up. Lucius just raised his 15-degree smile and was ready to ask. Bella had already rolled up her sleeves and handed them to Snape. Almost hitting Snape's nose, and asked anxiously. "The sign of the reappearance of the skull has faded. Do you know the reason? What happened to the Master? Is he in trouble? He hasn't summoned even a Death Eater for several days." Snape was forcibly awakened. He was still overwhelmed with grief and hangover, and was bombarded with questions, and the questions were about the culprit who killed Lily. He was sad and angry. The after-effects of alcohol still made his rationality not completely online. He snorted coldly, and his voice was low, gorgeous, and hoarse. "The Dark Lord is gone. He was defeated by the boy in the prophecy." Bella was stunned on the spot and sat down on the ground with a thud. Lucius was also stunned. His mind was blank for a moment, and his grey-blue eyes condensed. He immediately began to calculate how much money to mobilize and what reasons to use to keep the Malfoy family out of the matter and sever their relationship with the Dark Lord. Snape was in no mood to entertain these two people. He snorted coldly, "I assume that the two noble pure-bloods, the Dark Lord's trusted subordinates, still have legs, and don't need me, a drunken, poor half-blood who lost my beloved, to stand up and see them off." Lucius reacted, dragged Bella with one hand and said goodbye. The boy who lived defeated the Dark Lord. The next day, the Daily Prophet published the news on the headline, and the wizarding world began to commotion. Innocent people were watching, with eager and expectant mood. Has the cruelest dark wizard in history, the Dark Lord who regarded human life as worthless, the man who cannot be named, really been defeated? Is he really dead? The Death Eaters were in turmoil. The Ministry of Magic, which had been suppressed by them and had no power to fight back, began to cooperate with the Order of the Phoenix to capture Death Eaters. The Dark Lord was still silent. The Death Eater mark on their arms never moved again. It seemed that this mark that frightened countless people was just a prank by children. The Death Eaters quickly split into two parts. One part was Voldemort's staunch supporters, led by Bellatrix. They firmly believed that the Dark Lord was only away temporarily and would come back one day. The other part was represented by Lucius Malfoy. They claimed that they were cast under the imperious curse by the Dark Lord and could not control their behavior at all, and tried to distance themselves from Voldemort. In the end, because Voldemort was silent, people began to believe that the devil was dead. All the Death Eaters who firmly supported Voldemort were thrown into Azkaban, and the guards turned out to be the Dementors who committed all kinds of crimes during Voldemort's heyday. Some nobles tried to distance themselves from Voldemort and donated huge fortunes, and finally they were safe and sound and continued to hold high positions. On the other side of the Muggle world, an old man, a lady, and a half-giant put a baby at the door of a family. They whispered, "Good luck, Harry Potter." This baby has been recorded in history. Chapter 3 Crown Prince Award. His Majesty the King and His Majesty the Queen gave birth to a little prince. On July 13, His Majesty the King personally and alone stood in front of the Platinum Palace holding the little prince for the media to take pictures. Although even who the Queen was not clear. This did not prevent the people of the whole UK from celebrating happily. Later, the royal family officially announced the name of the little prince, Alan Cornwall Windsor, and released several photos of the little prince. The baby in the photo was lying on the bed obediently, smiling happily. He was wearing a comfortable white baby suit with a huge ruffle at the neckline. His skin was fair, and his golden hair was softly attached to his forehead. The most surprising thing was his eyes, a halo lingering in his gentle sea blue eyes, just like the sun shining on the sea, reflecting the intoxicating color. Under this post, excited people frantically posted comments to express their love and blessings for the little prince. Am I the only one who noticed the little prince's middle name? Cornwall. Surprise, surprise, did the little prince get the middle name of the Duke of Cornwall in advance? Upstairs, little Prince Alan is the first heir, the legitimate crown prince, okay? Slanting eyes. The little prince's eyes are really special, it seems that he has double pupils. According to legend, people with double pupils have the ability to predict. I wonder if the little prince has it. Laughing. In the East, this is a double pupil, a symbol of the emperor. The little prince will definitely be an excellent heir. Throwing flowers, throwing flowers. King Edward glanced at this comment and looked away expressionlessly. 3 days later, the royal family announced the death of the Queen. There was a lot of mourning on the internet, and they felt very sorry for the little prince who lost his mother as soon as he was born, and his mighty and gentle king. Not long after, His Majesty felt that netizens were the real prophets. As he grew older, little Alan began to show unique abilities. When Alan was still a baby, every time he almost fell out of the crib, he would automatically float up and slowly fall to the carpet. This ability scared the maid, so His Majesty learned all kinds of skills and knowledge to take care of babies and took care of the baby himself. When he was 8 months old, a maid accidentally broke a tea set. The boiling tea was about to splash on Alan, and Alan suddenly turned over, his sea blue pupils slightly deep. All the toys, porcelain, and glassware in the whole room burst, but Alan, who was sitting in the middle, was safe and sound. He didn't even get burned by the tea. A few months later, when he was just 1 year old, Alan could speak complete sentences. Of course, this was considered a sign of genius. The royal family even posted this news on the internet. You should know that the royal family really has nothing to say. The king's engagement and wedding, which should have been publicized, did not appear, and the queen, who should have appeared, did not appear. All along, there has only been one legitimate royal family member, the king. Of course, there are many nobles, but they are not responsible for reporting on the affairs of those side branches. It was so hard to add a little prince, and the official released a batch of photos every 3 days, wishing to follow the little prince 24 hours a day. It is impossible to be all weather. Alan's extraordinary abilities were also well kept by His Majesty the King. So the official homepage showed the little prince's cleverness, elegance, and decorum. The people of the country loved the little prince. The prince loves her so much. You should know that His Majesty was once the top of the list of the most wanted marriage in the country. Not only because of her elegant and noble temperament, gentlemanly and gentle behavior, and perfect body proportions of 185, but also because of her stunning beauty that can attract both men and women. So it is obvious that Prince Alan is not bad. In particular, the little prince also has a pair of unique eyes that are the only one in the world. This pair of eyes has been ranked first in the most beautiful eyes in the world, with majesty in gentleness, elegance, and nobility. Under the attention of the people of the country, the little prince grew up safely, healthily, and excellently. The people have always known about Alan's excellence, but the Prime Minister knows more. For some reason, perhaps it is the remembrance of his deceased wife and his own appreciation of the little prince. After discovering the little prince's genius, His Majesty the King arranged a full schedule for the little prince. Not only did he require him to attend events and diplomatic venues, but he also arranged a schedule from morning to night. Fortunately, the little prince is a studious child, otherwise he would have been forced to rebel. His Majesty is too strict with the little prince. The standards of etiquette and knowledge are even based on the requirements of college students. He even takes the little prince with him when listening to the cabinet report. This is already a tacit understanding of everyone. However, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince did not disappoint. At a report meeting when he was 7 years old, there was a very important resolution that the two parties were deadlocked on, and it had not been decided for a long time. The Prime Minister had to report both opinions to His Majesty the King. While His Majesty was thinking seriously, the voice of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's grandmother sounded. He stood up and saluted with perfect etiquette, and then gave a suggestion that combined the opinions of both parties, surpassed the master and satisfied both parties. The hall was silent. As if he finally realized that something was wrong, the little prince saluted again, and his famous blue eyes looked at the Prime Minister sincerely and apologetically. "I'm very sorry for interfering in the Prime Minister's affairs. I'm just giving a sincere suggestion. Mr. Prime Minister can certainly choose the decision that is most beneficial to the country. My father and I will of course fully support it." King Edward looked at the child with a baby voice and steady with gentle pride, showing a soft smile, and ending his little Alan with a flawless speech. The father and son smiled at each other. Although they were in a serious report hall, the atmosphere was very warm. The Prime Minister felt redundant and quickly made a few official remarks to express that he didn't mind at all. Daily.Post. Book, Group, 65,0/502*33.8, then retreated. King Edward happily picked up Alan and dragged him with one arm. Alan was so happy that day. His behavior was completely in accordance with etiquette, but his expression was unusually lively and cheerful. King Edward had not held the little prince since he was 3 years old. 2 years later, a new Prime Minister was replaced. One day, the royal convoy was going to Windsor Castle along the established route. When Alan was about to set off, he suddenly grabbed King Edward's arm. Edward frowned and was about to reprimand Alan for his impoliteness. But Alan looked ahead steadily, his eyes empty. After a few seconds, Alan raised his eyes and persuaded his father to adopt the second route, and suggested that the convoy continue to follow the original route. Edward couldn't beat him, and seeing that time was running out, he had to agree. When the convoy arrived at Windsor Castle, news came from the original route that the royal vehicle was shot and the vehicle deliberately hit the king's carriage. Edward and all the accompanying personnel broke out in a cold sweat. His Majesty looked at Alan, who was calm and composed, and slowly squatted down. "Alan, tell me, why did you have to change the driving route this morning?" Alan raised his eyes, saluted and replied, "My father, when I was standing on the steps today, I saw the royal vehicle collide with a black vehicle on the street of Philly Road, and someone opened fire with a gun. According to past experience, what I saw will happen soon, so my son suggested changing the driving route." Edward was stunned, raised his hand and touched Alan's head hesitantly. Could it be that Alan really has the ability to predict the future? Is what the netizen said true? This matter caused a sensation, and all the people expressed their concern for His Majesty the King and Prince Alan. Soon the royal family officially issued a statement. On that day, His Majesty the King changed the driving route at the suggestion of Prince Alan. Of course, Alan's ability was hidden. Alan grew up slowly until he was 11 years old, and became a gentleman, polite, elegant and noble. During this period, the Prime Minister changed several times. Because of his unique ability to predict, he could always perfectly command the Prime Minister to avoid some disasters or put forward constructive suggestions. So, Alan, who should not have participated in political affairs, became the occasional hidden think tank of every Prime Minister. His Majesty the King turned a blind eye to this and didn't say anything. July 13 was Alan's 11th birthday. This year, the decoration of the Platinum Palace was particularly grand, and the whole country was particularly boiling, because Prince Alan was going to official life knighthood has been granted. Alan was dressed in a duke's outfit. The dark blue color made him look very calm, and the golden ribbon on it shone with glory. It perfectly set off his majesty and nobility, and matched his eyes very well. He wore a noble black hat with long feathers. He wore a knee-length cloak of mink, and stepped on shiny black leather boots. A shining medal hung on his chest. He walked into the luxurious hall one step behind the king, maintaining perfect etiquette and smile, accepting the blessings of everyone. The crown prince's soft golden hair reflected the sun's rays, and there was a circle of golden halo in his sea blue eyes. This added a noble and inviolable momentum to his gentlemanly and gentle temperament. When he smiled, it was like a spring breeze, and when he didn't smile, he was majestic and noble. The people loved his contrast. Alan was dressed in gorgeous clothes, kneeling on one knee on the cushion, and touching his heart with his hand. The black hat with long feathers was taken off, and the golden hair shone like the sun under the light. The king wore a crown and a robe, and personally put the crown of the crown prince on his treasure. Then, the king held the long sword and placed it on the crown prince's shoulder, majestically admonishing the young prince and asking him to make a promise in the future. The young crown prince raised his eyes and looked directly at his father. I, the Prince of Cornwall, will always be loyal to the king, the law, and my people until death takes my life. He stood up holding the king's hand, stood on the high platform, wearing a shining crown, and looked down at the subjects below. After standing for a day, the 11-year-old body was a little tired, but he still turned around with etiquette, leaned slightly towards the people and reporters and saluted. The thousands of people watching in front of the TV were deeply moved. Their little prince has grown up, wearing a formal dress, noble and elegant, with a childish face, but a calm aura, not hurried or slow. This is the demeanor of a crown prince. The flash of the media shone on his face, and the reporters looked at him with excited admiration, talking about things like Prince Alan is always gentlemanly and elegant, worthy of being taught by the king himself. Alan looked at them with a smile, letting the flash reflect the light of his pupils. This is something he has become accustomed to. As a crown prince, he must always be elegant and decent, and not let the public laugh at him. He has been the focus of attention since he was born, not only because of the royal aura, but also because he is the only little prince in 100 years who has been personally and alone held by the king outside the delivery room for a photo. And his mother, the Orthodox Queen, has never appeared in public, not even at a wedding. This is a big wonder for the royal family whose meals have been exposed. And today's King Edward, who is said to have a deep love for the hidden queen, has never responded to questions about the queen. Except for the sudden announcement that the king had a queen, the queen gave birth to a son, and the queen's death 3 days after Alan was born. There was no official news from the royal family related to the queen. Even he didn't know what his mother looked like. This led to various conspiracy theories in the media and the public, and Edward collected every piece of information related to the queen, but never made any statement. Since he was born, he has been participating in various royal political, diplomatic, and aristocratic activities, and he has been familiar with these etiquette. The moment the door of the Platinum Palace closed behind him, he exhaled lightly. King Edward glanced at him, his blue eyes slightly stern. As the crown prince, even if there is no one around, you should maintain perfect etiquette. If you are different inside and outside, what kind of aristocracy can you be called? Alan bowed his head and saluted. I know my mistake, thank you father for your teachings. Edward's eyes softened a little, sat in the high-backed chair, watched the waiter take off Alan's crown, cloak and coat, and waved. Alan was a little confused, but he still sat down next to his father. Edward asked, "Are you tired today?" Alan laughed, "Father, I am not tired, but the crown is heavier than I thought. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight," the king said majestically. "This is our responsibility. When you become king in the future, you will have a heavier crown and responsibility. Alan answered obediently, and seeing his father soften, he pointed to his knees. Remember to ask Triss to give you a hot compress. You knelt for a long time today. I understand. Alan responded properly, doing the demeanor that a crown prince should have. The next day, the father and son moved to Balmoral to escape the summer and work, and the days passed like this. Until one day, an owl knocked on the window. Chapter 4: The Kidnapped Owl. In Balmoral Castle, Alan was in Edward's study, handling official business under the guidance of his father. The two of them have very similar temperaments and looks. When they sit together to talk about serious matters, the atmosphere will involuntarily become serious. A series of pecking sounds came from the window. The two paused, frowned, and looked at the source of the sound. They thought that some cleaning staff had made a mistake in cleaning the windows. But they saw a round owl, struggling to hold a letter of almost the same size, knocking its head against their windows. Alan. Edward. Father. Alan said, facing the increasingly fierce gaze of the owl, should we let it in? Edward glanced at him, pressed the security bell, and ordered someone to catch the owl outside the study on the 3rd floor. They thought it was just a small episode, but who knew that the owl and the letter appeared again the next day? His Majesty ordered the owl to be caught again, wondering about the behavior of these creatures that reversed their biological clocks. When the owl and the letter appeared in the window again on the 3rd day, even the most nervous people would feel something was wrong. Alan and Edward went to see the owls in person. After the staff had tested the letters with various instruments, they received the strange letters for the first time. Alan followed the king in confusion, carefully maintaining the boundary between the king and the crown prince. When Edward saw the envelope, his expression changed. It was written on it. To Balmoral Castle, Alan Cornwall Windsor, in the bedroom on the far right of the 3rd floor. Alan's expression changed immediately. When he looked up again, the king's expression was as dark as ink. The man suppressed his anger and said, "Go and invite the Prime Minister." The military intelligence department worked quickly and built layers of protection outside an old castle like Balmoral. The most advanced military weapons and protection surrounded Balmoral like an iron barrel, waiting for the arrival of the 4th owl. At this time, the king and the crown prince had moved to Windsor Castle. They both read the letter and sat in silence. Edward was puzzled. No one would play such a joke on the royal family. Besides, there were so many student supplies attached to the letter. It didn't seem fake. But the wizard school was too incredible. He handed the letter back to Alan and watched Alan read it again. It seemed that he had made a great decision. Alan, if M16 catches the 4th owl, you will write back to this school and ask them to send a teacher to explain. We will consider it later. Alan looked up and understood the king's choice in an instant. He smiled comfortingly and wholeheartedly, "Father, I understand." So Edward didn't need to say all his worries and explanations. The military intelligence department was on high alert in Balmoral. The vigilant and expectant owl flew straight to Windsor Castle and kept pecking at the window of the study where Alan and Edward were. The father and son looked at each other, and Alan pressed the security bell. Since the specific location of the Crown Prince's bedroom was exposed, the agents who were guarding it at all times filed in. The owl was quickly caught, put into a cage, and sent to the king. As usual, the letter was detected by instruments before it reached Alan. Alan quickly read the letter. It didn't take too much time, and their contents were exactly the same. He looked up at Edward, then at the owl that was running rampant in the cage, and said to it hesitantly, "Do you want me to reply?" The owl calmed down and nodded, and the feathers in the cage slowly fell down, looking a little funny. Edward observed the owl in disbelief. Alan took the pen from the waiter, took a piece of letter paper with the royal emblem and wrote, "I am Alan Cornwall. I am honored to be invited by the magic school. However, as the crown prince of the country, I cannot respond to this invitation without full confirmation, and the king will not allow it. Please send a teacher from your school so that we can understand the relevant facts. Respectfully from Prince Cornwall. Alan folded the magic letter, sealed it with the letter paper in the royal envelope, and printed the royal wax seal. Edward silently acquiesced to such behavior. He knew that his son was demonstrating to that world, reminding them to treat a crown prince with due respect. Alan did not bother him, and wrote the recipient on the envelope in detail to Hogwarts School, Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster. After writing the letter, Alan pointed to the cage where the owl was imprisoned, and the waiter brought the cage to his hand. Alan shook the envelope at the poor owl, and the little animal gave a sharp cry. Inexplicably, Alan felt that the owl was asking for a tip and food, as if he wanted him to apologize to it. This absurd idea made him laugh and cry, but he still asked the waiter to prepare food for the owl and asked someone to bring a pound. The owl accepted his food proudly, but sneered at the pound. It kicked the pound in the cage, facing the poor banknote with its butt, and left yellow and white feces on it. Edward turned his head away, leaning back against the high-backed chair expressionlessly. The waiters were about to take the owl's cage away. Alan raised his hand to stop them, thought for a moment and said, "Go get a diamond." It was a soybean-sized diamond, which the waiter put into the cage with tweezers. The owl looked at the diamond, tilted its head, and seemed to be thinking. After a moment, it reluctantly nodded, stretched out its right foot, and gestured to put the diamond into the small leather bag tied to its right foot. The waiter did as he was told, and sure enough, the owl nodded with satisfaction. It pecked at the cage, glanced at the letter, and gestured to open the cage, and it was going to work. Alan chuckled and told someone to open the window, watching the owl pick up the letter, which was not much smaller than it, and fly into the shining sunlight. Edward had a blank expression on his face, his sea-blue eyes were dark, and he waved his hand, "All of you go out." The waiters and agents filed out. And Alan looked at His Majesty the King and comforted him, "Father, don't worry, if the principal is really willing to come in person, then this magical world is relatively safe." "I know." Edward looked at his son, "But I want you to face such a strange world alone." Alan laughed, "If you are worried, you can install a locator and pinhole camera on my watch." Edward ignored him and looked at the sky outside. "Is it really reliable to send letters by owls? If there is magic, then are cameras and positioning really useful? It is obviously reliable to send letters by owls. After all, 4 consecutive owls have found Alan accurately. So Edward is particularly concerned about the safety of his son. A world we don't understand is very dangerous, especially when that world has powers we are not familiar with." Edward looked at Alan, as the Crown Prince. "Alan, you have the qualifications to enter that world, so you must go for our people." According to his speculation, if the special abilities that Alan has had since birth are magic, then there must be similar situations to Alan. Such people should be a minority, but this power is not small. Then, it is also the duty of the Crown Prince to understand that world and relatively master these people with magical powers. Alan obviously thought of this, and the two looked at each other, and everything was self-evident. "I understand. If I really want to go to that world, I will definitely investigate all aspects of it, compile a report, and report it every week." Edward hesitated. Alan smiled and answered, "I must also protect myself, not actively approach danger, record my behavior every day, and send you a letter." Edward nodded. Chapter 5 Envoy from the Magical World. That afternoon, the two received a reply from the magical world. The letter said that the headmaster Dumbledore would arrive at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. The next day, after breakfast, Alan said goodbye to his father and went to their respective studies. The king had some official business to deal with, and the Crown Prince needed to finish his homework. Alan's study was next to his bedroom. Windsor Castle has a history of more than 800 years. Many renovations have not destroyed its original style. The study and bedroom basically retain the aftertaste of the year. And all the utensils in this study are made of precious walnut. The surface of the furniture is glowing with a heavy halo, and 3 rows of tall bookshelves are full of books. The air is filled with the beauty of knowledge. At this moment, the curtains are wide open, the light is good, and 3 hardcover books are neatly stacked on the desk. Alan needs to complete a paper on understanding of quantum mechanics today and send it to his physics teacher. He sat in a high-backed chair, his back straight, with a book and a pen in his hand. Even if he is a guide to the magic world, he can't not do his homework. At 9:30 in the morning, Dumbledore arrived at Alan's study, hiding his body, and smilingly observed the hard-working little Prince Alan for a while. He carefully read the excerpts made by Alan, looking at a lot of physics terms in a fog, and finally decided not to observe any more. After writing down the list of books, he returned to the door, removed the illusion, raised his hand and knocked on the inside of the door. An old man with silver-white beard and waist-length hair appeared in his study out of thin air. Alan was startled and was about to press the security bell on the table. The old man did not move, but he immediately appeared beside Alan and stopped Alan's hand from reaching for the bell button. He raised his eyebrows slightly and winked playfully at Alan, who looked alert. "Don't be nervous, kid. I'm Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, and I'm here to guide you to the magical world. I thought it would be inconvenient for me to knock on the castle gate with your status, so I went directly to your study." Alan looked at him for a few seconds, relaxed his strength, and half-raised his hand to signal. At the same time, the old man let go of his hand. Alan sitting up straight, he straightened his clothes, stood up and pulled out an armchair for Dumbledore. "Old sir, please sit down." Dumbledore was stunned and smiled lovingly. "Ah, no one has pulled out a chair for an old man like me for many years." "Thank you, child. Please wait a moment." Alan leaned slightly towards Dumbledore, opened the door of the study and went out. Soon, he came back with a tray with 2 cups of black tea, a white sugar and a plate of exquisite snacks. He put down the tea and snacks, put the tray aside, closed the door, and then sat back in his original position. He put a bookmark on the page he was reading, carefully packed up the book and notes and put them aside. Then he looked at Dumbledore and smiled gently. "Please forgive my impoliteness just now, Headmaster Dumbledore." Dumbledore waved his hand, as if he was a little emotional. "It's okay, if you want to talk about impoliteness, it's me, an old man, who is more impolite. These days, there are not many young people who cherish books like you." Alan's eyes were slightly curved. "Thank you for your compliment. This is the best black tea from China, please taste it." The blue eyes behind the old man's half-moon glasses were clear and transparent. Alan looked into them, but couldn't see the bottom. The old man smiled slightly, put 4 tablespoons of sugar in it, and picked up the teacup to taste the tea. He took a piece of tea with great interest in the middle of the meal, and did not forget to make comments. "The taste of the best black tea is indeed different. I still prefer sweets. Look, this teacup will be even better if it is sweeter." Alan was shocked by his desperate behavior of adding sugar. He looked at his teacup silently, and listened to his comments on the teacup. For a moment, he doubted whether he had taken the wrong teacup. He took a piece of teacup and took a bite. It was still sweet and familiar. He couldn't help but admire this sugar-loving old man. Out of concern for the elders, he said, "Sir, eating too much sweets is bad for your health." Dumbledore winked at him playfully. "Everyone who knows me says so. But I have the tooth health potion from the potion master, so there's no need to worry about that." He raised the small snack. "Oh, the potion master is the Hogwarts potions professor, Severus Snape. Although he has a bad mouth, he is a very brave and respectable person." Alan opened his eyes slightly, admiring the old man's healthy body, and also had some curiosity and affection for Mr. Snape. But he didn't say much, and waited quietly for the old man to finish eating. The two waited for each other patiently. Until Dumbledore finished his snacks and tea, the visitor still didn't intend to speak. As the host, Alan couldn't let this situation develop, so he could only ask, "Then, can you please introduce the magic world to me?" Dumbledore leaned forward with interest. "Child, why do you want me to introduce the magic world instead of Hogwarts?" Alan smiled. "Hogwarts is a school that teaches magic, and it is to export talents for the magic world, isn't it? Of course, if you want to introduce Hogwarts first, I am also happy to listen." Dumbledore briefly introduced the wizarding world, and then elaborated on Hogwarts, and winked at Alan. "Hogwarts is the best magic school in the UK. Children grow up here and go through their youth." The old man turned his teacup into a goblet, then into an owl, and then into a spider, a mouse, a book, a cat, and a dirty hat, and finally turned back into a teacup. Alan looked at his changes in surprise and delight, and sat up straight. "I was really shocked, sir. I have to say this is totally beyond my expectation." Dumbledore nodded. "So, child, are you willing to come to Hogwarts to study?" Alan bent his eyes and asked, "Sir, you know my identity. Then you should know that my consent cannot take effect directly, and all decisions are in the hands of my father." "But you have never asked my parents since you appeared." "Oh, child." Dumbledore leaned back exaggeratedly. "You know, adults are always harder to convince than children." Alan smiled and shook his head, stood up and walked to Dumbledore's side. "Then, please allow me to introduce you to my father." "It's an honor." Dumbledore smiled and stood up. Chapter 6 King's Game. The two left the study and walked forward. Alan answered Dumbledore's questions about some items from time to time. A young maid came over and saluted Alan, wondering, "Who is the Crown Prince talking to?" Alan turned his head to look at where Dumbledore was standing and found that the old man had disappeared. He suppressed his surprise and said calmly, "I was just talking to myself. Sister Triss, please don't tell my father, or he will scold me again." Triss shook her head and laughed. "I won't, Your Highness, don't worry, just don't do this again." Alan nodded obediently, watched Triss turn the corner, and immediately turned back, hesitantly called, "Sir." Dumbledore patted his shoulder with a smile. Alan was startled, took 2 steps back, smiled helplessly, continued to lead the way, and asked with interest, "Why did you disappear just now?" Dumbledore extended an index finger mysteriously. "Wonderful magic." Seeing that he didn't say anything, Alan didn't force it, and explained to him. "Originally, I should take you to the reception room and let the butler inform my father, but in view of the particularity of the magical world, it is more appropriate to take you directly to my father's study." Dumbledore expressed his understanding. Just then, King Edward's study arrived. Alan leaned over to Dumbledore, took 2 steps towards the door, knocked 3 times, paused for 2 seconds, and knocked 3 times again. A gentle and majestic voice came from inside the house, "Come in." With the king's approval, Alan pushed the door open and entered, standing at the door and said, "Father, I'm here with Mr. Dumbledore, the principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Edward had already put down the documents, and closed the cap of his fountain pen when he heard it, "Come in quickly." The visitor was an old man. Wearing a slightly frivolous red robe, a red wizard hat, and his grey beard and hair were waist-length. He wore a pair of half-moon glasses, his azure blue eyes seemed to see through everything, and he had a reliable aura. When Edward looked at Dumbledore, Dumbledore was also looking at the king, who was deeply loved by the people. His golden hair, which was exactly the same as that of His Royal Highness, was fixed with hairspray, his eyebrows were slender, his expression was firm, his temperament was calm and majestic, his figure was well proportioned, his sea-blue eyes were unfathomable, and his age could not be seen at all. The father and son wore almost the same long-sleeved white shirt and trousers, and they put on a vest even though they were still hot. After meeting each other, the two sides looked at each other. As a king, Edward should not stand up to welcome a principal, so he sat in a high-backed chair without moving, curved his eyebrows, and gently welcomed him. After receiving the signal from his father, Alan led Dumbledore to sit opposite Edward. Edward smiled gently. "Hello, old man." "Alan, make tea." Alan nodded gently and walked to the cabinet on the side of the study to find the tea set. Dumbledore looked at Alan, who was quietly making tea, smiled lovingly, looked at Edward, sat up straight and said, "Yesterday, I received Alan's letter and realized that this arrangement was inappropriate. Please forgive me for explaining the rules of the Hogwarts admission notice first. When every little wizard is born, their names will appear on the Hogwarts magic paper list, and so is Mr. Cornwall. When they are 11 years old, the Vice President, Professor McGonagall, will write the admission notice according to these lists and hand it over to the Owl for distribution. Regarding the little wizards who are born as Muggles, ordinary people without magic. If the little wizards respond, the school will send professors to guide the Muggle little wizards to buy relevant school supplies." Edward narrowed his eyes, hiding the expression in his eyes. "You mean every day? Send books, group, 65,0/502*33.8? Is." He glanced at Alan, who was walking with a tray. "We did not respond, so Hogwarts cannot appoint professors to come." Dumbledore shook his head. "Your Majesty, that's not the case. In fact, after we count the Muggle little wizards who did not come, we will send professors to persuade parents as much as possible. You may not know that if the little wizards cannot control their magic, it may bring disastrous consequences. I think you have seen it. Has the little prince ever lost control of his magic and caused any strange things?" Edward did not speak, and his mind quickly recalled the time when Alan lost control of his magic. Alan gently put the tray on the table, and placed 2 cups of black tea, a sugar cube and a plate of exquisite small teas on the table. "Please enjoy." He sat in the armchair beside the king and asked, "Old sir, if I didn't learn to control magic, what would be the consequences?" Dumbledore looked at him tolerantly. "Oh, little prince, it's not that I don't want to answer you, but there is no definite answer to this question. The consequences of losing control of magic actually depend entirely on the little wizard himself, his talent, whether he is in danger, etc." The old man put 5 or 6 sugar cubes in his black tea cup and sipped it gently. Edward wanted to say something but stopped, and finally said, "Old sir, eating too much sugar is not good for your health." Dumbledore chuckled. "They are indeed father and son, their words and temperaments are the same. Don't worry, your Majesty. I have the tooth health potion from the potion master." He winked at Edward. Alan chuckled and continued the previous sentence, "Thank you for your introduction. But perhaps, as the Crown Prince, I will not be completely in danger." Edward also smiled softly. Dumbledore soon realized that the king valued the Crown Prince. He was silent for a while, and sighed deeply. "I didn't intend to tell you this fact. Unfortunately, even if I didn't tell you, the little prince would probably find it out after entering Hogwarts." "Danger." The king's blue eyes fell into a storm. "I'm afraid so." Dumbledore said, "According to the rules, we shouldn't tell Muggle parents about this, but you two are special, so we can reveal a little." "Oh." Edward smiled. "Yes." Dumbledore nodded, as if he didn't see the doubt in the king's eyes, and said to himself, "You should have heard about it. After all the prime ministers know about our world." The king and his son were unmoved, and Dumbledore admired their determination. The old man continued, "A few decades ago, a Dark Lord appeared in the magic world." "A what?" Alan was puzzled. "Dark Lord, child." Dumbledore said calmly, "His dark rule has plunged the entire wizarding world into chaos and pain, and has also had a significant impact on the Muggle world. He wantonly slaughtered young Muggle-born wizards, and later allowed his men to slaughter Muggles." The old man looked at the calm king. "I think your Majesty has experienced this period of time. Perhaps you didn't understand the cause of this chaos at that time. After all, the Muggle world was not peaceful during that time. Alan looked at Edward worriedly, but saw the other party raised his hand, indicating that he would ask questions next. Edward raised his eyes were sharp, so, this Dark Lord is going to make a comeback. Dumbledore's blue eyes looked directly at the other party. I personally think that he is not dead, he just disappeared. How did he disappear? Dumbledore sighed. He had to admit that the Muggle elites were difficult to deal with, and he had to spend more time talking. He believed in a prophecy that said he would be defeated by a child born at the end of July. So he went to kill the child, but the mother desperately protected her child, and the power of love made the Dark Lord's death curse rebound. Since then, the Dark Lord has disappeared. These facts, you can find them in the history books of the magic world. The king and his son were silent for a while, and Alan cleared his throat and asked, "How is the baby now?" "He's fine. I sent him to his aunt and uncle's house. His name, you will know it sooner or later, so let me, an old man, say more. Harry Potter. He happens to be enrolled this year." The old man gently guided, "So, are you willing to come to Hogwarts to study?" Alan smiled gently, restraining his body from leaning back. "Old sir, you know my identity. Then you should understand that when it comes to the Crown Prince, all decisions are in the hands of the king." Dumbledore leaned back exaggeratedly. "Oh. Adults are always harder to convince than children." The king smiled, his temperament became gentler. "Mr. Dumbledore, in the past 38 years of my life, I have never imagined that there is a real magical world. When I saw the owl and those letters, I almost thought it was a prank. What's worse, which terrorist is so bold to come to the king's castle to attack my son?" "Oh, sorry, I made you misunderstand." Dumbledore's white beard trembled. Edward said tactfully, "Excuse me, I can't send the crown prince of this country to this school based on a letter that is hard to tell whether it is true or false and a fairy tale grandfather. How are you going to prove magic to me?" For a moment, Dumbledore thought he saw Lucius. He was amused by his own thoughts, so he asked for the king's consent, winked at Alan, and changed the teacup in front of him. "It's really amazing," Edward said in a light voice. "Is this what my child wants to learn? It seems that he can't protect himself from the hands of the Dark Lord." Dumbledore nodded and smiled tolerantly. "This is just transfiguration, and the attack power is indeed not great. I think you won't be at ease if I cast an attack magic." The old man took back his wand, picked up a piece of dessert and tasted it carefully, discussing the taste of the dessert with Alan. Edward nodded gently and politely. "Old man, I have a question." Alan raised his teacup and quickly recalled the conversation just now, trying to know what he had overlooked and what his father had discovered. Dumbledore raised the dessert in his hand and indicated that he was listening. "Please speak, Your Majesty. As the headmaster, do you often come out to guide ordinary people, little wizards?" Edward paused before saying the word wizard. "Of course not." The old man smiled kindly. "In fact, I haven't received a young wizard for a long time." "The old man always has insufficient time." Edward asked majestically and gently, "So, what is so special about Alan that you have to come here in person instead of delegating it to someone else? A vice principal is coming." Dumbledore looked at the pair of sea blue eyes and gently put down the pastry. Before he could answer, he heard the king continue. "No offense, but putting Alan in a completely unfamiliar world, as a father, will always worry. Of course, the magic world is indeed attractive to us, and I think you are here for this reason." The sea blue eyes were majestic and steady. "Then, for the common stability and peace, for the ordinary little wizards studying in the magic world, and for the peace of mind of an old father like me, please consider letting the royal family become the school director of Hogwarts School." Dumbledore's white eyebrows gathered together, obviously feeling embarrassed. "Although you have not said it clearly, I can infer that there are many little wizards from ordinary people," Edward said seriously, "but for so many years, we have never heard of the magic world. It can be seen that the idea of Living in harmony with ordinary people is not mainstream. Then, as the king, I need to ensure that these children have a good life. Becoming a school director should be the most effective way. Dumbledore looked at Edward with his sharp blue eyes, and after a while, he gently closed his palms and said slowly, "Yes, yes, but it is difficult. The magic world has never had Muggle investment, let alone Muggle school directors." "It's just difficult," Edward said with an unchanged expression. "You must be a respected senior in the magic world. How can you not do this?" Alan was deeply shocked. Although he knew that his father was wise and powerful, he was still deeply impressed by him at this moment. When Edward succeeded to the throne, the country was in turmoil. The political system required the monarch not to interfere, but non-interference was impossible. It can be said that the country was stabilized by Edward and the Prime Minister at the time. It was only by working together that he could turn the tide. His scheming was simply incomparable to the scheming of Alan, who was only 11 years old and had a smooth sailing. Dumbledore sighed, "You are worthy of being the king. Well, let me, an old man, try. Then, about the enrollment?" Edward felt that it was ready and he could agree, so he nodded gently and took a sip of tea from the cup. Alan continued, "Dear Headmaster Dumbledore, it is an honor." Dumbledore smiled bitterly, took out a letter from his arms and handed it to Alan. "Admission letter, Mr. Cornwall. By the way, I hope I can take those 3 poor caged owls back this time, our gamekeeper has complained to me several times." Alan laughed, "Of course." He said in embarrassment, "Sir, I have some difficulties about admission, and I also want to ask for your help." "Oh. You may not understand that in the ordinary world, every move of my father and I will be captured by the media." Alan was embarrassed to say, "I saw that the letter was attached with school supplies, but we don't know where to buy them, and it's hard to avoid the media. Therefore, we need your help using the same magic you just showed up." Dumbledore smiled with great joy, his white beard shaking. "No problem, kid." Chapter 7, Diagon Alley. Alan turned and saluted Edward. "Please sit down, father, and wait for your son to return." The two looked at each other, and Edward understood what Alan meant. If there is a problem in the magic world, the king and the crown prince cannot be folded in it. Edward chuckled. He walked down from the throne, touched Alan's head. "It doesn't matter, there are many nobles in Britain. Someone will always inherit the throne. I can't let my child face those risks alone." The implication of these words made Dumbledore look sideways. The old man's eyes were rarely empty, and I don't know what he was thinking of. The king's eyes were slightly gloomy, but he smiled. "Father has never been to the magic world, so I should go and take a look." He patted Alan's back and turned to Dumbledore. "Old man, please." Alan thought that there was probably no one in the world who was more fortunate than him. He had such a father. Dumbledore gently wiped his eyes and sighed, "It's really enviable. Not many people in the world can be so lucky." The old man stretched out his hand and nodded to the two of them. "Please hold my arm tightly." As the two of them grabbed each other, a puff sound of flames bursting was heard. Alan felt as if he was stuffed into a long tube, and as if he was swept into a hurricane. His stomach was churning. As soon as he landed, he almost fell down. He held Edward's arm tightly with one hand and covered his mouth with the other to prevent himself from vomiting in an indecent way in this unknown place. Edward patted his back and asked him to adjust slowly, while observing the place quietly. He didn't expect that there really was such a wizard bar that he couldn't see. After a while, Alan recovered and let go of Edward's arm. Seeing his father as usual, he couldn't help but feel a little shy. Dumbledore stood aside with a smile, chatting with the boss. "Oh, Alan. It will be uncomfortable to apparate for the first time, but you will get used to it in the future," Dumbledore said with a smile. "Child, do you want a drink?" the somewhat sloppy boss asked Alan enthusiastically. "Thank you very much, sir. But no, I want to buy school supplies as soon as possible." Alan showed a slightly embarrassed smile and rejected the gentleman's kindness. He inadvertently glanced at the environment here. His face was normal, but he felt a little indescribable in his heart. Are wizards all poor? There is not even a decent entrance. Then let's go. Goodbye, Tom. Dumbledore led the father and son to the patio behind the leaky cauldron and walked to a brick wall. The old man took out his wand and tapped different bricks of the wall with a wonderful rhythm. The bricks moved as if they had life, making way for the three of them. Dumbledore stretched out his arms and said playfully, "Your Majesty, Alan, welcome to Diagon Alley. Our first stop is Gringotts, a bank run by goblins, right in front. Gentlemen, you must go to Gringotts to exchange wizard coins before you can go shopping." They walked through the shops on both sides, avoiding the crowded crowds, and the various goods on both sides were dazzling. Dumbledore seemed to enjoy the process of acting as a tour guide. He enthusiastically explained the different goods in the shops here to Edward and Alan, and shared their history and stories. Alan listened with relish, unconsciously showing a little surprise, and asked some questions with strange angles from time to time. Dumbledore was amused by him and laughed, but still answered him seriously. Edward had clearly dominated the conversation before, but he didn't say a word after entering Diagon Alley. Alan understood that this was a test from his father, a test of whether he could enter the wizarding world independently. So he took the initiative to take over the task of dealing with Dumbledore. Well, he was definitely not attracted by the novelty of the wizarding world. He glanced at his father secretly and saw that the man had a calm and indifferent face. If he didn't know that his father was a pure-blooded ordinary person, he would have been fooled by his appearance. The three of them went to Gringotts together. Edward was obviously very interested in the operating model of the wizard bank. The first door was a shiny bronze door. At the door stood a goblin guard in scarlet and gold uniforms, bowing to them. Alan tried his best to control himself from looking at the goblin. The second door was silver, with the following words engraved on it. "Enter, stranger, but beware of the consequences of greed, for those who seek without effort will be punished most severely. If you attempt to take a portion of our underground vault that never belonged to you, thief, you have been warned, beware of what you may get instead of treasure." Edward nodded appreciatively and praised, "Right concept." A goblin looked at him with pride and admiration. They walked side by side through the second silver door into a spacious marble hall, where about 100 goblins sat behind a long counter and made hasty entries in a large ledger. Some of them weighed coins with a scale, while others examined gems with an eyepiece. Dumbledore explained, "The Goblin Vault is the safest place in the world, except for Hogwarts. They have a dragon managing the underground vault. This platform in the middle can exchange Muggle currency for wizard coins, and you can even open a vault here." They walked to the opposite platform, and before Edward pushed, Alan stepped forward and asked the goblin, "Hello, sir. I'm here to exchange wizard coins, and I hope to have a vault in Gringotts." "Professor Dumbledore." The goblin put down his pen, glanced at them, and greeted Dumbledore. It introduced the wizard's currency system in a professional manner and asked, "It costs 80 galleons to open a vault. The lower the vault, the more expensive it is. How much do you plan to exchange?" Alan smiled perfectly, "Excuse me, if we don't count the customer's storage, how many gold galleons does Gringotts have now?" The goblin stood up from his seat, glanced at him, and found that he was a Muggle, and sat back in his seat, answering slowly. 500,000 gold galleons, converted into pounds is about 26 million. But Muggles can only exchange a maximum of 100 galleons in a year. Alan frowned slowly, "Excuse me, how many galleons does a first-year student at Hogwarts need in a year?" The goblin was surprised by his question, and then remembered that he was just a Muggle, so he answered, "According to normal standards, 100 galleons are completely enough. Pure-blood families may use more than 500 galleons a year." Alan narrowed his eyes, and at this time he was very similar to Edward, who was negotiating with Dumbledore. He smiled lightly, and said politely, "So, if you are a school director, how many gold galleons can you exchange for pounds?" The goblin looked at him deeply, replied, "There is no precedent. I have never heard of any school director in the magic world being involved with Muggles." Alan sighed and nodded, "Okay, I understand. Then, please exchange 50 galleons for me first." Chapter 8, First Meeting Draco in the Robe Shop. The three of them stepped out of Gringotts and officially started their shopping trip. Alan thought for a moment and asked Dumbledore to take them to a magic prop store. He scanned hundreds of price tags and bought a suitcase with a space expansion spell and a weight reduction spell for 30 galleons. For space magic items, this box is not expensive. After all, it only has 2 cubic meters of storage capacity. Fortunately, it does not only consider practicality, and the appearance is also quite beautiful. After all, it is rare to find a family that can spend 30 galleons to buy a box. Edward looked at his son with some amusement. It seems that Alan accepts magic very quickly and can make full use of it. He thought that he could rest assured that the child would go to that school alone. Among children of the same age, he still trusts his son's ability. Dumbledore and Edward watched Alan from the side and saw him ask the owner, "Is there any magic prop that can make you invisible?" "Of course." The owner proudly puffed out his chest, "This is the most complete magic prop store in the UK." He actively recommended to Alan, "This is an invisibility cloak, made with the feathers of an invisible beast, 300 galleons. This is a cuff with a disillusionment spell, 500 galleons, this." "Sir, thank you very much for your recommendation." Alan had no choice but to interrupt the other party's endless chatter, "I don't need it for the time being." For the first time in his life, Alan felt the feeling of being short of money, and his rosy face flushed slightly. He was embarrassed to post it every day. Books, Group, 65,0/502*33.8, walked to Edward and was touched on the head by the king. Edward felt distressed and helpless. Even as a king, he could not provide any help to Alan in the magic world. He looked at Dumbledore, and there was a silent urging in his sea-blue eyes. Dumbledore laughed, watching Alan holding Edward's hand like an ordinary child, and nodded to the king in understanding. He patted Alan and reminded him, "If we don't buy school supplies, there will be more people." The shopkeeper looked at Dumbledore and wanted to come up to say hello, but he was dazed for a moment and turned around to do other things. "Okay, Mr. Dumbledore." Edward was thoughtful. Under Dumbledore's guidance, the two of them bought things smoothly without having to turn back. When they were in the bookstore, Alan and Edward looked at all the books in the bookstore with some obsession. They deliberately bought a few more history books and a few books explaining the common sense of life in the wizarding world, and then reluctantly went to the robe shop. When they expressed their gratitude, Dumbledore blinked. "After all, I have been in Hogwarts for half my life. If you spend half your life in Hogwarts, you will be as familiar with these as you are with your own castle." The doorbell rang, and several people entered the store and saw that there was already a pale boy with platinum hair inside. He stood on a footstool and let the pin adjust his robe. Madame Malkin met Alan and greeted him warmly, "Child, wait for me there first, I'll go to the back to get a new tape measure." The boy raised his chin proudly when he saw Alan, and deliberately said slowly with an aria, "Are you also a freshman at Hogwarts?" Alan was used to dealing with arrogant and difficult nobles. As soon as he heard the tone, he knew that the boy must be a young master, and a spoiled young master. He didn't care about the arrogance, nodded politely, and also dragged the aria, "Yes, I am Alan Cornwall, and this is my father." When introducing His Majesty the King, Alan raised his chin slightly with pride, and then asked, "What's your name?" The boy was surprised by his tone, looked at him for several times, leaned slightly towards Edward as a greeting, and then said slowly, "Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." Alan and Edward were surprised to hear his last name, and looked at each other. They were actually descendants of the Malfoy family. In the 11th century, Armand Malfoy made an unknown and great contribution to William the Great, and thus obtained a vast fiefdom in Wiltshire. Although he was not granted a title, he actually enjoyed noble privileges. It's just that his descendants have been hiding, and they have always thought that the inheritance of the Malfoy family has disappeared. After a long pause, the boy from the Malfoy family couldn't help asking, "Are you a noble?" "But I don't remember any pure-blood surname called Cornwall." Alan smiled gently, hiding his inquiry in his eyes, and replied, "Of course, I was born in the ordinary world. In your words, I am a Muggle." Draco was stunned for a moment and pursed his lips. He thought the boy was not bad. He was actually born in a Muggle. The boy's expression was too obvious. Alan immediately confirmed that the wizards here really didn't welcome Muggle-borns like them. His eyes darkened, and soon he smiled again. Wasn't he here for this? At this moment, Madame Malkin came out with a tape measure to measure Alan. Draco's face looked better, and he continued the topic, "My father is a school director." Alan could see that this young master just wanted to find someone to show off. Draco said proudly, "I will definitely enter Slytherin. If I can't, I will drop out. They don't even allow first-year students to bring brooms. That's too much. You know how interesting Quidditch is. Every day. Send. Books, Group, 65,0/502*33.8. Dumbledore, wearing a confusion charm, stood aside and watched the children make friends. He really didn't expect that the first person of the same age that Alan met was Draco Malfoy. However, this is also a good result by accident. If these two children become friends and then influence the Malfoy family. He retracted his gaze and suggested to Edward that they go to the tea house opposite the store to wait for Alan. The two stores are opposite each other, and the opposite side can be seen through the window. Edward nodded in agreement, gently called Alan and told him where he was going. Alan stroked his heart and saluted, and nodded to Dumbledore, "Father, take care, don't worry, I will find you when the robe is ready later." Draco looked at Alan bowing solemnly, stunned for a moment, and said hesitantly, "Goodbye, Uncle." Edward smiled and nodded in response, and deliberately reminded Alan, "Since you want to make friends, get along well. This is your first friend, and I don't want to hear bad news." Alan seemed to want to refute, but still bowed obediently, "Son knows." Although those words were said deliberately to Draco, His Majesty was indeed worried. Alan has been a genius since childhood. The public school curriculum cannot keep up with Alan's progress. Basically, famous teachers are invited to the castle to teach individually. He has not come into contact with any children of the same age. One of the common problems of geniuses is that they look down on ordinary people. This is the natural arrogance in their bones. Although Alan is gentle and gentlemanly under his teaching, His Majesty is still clear about what his son is like. If he goes to school at Hogwarts, according to the responsibility of the Crown Prince, Alan will definitely be gentle and tolerant to all wizards who come from ordinary people. But this also determines that Alan will never make friends with them. It is natural for parents to worry about their children's social life, and even His Majesty is no exception. His Majesty, who was worried about his son's friendship, sighed silently, turned around and went out with Dumbledore. Draco was a little happy listening to Edward's words, because Alan was also his first friend. He watched Edward go out, turned his head and stared at Alan, "Tell the truth." Alan looked at this arrogant guy, who was obviously very curious, but still deliberately raised his pointed chin and tried to maintain his arrogance. It was really funny. He chuckled and put on the demeanor of the Crown Prince, "Then, let's get to know each other again. Alan Cornwall, the Crown Prince of the United Kingdom, was conferred the title of Prince of Cornwall. It is an honor to meet the descendants of the Malfoy family." Draco was puzzled and hesitated. "You have heard of Malfoy?" Alan briefly mentioned a few words about the origin of Malfoy and the royal family, but even so, it made Draco very uncomfortable. Who would have thought that the family's nobility was conferred by the Muggle king? He looked at Alan awkwardly, inexplicably feeling that such an identity was inferior. Alan paused, chuckled, and said, "Mr. Armand Malfoy made great contributions to the royal family back then, and we always remember it. If I remember correctly, the royal family still keeps some of Mr. Armand's manuscripts. If you want to take them back, please let me know." Draco's face became serious. He knew too well the significance of the manuscript of his ancestors. At that moment, all the Muggle twists were thrown out of his mind. He decisively and enthusiastically extended his hand to Alan and shook it vigorously. "I'm determined to be your friend." Alan smiled gently, then, "Next time we meet, I will bring the manuscript as a gift to the current head of the Malfoy family, okay?" "Of course. We'll meet on the Hogwarts Express, my parents will see me off." Draco adjusted his collar proudly. He did a big thing for the Malfoy family today. Soon, the robe of this spoiled young master was fixed. He looked at Alan and was a little reluctant. "Then I'll leave first, my mother is still waiting for me at Ollivanders." Alan chuckled and nodded. "See you on the train." Draco fumbled in his pocket for a long time, took out a handful of candy and stuffed it into Alan's hand, then hurried out the door. Chapter 9: Harry Potter and the Muggle Crown Prince. Not long after Draco left, Alan just got off the stool and heard the doorbell ring. A thin little boy wearing glasses and dragging a huge, ill-fitting suit pushed the door in shyly, seeming to be a little overwhelmed by being alone. The boy saw Alan's face suddenly surprised him. "Prince Alan." Alan's face froze, and he was a little annoyed that he forgot to cover his face when he went out. He turned around and nodded politely to the boy. "Hello. Are you going to Hogwarts too?" Seeing the boy nodded blankly, he asked again, "What's your name?" The boy was a little reserved, with some excitement to see the prince in person. And was also shocked that the prince actually went to Hogwarts to study, and stammered, "My name is Harry Potter." "Harry Potter." Before Alan could speak, Madame Malkin, who was sorting out the robes, came out from behind in a hurry. "Harry Potter." She was very excited and stepped forward to hold Harry's hand. Her eyes were surprised, eager and kind. And a little bit, how to say, people rushed to the National Zoo to see the curiosity of pandas. "Harry Potter. It's an honor. You don't know how much we thank you." Alan observed Madame Malkin's overreaction and nodded in understanding. This kind of scene always happens every time he and his father go on tour. It seems that this savior is very valuable. Harry is obviously not used to this attitude, although he felt it at the leaky cauldron just now, but Alan is next to him. That's Prince Alan. Prince Alan, the genius who has been praised and spoiled by the whole country since he was a child. That's the only person who is better than Dudley in the mouths of Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. No. The prince was named the Duke of Cornwall a few days ago, and now he can be called the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince is next to him. Although he seems to be very famous in the wizarding world for unknown reasons, Harry consciously believes that no matter how he compares, he is not as good as Prince Alan. Prince Alan is the idol of all children. Okay. It's too stressful to be rushed to shake hands in front of the Crown Prince. Okay. Harry glanced at the Crown Prince with a guilty conscience, and found that the Crown Prince was just a little curious about the situation, and he was relieved instantly. He thought the most embarrassing scene was over, but who would have thought that Madame Malkin would simply abandon His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and enthusiastically help Harry measure his size with a tape measure, and pick fabrics with great interest. His face was slightly hot, and he glanced at Alan next to him awkwardly. Fortunately, Alan didn't seem to care at all. After adjusting the size of the clothes, he got off the footstool and sat in the waiting area on the side very gentlemanly and elegantly, waiting for Madame Malkin to measure Harry's size. Harry, who finally persuaded Madame Malkin to go to the back to make clothes, breathed a sigh of relief, moved to Alan, blushed and apologized in a low voice. "Your Royal Highness, I'm sorry." Alan laughed. "Mr. Potter. I don't understand why you apologize. Harry was a little embarrassed. That lady came over you to shake hands with me, didn't it offend you? Alan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In fact, he enjoyed the feeling that no one cared about his identity. He smiled and shook his head. Not at all, Mr. Potter. You don't have to apologize for it, and don't worry at all. Harry relaxed and dared to look at Alan openly. The Crown Prince in front of him was wearing a meticulous white shirt and suit trousers, his shiny leather shoes were spotless, his expression was gentle and tolerant, giving him a sense of security from an adult. Harry looked at him, and his thoughts suddenly returned to the day when Alan was knighted. That day, Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, and Dudley sat in front of the TV, watching the live broadcast. Dudley occupied a single sofa alone, stuffing biscuits into his mouth, leaning forward, watching the luxury on TV with sparkling eyes. What is that? The one on the prince's chest. Oh dear Dada, the thin lady with a slender neck smiled strangely, that's Prince Alan's Duke's medal. How shining! Is Prince Alan the official crown prince now? Dudley asked vaguely while biting a biscuit. Oh, Dudley. The fat man next to the lady picked up a cookie, his face flushed, and he danced with joy. You have to know that His Highness Alan is the first heir. It can be said that as long as he is not dead, he will be the next king. Oh, no, Prince Alan will be safe and healthy, God bless. Now, please welcome His Majesty the King to give a speech. The host's restrained and steady words came from the TV. Aunt Petunia watched the TV happily, suddenly wrinkled her nose, and shouted towards the kitchen. Harry Potter! Watch the fire! Don't burn my cookies! If you dare to make me miss His Highness Alan's investiture ceremony, be careful! Be careful, boy! Uncle Vernon also shouted gruffly towards the kitchen. Harry, wearing ill-fitting baggy clothes, adjusted his glasses that were barely stuck together with tape. Quietly rolled his eyes, and hurried into the kitchen. After a while, he brought out a plate and placed it on the living room table. Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, the cookies are ready. As the little boy spoke, his eyes drifted to the TV. The prince on TV was dressed in gorgeous clothes, kneeling on one knee on the cushion, touching his heart with his hand. Harry raised his hand to adjust his black round frame glasses, the temples were wrapped with tape and always slipped down his nose. He looked at the crown prince on TV with envy. For the sake of Prince Alan. Uncle Vernon muttered, and did not pay attention to him. The black top hat with long feathers was taken off, and the golden hair shone like the sun under the light. Alan half knelt on the cushion, lowered his eyes, and let the king put on the crown of the crown prince for him. Dudley looked at the crown on Alan's head, but Harry looked at the cushion under Alan's knees. Even if it was an honor, everyone would worry whether this short kneeling would make the prince uncomfortable. On TV, Alan stood up holding the king's hand, stood on the high platform, wearing a shining crown, and looked down at the subjects below. Oh! The family of three next to them held their hearts exaggeratedly, and their expressions looked as if they had won 5 million. Harry wiped his eyes inconspicuously to hide the tears that came out of his eyes, and looked at the father and son walking hand in hand on TV with envy. Soon it was half-time, and commercials were inserted on TV. Aunt Petunia suddenly seemed to remember and glared at Harry next to her. What are you still doing here? Go and fry the bacon. Forgot lunch time, you arrogant brat. Don't you know we have to watch TV today? You can't learn a single good thing from Prince Alan. Harry turned around under the woman's harsh chatter, looked at Dudley with disdain, and couldn't help but refute in his heart. How could Prince Alan make lunch himself? After that day, Aunt Petunia mocked him again with Alan as a prototype, but he didn't blame Alan. After all, Alan didn't know about this kind of thing. Harry pursed his lips and his eyes quickly fixed on Alan's eyes. Your Highness, your eyes are really beautiful, even more beautiful than the official photos. The wait was long and boring, and Alan was also interested in this boy who caused a commotion, and was happy to chat with him. Your eyes are also beautiful, like the most beautiful emerald on my father's crown." Harry was a little dizzy after being praised suddenly, and he was at a loss for words. Alan smiled gently and said sympathetically, "You must be shocked to know that you are a little wizard, right?" Harry nodded and immediately started talking about the letter he found in Hogwarts, the various actions his uncle took to hinder him, and the bullying of his uncle's family and his cousin, and the half-giant Hagrid picking him up at Diagon Alley. Alan kept listening with a smile, sighing and comforting him. It must be very stressful to suddenly become a savior, right? Harry's nose was sore. In the past 11 years, no one had ever listened to him so seriously. Not only that, but she was not impatient at all. She listened to these little things and complaints, and cared about herself so much. He wiped his eyes secretly, rubbed his hands and said, "I seem to be very important here, but I don't know why. This makes me very uneasy." Alan looked at him, hesitated, and said, "Principal Dumbledore told me that because of a prophecy, the Dark Lord wanted to kill you, and your parents died to protect you." Harry opened his eyes wide and grabbed Alan's hand eagerly, hoping that he would say more. Alan did not rebuke this impoliteness, and he had never seen his mother. It can be said that on this issue, the two of them sympathized with each other. He sincerely conveyed Dumbledore's introduction to Harry and explained, "Because of that accident, because of you, the Dark Lord disappeared, and the wizarding world has restored peace again. So, they are all very grateful to you." Harry was silent, and raised his hand to wipe his tears after a while. This time he couldn't hide it, and his face was covered with big tears. Alan handed over the handkerchief silently, watching the thin boy wipe his face quickly. Harry quickly adjusted his state and looked at Alan gratefully, "Your Highness, thank you for telling me this." Alan shook his head gently and smiled gently, "Don't worry, Mr. Potter. You will go to Hogwarts soon. There is only one magic school in the UK. There must be many people there who know your parents. At that time, you can ask them for some photos of your parents." The emerald eyes lit up instantly. Harry was excited, he grinned at Alan, and nodded heavily, "You are right. Thank you so much, Your Highness." Alan smiled gently and patiently, "You're welcome, Mr. Potter. I'm happy to share some troubles with you." Harry scratched his head, "If you don't mind, you can call me Harry." Alan paused, realizing that his actions out of responsibility and curiosity had so easily won the heart of the savior. He sighed a little, nodded gently, and changed his words, "Harry, you still have to go back to your uncle's house for the holiday. Are you spending the days before school starts?" Harry slumped and nodded. Alan looked at him, wanting to make this poor child happy, and thought for a while and said, "Harry, which professor brought you to Diagon Alley?" Harry looked up in confusion, but still answered, "It was Hagrid. He is super big. By the way, who brought you here?" "It was Headmaster Dumbledore." Alan smiled, "He is in the tea house opposite now. Do you want to meet him later?" "Can I?" Harry got excited again. He didn't forget that His Highness Alan mentioned just now that it was this Headmaster Dumbledore who said something about his parents. Before Alan could reply, he heard a knock on the window. He looked up and saw a half-giant as tall as a floor bending down to look at them. He subconsciously put Harry behind him and looked at him warily. Harry was touched by his action and pulled his sleeve with a smile, "Your Highness, this is Hagrid who brought me here." Alan looked over and saw that the other party waved in a friendly manner, holding a snow-white snowy owl in his hand, and said with a beaming face, "Harry, happy birthday." Chapter 10 The King's Kindness. At Alan's invitation, Hagrid entered the store carrying an owl cage. He looked at Alan hesitantly. Such a well-dressed child with blonde hair made him think of Malfoy at once. "Oh, Harry. Is this your new friend?" Harry looked at Alan hesitantly, and seeing the other party's gentle affirmation, he happily shouted, "Yes. This is the Crown Prince of our Muggle world." Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief and muttered something. Alan listened carefully, and heard words like "I was scared to death" and "I thought it was another difficult pure blood." He laughed and extended his hand to Hagrid in a friendly manner. "Hello, Mr. Hagrid. I am Harry's new friend." But he soon regretted it, because Hagrid stretched out a palm that was bigger than his chest. As if seeing his hesitation, Hagrid patted his shoulder very intimately, almost patting him to the ground. After a while, Madame Malkin came out with a package. She said to Harry kindly, "Your robes will have to wait a while, Harry." Then she handed the package to Alan and said with a smile, "Little friend, I have packed your 5 sets of robes for you. The school requires 2 robes, but Harry doesn't think it's wrong. Prince Alan must have more clothes." Alan picked up the package and bought a simple adult wizard robe with a hood and a small wizard robe of the same style. He settled the bill and sat with Hagrid waiting for Harry. They had just agreed to go across the street to see Dumbledore. After a while, Harry's robe was ready. Alan stood up and bowed. "Thank you very much, beautiful lady. We are looking forward to seeing you next time." Madame Malkin, who had just completely thrown Alan aside, giggled, "You are really good at talking, little gentleman." Alan smoothly completed a set of farewell behaviors to coax the lady, turned around and took Harry and Hagrid out the door. This leading momentum was so natural that when Hagrid reacted, he was already standing in front of Dumbledore. Alan handed the robe to Edward and saluted, "Father, please allow me to introduce you." He turned back and didn't see Harry. He looked to the other side in surprise, and sure enough, he saw a savior standing blankly at the door. Alan waved his hand, "Harry, come here." Harry quickly straightened his appearance and walked over with weak steps. His eyes were dull, so he ignored Dumbledore next to him. His Highness said he would take him to the tea house opposite. His Highness said Dumbledore was opposite. But His Highness didn't say that His Majesty the King was also here. Harry swallowed his saliva and was gently patted on the back by Alan. He immediately came back to his senses and stood up straight. He vaguely heard Alan's introduction. "This is Harry Potter, mentioned by Professor Dumbledore." Harry. Harry was gently patted on the shoulder, and then he looked at the king opposite who was exactly the same as Alan, and heard Alan say, "This is my father, Edward." Edward saw Harry's uneasiness, smiled gently, and stretched out his hand to make a handshake gesture. "Hello, Harry." Harry shook hands with the king in a daze, and then greeted Dumbledore in a daze. He thought that his dream was too much, he actually dreamed of shaking hands with the king. Alan coughed twice, and seeing that Harry was still a little confused, he couldn't help but said, "Harry. Harry. Don't you have something to ask Professor Dumbledore?" Harry woke up suddenly, and finally turned his attention from the king to Dumbledore. He hesitated, Professor Dumbledore." The old man's blue eyes looked at him gently and tolerantly, and responded, "Yes, Harry. Do you have any questions?" Harry finally plucked up the courage. "Do you know about my parents? Can you tell me about it?" Dumbledore looked at him sadly and gently, and nodded gently, "Of course. How much like the past reappears. Harry. You look exactly like your father, except for your eyes, which are the same as your mother's. Merlin knows how much trouble your father has caused the professors in order to pursue your mother. He is really a troublemaker." Dumbledore pretended to be relieved, and Harry chuckled. "But we can't deny that your father does have a strong magical talent, and he is also very good at Quidditch. His medals are still preserved in the castle. After entering school, you can explore it yourself." Dumbledore blinked at him. "And your mother, Harry, has an outstanding talent for potions and was Professor Slughorn's favorite student back then. Is this professor still in school?" Harry asked eagerly. "Sir, I want to ask him for some photos of my mother." Dumbledore shook his head gently. "No, he has resigned from his teaching position, Harry, and no one knows where he is now." Harry lowered his eyes in disappointment and asked again, "Who is the current potions professor?" Dumbledore blinked playfully. "Oh, it's Severus Snape. Does he know my mother? Dumbledore paused for a moment before answering softly, yes. Then I can ask him for some photos of my mother. Harry said happily. Dumbledore didn't speak. Hagrid coughed lightly, although his cough was also like a motorcycle horn, attracting everyone's attention. He said, Harry, I can contact your parents' friends and make a photo album for you. Seeing that Harry finally stopped asking about this topic, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. When they looked over, they saw Edward and Alan sipping black tea in the same way and talking in low voices. Dumbledore smiled and picked up the teacup. Oh, I'm sorry to make the king and the little prince laugh. It's okay, Professor Dumbledore. Edward nodded slightly, looked at Harry who was talking to Alan, and said in a low voice, I have an unwelcome request. The old man's eyes were sharp, but he still leaned forward to indicate that he was listening. It's rare to meet a little wizard from an ordinary world. I really hope he can keep Alan company. Edward raised his eyebrows slightly. Will it affect anything? Dumbledore took a sip of tea and asked, will it not affect the royal family? The media won't know this. Edward also picked up the teacup. Then I'll trouble your majesty. The old man smiled and raised his teacup. Receiving the signal from his father, Alan nodded slightly and said to Harry casually, Harry, if your relatives treat you badly, would you like to stay in Balmoral for a few days? Harry opened his mouth wide. Alan seemed distressed. No one usually talks to me, let alone friends from the magical world. A surge of courage emerged from Harry's heart, and he said loudly, I do. It's just. Hey! My uncle and aunt. Hagrid patted his chest vigorously. Alan looked at his big hand with lingering fear and listened to his deafening voice, I'll take care of this. So, with Dumbledore's tacit consent, Harry's trip to Balmoral Castle was decided. Chapter 11 The Great Use of Armand's Manuscript. Edward was indifferent to this matter, and seeing that his son got what he wanted, he no longer paid attention to it. He was about to suggest going to the next store, and suddenly thought of something and asked, Alan, how did you get along with the little friend before? Alan smiled, very good, father. He saw Dumbledore leaning forward and asked, does Professor Dumbledore know Malfoy? Dumbledore blinked at him and said vaguely, all the wizards in the UK graduated from Hogwarts, so, of course I know. Oh. Hagrid sniffed, Alan, how can you get along well with Malfoy? Their whole family is bad guys. Very bad. Harry watched them argue in confusion. Alan straightened his lips and smiled softly, Hagrid, have you met Mr. Malfoy? He is not a bad person, but he is a little arrogant like a noble. Hagrid wanted to say something else, but Dumbledore looked at him and he had to shut up. Alan suddenly realized that maybe Malfoy and the headmaster were not on the same side. And Draco could still live so proudly, which showed that Malfoy's strength should not be underestimated. He turned to Edward and said, Father, I promise Mr. Malfoy that I will give Armand Malfoy's manuscript as a gift when we meet next time. Edward smiled and raised his chin to express his agreement, satisfied and relieved. Alan said this in front of the old man to inform him that our royal family is for the common stability and peace I have paid such a valuable thing. Then, you should also show your appreciation. Dumbledore seemed not to notice and sighed, I never thought that the Muggle royal family would keep such an old magic manuscript. He said intentionally or unintentionally, the value of this thing to the Malfoy family is even higher than half of their family's assets. The little prince is really generous. The greater the benefits, the better. Alan thought indifferently, anyway, the manuscript was like waste paper to him. He handed His Majesty a robe, watching his father look at it with interest, and explained. Just now in the robe shop, Harry immediately recognized his son. Harry couldn't help blushing. Compared to me, you should cover yourself more tightly. His Majesty the King said put on the robe and put on the hood. The simple clothes were worn by him with custom-made dignity. Alan raised the corner of his mouth proudly and put on the robe, Dumbledore smiled and praised the two people's outfits, and then took them to find a wand shop. The two groups merged into one. When passing by a pet shop, Alan bought 2 snowy owls for communication at Hagrid's suggestion. Because they were covered too tightly, the owner looked at them several times. Fortunately, the box with the space spell can hold living things, otherwise it would not be elegant to carry 2 owls in the market. On the other side, Draco, who reunited with his mother, got his own wand, exactly 10 inches, hawthorn wood, unicorn hair, and decent elasticity. The material of this wand is too ordinary, which is a blow to Draco, who has been looking forward to his own wand since he was a child. Both mother and son dislike it, but it is obviously the most suitable wand for Draco. Ollivander repeatedly emphasized that the right wand is the best, so they had to buy it. Draco waved his wand again, feeling the wonderful feeling of unity with him, and finally drove away the unhappiness in his heart. Narcissa was afraid that her son would be unhappy, so she changed the subject and said, "Okay, Xiaolong, let's go to Florin ice cream shop for some dessert." "Where's Dad?" Narcissa took Draco's hand. "Your dad is in the bookstore. He bought the book and came over. Let's go together." Draco didn't know what he was thinking, and his expression became excited. "Hurry up. Mom, let's go. I have something to tell you too." He sat at the window seat of the ice cream shop, looking out the window and looking around. The spoon in his hand poked the raspberry peach ice cream from time to time. Finally, he saw a conspicuous platinum blonde walking towards this side. As soon as Lucius entered the door, he saw his son's bright eyes. Narcissa didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and waved for someone to come quickly. After his parents sat quietly, Draco cleared his throat and raised his mouth proudly. "Dad, Mom! I just met a new friend in the robe shop. His name is Alan Cornwall, and he is the crown prince of the Muggle world. Although he is a Muggle, his status is still worthy of being my friend. By the way, he also said that he would give us the manuscript of our ancestor Armand as a gift next time we meet." Draco looked at Lucius and Narcissa casually, his eyes sparkling. Lucius and Narcissa looked at each other. As Draco said, although he is a Muggle, his status as the Crown Prince is indeed worthy of making friends. You should know that the pure-bloods in the wizarding world call themselves nobles because of the canonization of the Muggle royal family, such as the Malfoy family. Although they later broke off their relationship with the Muggle world, it is an indisputable fact that the title of nobility originated from the Muggle royal family. When they heard that Alan was going to give Armand's ancestors' manuscript, the balance in their hearts had already tilted towards friendship. Lucius raised his mouth 15 degrees, nodded and praised in Draco's eyes, "Well done, Draco. You will have 2,000 nimbus as a reward." Draco cheered, sat up again under Lucius's eyes, and ate ice cream with great interest. Chapter 12 Wand. When Draco got his father's praise as he wished, Alan and his party also arrived at Ollivander's wand shop. The shop was small and shabby, and the golden sign on the door had peeled off, vaguely visible, "Ollivander, making fine wands since 382 BC. In the dusty window, a wand was placed alone on the faded purple cushion. They pushed the door in, and the shop immediately rang with a ding-dong bell. The store was small, with thousands of narrow boxes stacked on both sides, almost reaching the ceiling. This also made the store look even more crowded. In addition to the bar, there was only a bench for customers to wait. Hagrid let Dumbledore and Edward sit on the bench, and stood on the side like a small mountain. The two children looked at each other and tried their best to suppress the strange feeling in their hearts. "Good afternoon." A soft voice sounded, which scared Harry and Hagrid. Alan's heart also jumped, but it was only because of his calmness that he had maintained for many years that he looked up properly. An old man stood on the ladder and slid to the bar almost silently. An old man stood in front of them, his large light-colored eyes were like 2 shining moons in the dim shop. The old man was obviously a little unkempt, with messy white hair and casual clothes, only his eyes were bright and pure, like two shining moons. He glanced at the shop, and the corners of his mouth curled up. "Oh, Dumbledore! Hagrid!" Dumbledore also greeted Ollivander, "Garrick. I brought these two children to buy wands." Edward implemented the principle of not caring about anything, sitting aside gently and politely, acting as a sculpture conscientiously. Alan pulled down his hood and saluted very gentlemanly. "Excuse me, sir, Harry and I are here to buy wands." Ollivander looked at him and saw Harry beside him at a glance. This direct gaze made Harry very nervous. He wondered if he should say something, so he said, "Hello." "Oh, yes." Ollivander said, "I know I will see you soon, Harry Potter. You have the same eyes as your mother. It seems like yesterday that she came here to buy her first wand. It is 10¼ inches long, made of willow, and it makes a whirring sound when waved. It is a good wand for magic." Mr. Ollivander walked up to Harry. "Your father is different. He likes mahogany wands. 11 inches long, flexible, and more powerful, which is perfect for transfiguration." I said your father likes it. In fact, of course, the wand chooses its wizard. Mr. Ollivander got closer and closer to Harry. His nose was about to touch Harry's face, and he stretched out his pale fingers to touch the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. This obviously exceeded the social safety distance. There was also a strange look. Alan suddenly pulled Harry back a few steps and said in a restrained manner, "Mr. Ollivander, can we choose a wand?" Harry looked at him gratefully. Ollivander looked at Alan, said nothing, and returned to the bar neatly. "So, who will go first?" Alan and Harry looked at each other and raised their eyes and said, "I'll go first." Oh. So, what's your name?" Oddvander was a little annoyed. He realized that he didn't know the child's name yet. "Alan Cornwall." "Well, Mr. Cornwall, which hand do you use?" "Right hand, sir." Ollivander took out a tape measure and let it start measuring Alan's body values. Although he didn't understand what the body values had to do with choosing a wand, Alan still cooperated with all the measurements. The unusual Mr. Ollivander had hidden behind and started looking for a wand. He trembled and handed the wand to Alan. "Try this one." But before Alan took it, he snatched the wand away. Repeated this more than 30 times, Alan helplessly repeated this slightly silly action again and again. Edward narrowed his eyes in dissatisfaction. Mr. Ollivander became more and more excited, and he shouted, "Ah! A picky customer!" He paced by himself, muttering to himself, and suddenly his eyes lit up, and he walked quickly into the back shop. "Alan Edward! Are people in the magic world so crazy?" Edward began to worry whether Alan could deal with this group of mentally ill wizards. Harry looked at the boxes piled up on the side and swallowed with some difficulty, wondering what it would be like when he tried the wand. Dumbledore explained kindly, "The Ollivander family has been making wands for generations, and they are obsessed with all this. I also want to congratulate your majesty. Alan has a very good talent. A little wizard with powerful magic always spends more time choosing a wand." The crazy Mr. Ollivander came back soon, and said excitedly, "This one. It must be this one." He took out a slightly curved wand from the box and handed it to Alan carefully, with strong expectations in his eyes. "Try this one." Alan was stunned by his attitude and took the wand carefully. When his fingers touched the wand, it seemed as if he had reunited with his long-lost half of his body. A warm and powerful force surged through his body, and he waved it gently according to his heart. The wands that were casually thrown away by Ollivander in the store seemed to have come to life and put themselves back into the box and jumped back to their original shelves. Alan was shocked by the effect and looked at the wand in his hand hesitantly. Edward was also extremely shocked. Although he had always witnessed Alan's uniqueness, this was the first time he felt it so directly. His son, the crown prince of this country, was a wizard. Ollivander seemed very moved. He couldn't help but take off his glasses and wipe them. Tears This wand has been here for nearly 1,000 years, and finally, it has finally found its master again. Child, you will definitely be a man of great achievements. Perhaps one day, you will surpass all the sages. Dumbledore looked over calmly, his eyes behind the half-moon lenses were obscure and hard to understand. Alan looked at the wand. It was smooth and well maintained. The handle was slightly worn, as if it was left by the previous owner. Edward felt mixed emotions. First, Alan bought a second-hand product that had not been sold for 1,000 years. Second, Alan seemed to be very compatible with the second-hand product. But the boss's words did not seem to be casual. Could it be that this second-hand wand was left by a very powerful wizard predecessor? Thinking of this, he asked this question. Ollivander was surprised, and he said firmly, "I don't know more. This wand has been in the store since my grandfather's great-grandfather was here. I only know that its original owner was very powerful." He paused. "Very powerful? Edward. How can I believe that you know nothing when you look so confident?" Ollivander looked at Alan apologetically again. "Ah, child. For every wand sold from me, I will tell its owner the material of the wand." He looked cautious. "But, yours, it is unique and extremely powerful. I don't know its material, maybe one day, you will know it when you get along with it. Remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard." 7 galleons, Mr. Cornwall. Then, next, Mr. Potter. Alan stood aside in a daze to make room for Harry. Harry took a deep breath, took a step forward, and the tape measure immediately flew over, wandering around him, measuring the data. Mr. Ollivander was shuttling between the shelves, busy selecting some long boxes to move down. Then, "Mr. Potter, try this one. Made of beechwood and dragon heart nerves. 9 inches long. Good, very flexible. Try waving it." Harry took the wand and thought it was a stupid move. "Why can't you just take it from me like Prince Alan did?" He thought angrily and waved the wand. As soon as he waved it, Mr. Ollivander immediately took the wand from him. Then, it was as if time went back. Ollivander kept handing wands to Harry and took them away. The wands that had been tried were piled up on the bench, getting higher and higher. Ollivander was getting more and more excited. Another picky customer. He turned around in front of the bar, muttering to himself, "Oh, right. Try this one." Harry took the wand and suddenly felt his fingertips warm. He raised the wand above his head and swung it down with a whoosh, cutting through the dusty air. A red light spurted out, and the wand head was like a firework, with golden stars emitting dancing spots on the walls. "It's amazing, an extraordinary combination, holly, phoenix feathers, 11 inches long, it's amazing." Hagrid clapped his hands in admiration, and Dumbledore also blinked slightly. In such a celebratory atmosphere, Edward and Alan seemed to be passers-by who should not exist. They sat calmly aside, watching this wonderful discussion. "Excuse me," Harry said, "what do you find amazing?" Mr. Ollivander stared at Harry with pale and colourless eyes. "I remember every wand I sold, Mr. Potter. I remember every wand. It's like this. 2 tail feathers of the same phoenix, one made this wand, and the other made another wand." He glanced at Dumbledore. "It was its brother, 13.5 inches, that gave you the scar." Harry gasped. "I think you will do great things, Mr. Potter. Anyway, that mysterious man who can't even be named did great things, although terrible, but still great things." Alan was a little impatient. He thought, maybe this is just an old lunatic. Ollivander glanced at Alan and whispered, 7 galleons, Mr. Potter. Chapter 13 Speed of Life and Death. Several people said goodbye to Mr. Ollivander and walked out of the store. Dumbledore said to Hagrid, "Hagrid, thank you for accompanying Harry to buy, leave the rest to me." Hagrid looked at Harry reluctantly and patted the boy's head. The half-giant said goodbye to Harry and Alan with sobs and left, looking back every few steps. Alan couldn't understand why this half-giant had such a high degree of love for other people's cubs. Aren't all giants cruel and bloodthirsty? Dumbledore stretched out his hand to him. Alan, hold on to me. Alan came back to his senses, held Edward's hand tightly, and then held Dumbledore's arm. A familiar squeeze came, and everyone had returned to Edward's study. Edward put down his suitcase and said to Alan, Alan, say goodbye to the principal and go arrange accommodation for Harry. The words were said to Alan, but his eyes were looking directly at Dumbledore, and there was no mistake for a moment. Alan's sight moved between the two of them, bowed his head and saluted, Yes, Father. Harry looked at the king's study with bright eyes, said goodbye to Dumbledore reluctantly, and followed Alan out. Alan tilted his head, lowered his eyes and recalled his behavior in Diagon Alley, feeling a little frustrated. Did he overlook something again? Harry was very excited to appreciate the interior of the royal castle, but he still found that Alan was wrong. He gently pulled Alan's sleeve, with concern in his eyes. Your Highness, are you uncomfortable? Alan was startled. He didn't expect Harry to be so sensitive. His emotions were always restrained, and even Edward, who lived with him day and night, might not be able to perceive them keenly. This savior actually saw through it. He deliberately frowned, patted his chest, and made an excuse lightly. Apparition is really not comfortable. Harry believed it immediately, as if he had found a common topic, and immediately talked to him about his first experience of apparition. While talking, Alan took him to his study, and then rang the call bell on the table. Sister Tries, bring 2 afternoon teas. Harry was once again shocked by the luxury of the royal family. This is not a study, it is clearly a small library. Alan laughed. You know, my father is very strict with me. Harry, there is still a month before school starts, you can join me in activities, if you don't mind. Harry jumped up excitedly and said loudly. Of course I don't mind. The door was knocked soon, and Tries pushed the door in with an afternoon tea cart. The moment she saw Harry, the gentle housekeeper's eyes were sharp, and her white-gloved hand had already touched the knife in the cart, with her thumb on the back of the knife. She stood at a very clever angle, just blocking Harry's view of the door. Harry was stunned, and stood up from the armchair somewhat at a loss, and said with a stiff upper lip, hello. Alan just walked out of the bookshelf, holding a few books in his hand, and smiled. Sister Tries, you are here. Don't be nervous, this is a new friend I know. Tries' eyes were alert, and she didn't respond. Your Highness, does His Majesty know about this? Yes, this has been approved by my father. Alan put the book on the desk and pressed the exclusive call button with Edward. Alan, what's the matter? The king's voice came from the phone, and Alan's voice was smiling. Father, Sister Tries wants to confirm Harry's guest status with you. Yes, Tries. This Mr. Harry Potter is also a young wizard. He entered school with Alan. I invited him to stay in the castle temporarily. Tris glanced at Harry with a cold look, and after a moment of silence, she responded, I know, Your Majesty. She put the knife in her hand back into the cart, looked at Harry, and a gentle smile reappeared in the corner of her eyes. She said, Hello, Master Potter, please forgive my rudeness. Harry stared at the cart with wide eyes. He was sure that he had just seen this gentle big sister put down the knife. His face turned pale and then red, and he trembled to say that he didn't care. Seeing his flustered look, Tris finally put her mind at ease. This boy looked very well behaved and honest. With a smile, she pushed the cart to the reception area opposite the desk. Your Highness, Master Potter. Please have afternoon tea. Alan sat on the sofa with the fidgeting Harry and handed him a small cake. Tris leaned slightly to the side, took out a thin small communicator from her waist, and typed quickly and silently, Danger lifted, retreat. The agents who were waiting outside the study received the order, unloaded the magazines, and evacuated silently and orderly, as if they had never been here before. Harry, who didn't know that he was experiencing life and death again, had already calmed down. He tasted the small cake with great interest and listened to Triss explaining the interesting rules of the royal family to him. "Sister Triss, I saw you used a table knife just now," Harry asked cautiously. "Yes." Triss smiled with a knife hidden in her heart. An owl brought a letter before, and the envelope stated the exact address of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Harry knew that the addresses of Hogwarts were very accurate. Therefore, the Royal Security Department suspects that there may be terrorists who are retaliating against the royal family, so they are particularly vigilant recently. Harry sat up again, "But I mean, I'm not a terrorist. I'm only 11 years old." Triss looked at him and smiled perfectly. "Yes, so this is a misunderstanding," she said meaningfully. "After all, the information given by His Highness Alan in the communication ring is so vague. In order to protect his safety, the humble butler can only betake a decisive action and adopt a strategy." Ahem. Alan was caught off guard by the black tea and quickly put down the teacup. Triss smiled and pressed the handkerchief on Alan's mouth. "Your Highness, why are you so careless?" Alan didn't dare to say a word and let her wipe his mouth roughly. Harry stared at Alan's appearance of not daring to resist, and murmured, "The staff recruited by the royal family are so powerful." "Yes, Master Potter. We only recruit graduates from Cambridge and Oxford." This sense of oppression from the god of learning. Harry's hand holding the small cake paused. "Then you are a graduate student in the Department of Sociology at the University of Cambridge." Triss showed a perfect smile. "Harry. When the Oolong incident happened here, Edward was having a friendly negotiation with Dumbledore. His Majesty the King smiled softly. Principal Dumbledore, you are a very wise elder. So you probably feel that Alan has his own criteria for judging some things." Dumbledore nodded with a smile. "Yes, the little prince is really a unique genius." Edward lowered his voice, with a warning in his eyes. "Alan is a well-behaved son and a qualified crown prince. As a father, I hope my child just goes to see another world and then comes back safely. As a king, I know that my crown prince should take some responsibilities, such as understanding the wizarding world." He didn't say it all, but Dumbledore knew what he was going to say. He was telling himself that Alan would not go astray. "No matter what identity, I don't want Alan to be." He paused and stared into Dumbledore's eyes. "Used. I know that as a principal, you personally come to greet the students. It's nothing more than valuing Alan's identity as the crown prince, and there is room for development. A king should indeed put the people first, but there are many nobles, and I am not the only one who can be king. If you dare to use Alan in any way that you shouldn't, I will give up my status as king. You won't have anything to use." He didn't elaborate, but the old man understood it completely. Dumbledore was shocked by the hidden meaning in the king's words and was silent for a long time. He said, "I will try my best to make arrangements while ensuring the safety of the little prince." The two looked at each other, knowing that this was the other's bottom line and could not be lowered, so they withdrew their momentum at the same time, and the atmosphere suddenly relaxed. Edward raised his voice, then, "Happy cooperation." As soon as the voice fell, the old man disappeared from the room. Edward walked to the desk and tapped the table lightly. After a long time, he called the old butler in, picked up a pen, wrote something on the card and handed it over. "This is Alan's homework for the next half-month. Tell him to pay attention to the time and not slack off because of the guests." Chapter 14. This is a warm scam against the Savior. In 1 month, Hogwarts will start school. No matter how calm he is, Alan is only an 11-year-old child. Facing the completely unfamiliar wizarding world, he feels insecure. In order to increase his bargaining chips, Alan invited outsiders to Balmoral for the first time. This private property of the king has never welcomed such a special guest. Edward also thought that it might be difficult to get close to the Savior, so he let Alan do what he did. But when they saw Harry's unconscious trust and Dumbledore's concession for Harry's friendship, they couldn't help but smile. The aroma of black tea filled the small tea house. "They have already won." Alan admitted that this was a bit despicable, and this half-sympathetic and half-exploitative behavior easily gained the trust of the savior. However, for such a child who has no parents and lives under the roof of others, their slight gentleness and tolerance are already redemption. Out of a slight sense of guilt, Edward and Alan did not mind sharing their royal education with Harry, and held a simple birthday party for him that night. Compared with Alan's birthday party, this birthday party was not luxurious, and could even be called thin. In the dining room of Balmoral, a snow-white tablecloth was spread on the walnut dining table. Daily silver cutlery was laid out in order, and Therese came over pushing an 8-inch birthday cake, with the candle light of 11 candles on it swaying gently. The waiter behind him carried a plate with steak, sandwiches and milk. Alan apologized, "Forgive me, Harry. Due to the hasty preparation, the dinner was a bit ordinary. Although it's a little late, it's better than nothing. Happy birthday to you." Harry shook his head, and his new glasses were covered with tears. He quickly wiped away his tears, wearing glasses that were splashed with tears and even a little funny. Edward condescended to sit at the head of the table and smiled gently, "Happy birthday, Harry. Please make a wish." Harry was waiting for the waiter behind him. He closed his eyes in the sun song and made a wish seriously. "I hope all this is true. God. Please." Since then, Harry has been devoted to Edward and Alan. When he learned that the two wanted him to participate in the study together, he agreed even more happily. Until Harry was thrown to the ground by the fighting teacher again, panting heavily, watching Alan and another teacher fighting back and forth. His hair was messy, and his black fighting suit was also stained darker by sweat. His hair was wet and stuck to his forehead. He simply lay on the ground. "Teacher Smith! I can't do it." Alan was distracted for a moment, and Cook's fist had already hit his face. He suddenly turned his head to avoid it, lowered his body, and swept past with a sweeping kick. The teacher was standing unsteadily, and his back fell to the ground when he fell. He rolled suddenly and avoided Alan's fist. Seeing that Alan's fist was about to hit the ground with all his strength, Cook was shocked and slid over quickly, stretched out his palm to receive the blow. Alan was startled, embarrassed, and shy, and quickly withdrew his fist, watching Cook stand up with his teeth bared. Cook grumbled, "Okay, strength training is fine. But you need to be more flexible." Alan nodded and went to pull Harry up. Harry was like a dead fish. "Your Highness, do I have to participate in these trainings?" Alan chuckled, and shattered his fantasy with one sentence, "Yes. Harry, your situation is more dangerous than mine. You know, you are facing the Dark Lord who kills people like crazy." Harry pulled the corners of his mouth with difficulty, and said weakly, "You are right. I'm going to take a shower." Alan glanced at Triss next to him, and Triss understood, "The evening class starts at 6:30, please remember to go downstairs for dinner at 5:30. There are still more than 30 minutes. Alan comforted, "Enough to wash and rest." Harry's eyes were dull, and he finally knew how hard Alan usually worked. He glanced at Triss beside him, but he did not forget that at the beginning of the training, this gentle elder sister knocked down the teacher Smith with one punch. When they came downstairs for dinner, Edward also came downstairs. His Majesty the King smiled, "How is your fighting going?" Alan smiled and replied, "Not bad. Teacher Cook said that my son's strength training is very effective. Harry's strength and agility have also improved." Harry nodded, with a little moisture on his hair, a little discouraged. "Teacher Smith is too good, I still can't beat him 10 moves after training for so long." Alan laughed, "But you have made great progress. At the beginning, you could only dodge 2 moves. It's only been a week, and you can already beat 7 moves." Edward also agreed, "As long as you have improved compared to the past, Don't be too stressed. You are actually very smart. Harry's face flushed when he was suddenly praised twice, and he made a yeah gesture to Tris with bright eyes. Tris smiled and replied with a come on. After dinner, Alan and Harry went back to the study to look through the textbooks. This was their evening class. Muggles could not find the corresponding teachers, so they could only study by themselves. Fortunately, the two of them had a companion, and they could exchange their feelings about reading. The magic book was very interesting. Both of them read it with relish. In the practice of spells, Alan had a deeper understanding of the operation of magic power, and the shallow spell experiments were also smooth. It seemed to be natural, like an arm using a finger. Alan did not even need a spell. As long as he read what he wanted in his mind, he could easily achieve the effect. Harry was a little worse and had to be guided by the spell, but his progress was also good. He had a good talent. In terms of magic theory, Harry was much worse. While Alan was chewing the big book with relish and trying to figure out the deep meaning of magic, Harry had already started to feel sleepy. This was their daily routine in the first month of school. Edward suspended many ordinary courses, added martial arts training, and asked Alan to be familiar with his textbooks. Harry also entered a high-intensity study. However, he did not need to attend the event. Therefore, when Alan attended the event, he was in Balmoral, studying ordinary courses in the Muggle world with Tris, or having fun in Balmoral. The blue sky, the well-manicured lawn, the grey castle building in the middle, and the lush forests and rising mountains behind. Harry swears that this is definitely the best place in the world. Tris dutifully reported this to Alan. The Crown Prince's sea blue eyes were backlit and looked dim. Alan smiled gently, and his slender white fingers picked up the roses in the vase, which were golden and brilliant. He said, "Then let him indulge in it. This is for the greater good." In just half a month, Harry made rapid progress. If Uncle Vernon saw it, he would be surprised at what Harry looks like now. The once loud and reckless child has become a little calmer under the influence of his surroundings, and has a bit of aristocratic air when walking, sitting, or lying down. It's just a pity, the messy hair did not improve at all. Alan had sighed countless times and stared at the messy hair fiercely. After raising the person to this point, Alan felt that he could offset his initial exploitation. So he withdrew some of his energy, let Tris take Harry to learn Muggle homework, and he followed Edward to attend busy activities. Chapter 15 Becoming a School Director. The recent activities have kept Edward and Alan very busy, but the king still dutifully checked his son's homework. According to his random check, he basically memorized it. His Majesty the King has no doubts about his son's memory, which is a talent that is almost photographic memory. Although it brings Alan occasional memory disorder, after learning meditation and regularly sorting out his memory, this effect is almost non-existent. Except for Edward, the old housekeeper, Tris, and the doctor who checked, no one knew or saw it. So even if Alan had memorized all the textbooks, he probably only read them once or twice. What Edward really needed to check was Alan's magic practice. He looked at Alan's textbooks with complicated eyes and decided to see a few spells, such as the magic that could turn matches into needles. This pure-blooded Muggle came up with a request that would make a normal little wizard sound suffocated: turn this table into a sofa. This request was simply asking a child who had just learned to add and subtract single-digit numbers to do arithmetic above 4 digits. It was simply too much to ask. Fortunately, Alan was not a normal little wizard, but a hidden hardcore father control who believed whatever his father said. He didn't consider how abnormal his father's request was. He just thought about it a little and took out the wand that was said to be super powerful. He closed his eyes and was silent for a moment, thinking about the transformation strategy in his mind, and then pointed the wand at the table without even reciting the spell. Then, under the eyes of His Majesty the King, the table began to transform. The smooth tabletop had a bulge in the middle, and the two sides shrank towards the middle. The chassis rotated quickly, and finally formed a very simple pure wooden long sofa. Edward couldn't help laughing and chuckled softly. The sofa had the original pattern of the desk, but it was pieced together, one was bent on the seat, and the other was sealed inside the sofa. Alan stood up obediently, looking a little embarrassed. His Majesty the King was still very respectful. He looked around the sofa and sat on it for a while. The hard texture came, and he said, "It's okay." If the professors of Hogwarts knew about it, they would be surprised at Alan's genius, and even Dumbledore would be surprised at this natural control of magic. You know, the difficulty of transfiguration is positively correlated with the size of the object. Although Alan did not change the material, the sofa he transformed was mediocre, even ugly. But he was able to make such a big change in the desk without reciting a spell or receiving guidance from a teacher. It was already a peerless talent. Just compare it with the situation of normal little wizards. After reading the textbook, listening to the teacher's explanation, waving the wand and chanting the spell, they may not be able to turn a match into a needle. However, the Muggle King did not understand the difficulty level of magic. Although he also thought that Alan had done a good job, the textbook required extremely small things, but this sofa was indeed not beautiful enough. His Majesty thought for a moment and asked, "Can Alan turn the sofa into a cushioned one?" "Try it." The textbook only mentioned this principle of transformation in one sentence. Alan looked at the sofa and felt for the first time that his father's request seemed too high. However, he did not question it, and began to recall the description mentioned in the textbook, then opened his eyes and waved the wand. The whole sofa paused, and the wooden seat began to twitch violently, turning into a pile of cotton. Alan frowned, and stroked the wand with his other hand, circling the sofa. He closed his eyes and carefully recalled the words in the textbook. The slender fingers waved the wand firmly. The sofa paused, began to twitch, and finally turned into a wooden sofa with leather cushions. Alan looked at Edward with bright eyes. "Father, try it." Edward sat on the sofa, as if he sat in a pile of wood chips. He hesitated for a moment, praised his son without changing his expression, touched Alan's head, and then pointed at the sofa and said, "Change it back." The owner's joy was transmitted to the wand, and the transformation effect increased exponentially. Alan waved the wand lightly, and the sofa turned back to the original serious desk. A few days before the end of the school term, Dumbledore sent a letter explaining the relevant matters of the school director, and attached the confirmation document of the Ministry of Magic, the joint signature of the school director, and the school director representative ring belonging to Alan. The old man explained that because of Alan's special status, he specially asked an alchemist to come out and practice this school director ring into an invisible prop for Alan to travel. Just press the gem in the center of the ring to turn on or off the invisible state. Edward pressed the ring and disappeared in front of Alan. Alan was startled and raised his hand to grab the king's arm. Edward reappeared and handed the ring to Alan. "The school director needs to open a vault in Gringotts and deposit 50,000 gold galleons as school operation funds. Go, remember to bring pounds." Alan's name was written on the list of school directors. The magic world does not allow a Muggle or Muggle organization to become a school director. Alan agreed and hung the white ring on the little finger of his left hand. Unexpectedly, the ring automatically adjusted its size immediately and just fit Alan's finger. He looked up. "Don't worry, father. I will put the pounds and gold bars in that suitcase." Edward nodded, sat in the high-backed chair, and said casually, "You seem to spend little time with the Savior recently." Alan sat in the armchair next to him and replied, "Sister Triss is with him." "Don't worry, father, Harry is kind and upright, and very considerate of his friends." "That's true." Edward nodded and pondered, "After all, he is a poor child. You should be more restrained when making plans." "I know." Alan lowered his eyes and snorted softly, "A little weird. How could I forget this savior? I will go to Diagon Alley to deal with the school director's affairs tomorrow. I remember to take him out for some fresh air." Why is this child still jealous? Edward laughed, leaned over and touched Alan's head. Father said the wrong thing. My Alan is the smartest, isn't he? Alan restrained his mouth and leaned over to hug him. Good night, Father. Edward gently hugged his son, watched Alan leave the room, and sighed helplessly. Alan rarely acted like a spoiled child. The child grew up in the spotlight since he was a child, so he learned to control his emotions early. In 5 days, the wizard school will start. It seems that Alan is not as calm as he seems. He is also worried and afraid. Edward took out a small box from the secret box in the bookshelf and took out a long silver chain from it. The long chain was ordinary, only the pendant was a little strange. It was a neat equilateral triangle with a line in the middle and a circle tangent to the triangle intersecting with the line. Edward held it in his hand with care and murmured, Alexia, please protect our son. Chapter 16 Diagon Alley Shopping. Alan lazily nestled in a high-backed chair and dialed Harry's number. Your Highness. The Saviour's doubtful voice came. Alan snorted from his nose. Well, Harry. Let's go to Diagon Alley together. What? Alan lightly moved the receiver away, and could imagine the Saviour jumping up with excitement. He said, I have to go to Gringotts to open a vault. Do you want to go and have some fun? Great. Harry jumped up quickly and ran to the castle. Your Highness, wait for me. It's in the study, I'll be there soon. Alan lazily hung up the receiver and looked out the window with his eyes downcast. Soon, the Saviour knocked on the door of the study panting. Alan stood up, smoothed the wrinkles on his suit, put on the wizard cloak that had been put aside for a long time, and picked up the space spell box filled with pounds and gold bars. Good afternoon, Harry. Alan handed over a cloak. Let's go. Harry cheered and took the cloak, put it on casually and prepared to go. Alan coughed lightly and looked at the dark. The Saviour laughed dryly under such an expression, and immediately smoothed the cloak in the full-length mirror. Alan nodded with satisfaction. They arrived at Diagon Alley with the help of the invisible school director's ring. Alan felt very novel, as if people on the street could not see them at all. He and Harry took the subway and then took the bus. The sight that used to follow him disappeared, and Alan frowned a little unaccustomed, then smiled helplessly. People are really strange creatures. When the glory and sight follow him like a shadow, people will feel bored. But if these disappear abruptly, they will look forward to their return. With the relevant documents of the Ministry of Magic, Alan opened a vault smoothly when he went to Gringotts this time. Thanks to his status as a Hogwarts school director, Alan was able to own a vault deep underground, second only to the top secret vaults and those of pure-blood families. He exchanged all the cash and gold bars he brought with him into gold galleons, totaling 200,000, which formed a large mountain in the vault. Alan allocated 50,000 of them to Hogwarts, then took out 5,000 galleons and exchanged them for some silver sickles and copper nuts, which he put in a small bag given by Gringotts. Harry was not here. When he heard that he was going to handle office documents, he begged Alan to let him go to the broom shop to play. So Alan Loon and he agreed to meet at the ice cream shop at 6 o'clock in the evening. Someone should have had a lot of fun by now. After all, it's rare to have money and free time, and no one cares. Alan is the same, but he is a little restrained on the outside. With sufficient funds, Alan went straight to the magic props store and bought a pair of silver-bottomed gem cuffs for Edward. This pair of cufflinks cost 800 galleons, but fortunately, they can turn on the invisibility function without magic. He also bought 5 large space spell boxes. 2 to ensure his father's occasional childlike travel, and 2 to build a small magic book library. Another 1, to gather the hearts of the Saviour and Dumbledore. After that, he bought some daily magic props. Such as a crystal ball that can keep the room temperature at a suitable temperature, a protective silver ring, a magic feather pen that can automatically write and polish, etc. After such a shopping spree, half of the gold galleons have been spent. Alan went straight to the bookstore and asked the clerk to pack 2 copies of all the books in the store. The clerk looked at him in disbelief and stammered to confirm with him, "Little friend, do you really want so many books?" Alan smiled gently, "I came here at my father's request. A few days ago, the library at home was damaged by fire, and many commonly used books were destroyed. So." He smiled awkwardly, and the clerk immediately understood. "Sorry, I want to make an extra copy for backup." "Then, little sir, please sit down and wait." The clerk kindly invited him to sit on the second floor and gave him an ice cream and a drink. "I'll report to the owner right away. This deal is obviously a success." Alan picked up the ice cream cup, lowered his eyes and looked at the crowded crowd on the first floor, waiting quietly. Soon, the owner asked the clerk to guide him and strode upstairs. Even for pure-blood families, it is rare to buy books in such a large batch. This is a rare opportunity. He felt the gaze of scrutiny, raised his eyes to the second floor, and was facing the blond boy who was looking down at him. He was stunned and couldn't help but look at Alan. The other party had a straight figure, wearing an ordinary wizard robe over a suit, and his whole body was noble. With his left elbow bent on the guardrail, holding a cup of ice cream, he looked at him expressionlessly, which actually gave him a palpitation. The boy opposite saw him looking at him and smiled gently. His sea blue eyes were full of light, quite majestic. He lowered his head and quickened his pace to the second floor. Although the child was young, he had a great momentum. He seemed to be either rich or noble, and he should not be neglected. "Hello, young sir." The owner sat opposite Alan. "You mean, you want 2 copies of all kinds of books in the store?" Alan nodded slightly, put the ice cream cup on the table, and crossed his hands. "Yes, I think the gentleman just told you." He took out 2 space suitcases, "Put the 2 copies of the books in these 2 boxes, and I'll take them away." "That's not difficult." The owner saw that he was reasonable and relaxed. "It's just the price." "How much?" "About 6,000 galleons." The owner smiled. "How do you think, how to pay?" Alan thought for a while and asked, "Can you go directly to my vault in Gringotts to withdraw it?" "Sure." The shopkeeper perked up. "As long as you sign our bill, we can go directly to Gringotts to withdraw the money." "Then please bring the bill." Alan nodded politely, waited for the bill to come, signed his name directly, and handed it back to the other party. "By the way, if your store has any new books, please remember to leave me 2 copies. One with my name and one with Edward Welsh Windsor, just send it directly. I will settle your account on this day of every month, on the 25th. "Great." The shopkeeper laughed so hard that his eyes could not be seen. He shook hands with Alan excitedly. "No problem at all. Do you want to order 2 copies of the newspaper?" Alan thought for a while and said, "That's troublesome." The shopkeeper, who had successfully slaughtered a big fat sheep, was very proud. He quickly instructed the shop assistants to pack books for Alan and sent him out of the store eagerly. Chapter 17, Hogwarts Express. The night before school started, Edward called Alan to the study and repeatedly reminded him. Harry had long been accustomed to the fact that every night the father and son would review the day's affairs, and he did not think there was anything wrong with it. Edward touched Alan's head. "Father can't send you tomorrow. King's Cross Station will be closed for an hour from 8 to 9 in the morning. The driver will take you there." Alan nodded obediently. Edward's eyes were complicated. "You?" Alan smiled. "Father has almost stuffed all of his son's things into the suitcase. What are you worried about?" Edward tapped his forehead. "You don't worry." Alan's smile was a little cunning. "If there is anything missing, I will go to Headmaster Dumbledore. I think he must be happy to help his students." The next morning, after breakfast, the car was waiting at the back door of the castle. An agent stood at the door, ready to serve the Crown Prince at any time. Alan wore a long white shirt today, black suspenders and small leather shoes of the same color, a black suit that is required for public schools, and a mechanical watch on his left wrist. The bright blonde hair was combed back, revealing a white forehead and famous eyes. This is completely a student outfit, except for the school director ring on the ring finger of the right hand. Harry was also told by Tris to wear public school clothes. Edward looked at Alan in front of him, his eyes full of reluctance. If your cell phone cannot be used at school, remember to send me a letter every night, and let Tita bring the letter back. If I have something to send to you, I will let Selene bring it to you. Alan smiled, looking gentle in the slightly cool air. I know. Father, you should also take care of yourself and wait for me to come back during the Christmas vacation. Edward looked at Harry again. You too, Harry. If you encounter any trouble, you can also write to me. Or ask Alan for help, don't be polite. Harry nodded heavily. Of course, Your Majesty. Alan's cheeks bulged slightly, and he looked behind Edward. Butler Grandpa, Sister Tris, I'll ask you to take care of my father. The butler and Tris responded very seriously. Edward smiled gently and helplessly when he heard this, sent Alan to the car, and watched the car disappear from his sight. After a while, he suddenly asked, Can Alan be alone? He has never left me. The butler replied respectfully, Your Highness is very smart and can handle many things. Edward stopped talking. He looked at the place where the car disappeared and turned back to the palace. The butler sighed silently. Tita is the goddess of fate in Greek religion. She wears a crown and protects everyone and family. Your Majesty hopes that Your Highness will be the one loved by the god of fate. And Selene is the moon goddess in Greek mythology. This is the letter that Your Majesty expects from his son every night. The butler looked at the man in front of him with steady steps. He watched His Majesty grow up, watched him lonely until he met the Queen by chance, until he had the little prince. Now that His Highness has to go to a strange and untouchable place like the Wizarding World, His Majesty must be very worried. To be honest, with His Highness Alan's ability, His Majesty doesn't need to worry at all. But it's hard for outsiders to persuade him. I just hope that the little prince will remember the letter every night. When the car drove out of Buckingham Palace, Alan activated the invisible function on the school director's ring and sat in the car as still as a mountain. Harry excitedly leaned on the car window, as if nails were installed on the seat. If he hadn't been concerned about Alan, he could have rolled on the seat. After a while, the car drove into the station smoothly. Alan got off the car under the escort of the agent, took the suitcase handed by the driver, nodded gently to thank him, and walked into King's Cross Station with Harry. Because of the need to keep it secret, there were no staff at the station. Alan and Harry slowly found the platform, and then stood between platforms 9 and 10. They confirmed their tickets again. Yes, it was platform 9 and 3/4. This made the two of them at a loss. Alan has always been calm, but he was a little anxious at this time, turning around the pillar. Seeing that the minute hand was already pointing to 9, the station would reopen in 15 minutes. Alan frowned and raised his hand to press the wall. Unexpectedly, he did not touch the cold wall. His hand seemed to pass through the wall without any obstruction. And the touch seemed to be air? He hesitated for 2 seconds, leaned sideways, half of his body was in, and he saw a brand new steam train, Hogwarts Express. Magic! Alan exclaimed. Your Highness! Harry opened his eyes wide and watched in shock as Alan half of his body disappeared into the wall. He hesitated and touched the wall, and soon found this little mechanism, and jumped into the wall excitedly. His eyes went dark, then bright again, and ran into his own world. Alan ignored him and immediately took out his mobile phone to send a message to Edward. Who would have thought that he would see a signal grid with nothing, which made him have to go back to King's Cross Station and send a message to His Majesty the King. Finally, he passed through the wall and entered the magical world. Chapter 18 First Meeting with Lucius. Harry, here. Alan waved to Harry, calling back the Savior's attention. He showed the school director's ring to the train staff, boarded the train that was still being prepared, and under the guidance of the staff, arrived at the school director's ring at the front of the train. Compartment. He picked a compartment and put his suitcase at his feet, and finally felt a little melancholy in his heart. When he arrived in the wizarding world, he had to rely on himself completely. Seeing how those wizards looked down on Muggle-born wizards, he had to become the guardian of these wizards of ordinary origin. Try his best to reconcile the relationship between pure-blood wizards and them, and use this as a springboard to protect the people of the Muggle world. Harry sat in his seat and couldn't help yawning. The high-intensity study these days really exhausted him, and he didn't even have a day off. Alan knew that he was not used to the high-intensity study and training, and heard it softly, "Go to sleep if you are sleepy." Harry lay flat on the sofa and soon fell asleep. Sitting alone was boring. Alan took out the half-read History of Magic and sank into another world. After a while, the noise outside became more and more noisy, which disturbed the quiet little prince. He glanced out the window and saw the crowds of people. The station clock had already pointed to 10:30. The train was about to leave in half an hour. No wonder. Harry was also awakened by the noise. He rubbed his eyes, put on his glasses, looked at the wizards outside, and stood up excitedly. "Your Highness! I'm going to play downstairs for a while." Alan showed a look of as expected, closed the book. "Go, remember to come back before the train leaves." Harry was excited and helpless. Why did His Highness always treat him like a child? Never mind. He almost jumped out of the compartment. Alan shook his head, put away the book, stood up and moved around. He took out his wand and tried to use magic to smooth out the wrinkles on his clothes, but the magic was not accurate enough, and finally he smoothed the clothes himself. "Mom." "Okay, I know." An arrogant voice came from outside the carriage. Alan lowered his eyebrows, and a smile appeared on the corner of his lips. "Ah, I finally waited for the little peacock." A female voice came from outside the carriage, gently admonishing. Occasionally, a slightly indifferent male voice appeared, but the words showed concern. The little peacock was probably annoyed by the endless nagging, and responded impatiently. After finally waiting for someone, Alan was not in a hurry. He sat down leisurely, took out the gift he had prepared long ago and put it on the table, reopened the History of Magic, put enough money for the Crown Prince, and waited for the other party to come. Sure enough, after a few minutes, the box was opened. Draco glanced at the box and saw Alan. His eyes lit up instantly. The manuscript of Armand's ancestor. The treasure of the Malfoy family. Nimbus 2000 who will join the Quidditch team in the future. Draco was so excited that he tried his best to restrain himself. He raised his head with a little pride. "Oh, Alan. So you are here." He held back and rushed to Alan's side quickly, holding Alan's hand tightly. "I missed you so much." Alan let him hold his hand calmly and smiled gently. "I miss you too, Draco. After all, you are my first friend, and I am counting the days waiting for school to start." He seemed to have just seen the couple behind Draco, and stood up and bowed to the juniors, looking a little embarrassed. "Draco, who are these two?" "Oh. These are my parents." Draco held him tightly and pushed him forward. "Mom and Dad, this is the Muggle Crown Prince." In this moment, Lucius has already looked at Alan thoroughly. The child in front of him has outstanding appearance, elegant and steady temperament, calm and dignified manners, well-cut and well-matched suits, and a school director ring on the ring finger of his right hand. Whether it is identity, manners, or behavior, they are impeccable. The big peacock moved his eyes away from the school director ring on Alan's hand and raised a standard Malfoy smile of 15 degrees. He stepped forward, touched his heart and made a noble salute, dragging a gorgeous aria. "Alan Cornwall. Your Highness, Lucius Malfoy, it's an honor to meet you. Draco often mentioned you to me." Draco was eager to see the manuscript of the ancestor, but he followed Lucius's line of sight and saw the school director ring on Alan's hand. Until Lucius saluted, the little peacock frowned slightly, as if he didn't want his father to salute in an inferior position. Alan smiled and glanced at Draco, leaned slightly and returned a salute that the Crown Prince gave to the nobles under his jurisdiction. "I am also very happy to see you, Mr. Malfoy." He looked at Narcissa, who was silent on the side, and nodded slightly, "Madam." His neither humble nor arrogant attitude made Lucius secretly admire, so Lucius said, "I heard from Draco that His Highness gets along very well with him." Alan smiled and nodded, "Yes, Draco and I get along very well, he is my first friend." "Ah!" Lucius was very happy, and his fake smile was more real. "What a coincidence, you are also Xiaolong's first friend." "Xiaolong?" Alan was very interested. Draco said angrily, "Don't shout." Lucius looked back at Draco with a cold face. "Draco, how rude." Alan smiled and tried to smooth things over. "It's okay, Mr. Malfoy. Draco has a character that is nurtured by thousands of pampering, who wouldn't envy him?" He pointed to the 2 gift boxes on the table, raised his wand and cast a levitation spell. This spell is very simple, he only tried it once on the book and it worked. Let the 2 gift boxes float between him and the big Malfoy, and said, "It's just a little gift, please don't despise it, you and your wife." Lucius narrowed his eyes when he saw his skilled levitation spell, and quickly considered the other party's value in his heart. At the same time, he took the gift with a fake smile and opened it, his grey-blue eyes showing a hint of excitement. "This." Mr. Armando Malfoy made outstanding contributions to William the Great, and was therefore granted a vast fiefdom in Wiltshire. Unfortunately, before he could be granted the title, Mr. Armando disappeared. Alan showed a very regretful expression. "This is a manuscript of Mr. Armando collected by the National Museum. It seems to be about the Malfoy family. But because the language used cannot be deciphered, it has been ignored by people. I think that giving it to you is the best place for this manuscript." Lucius completely believed Alan's words, because he knew the words on it, and the handwriting was indeed the same as the existing manuscript of the Malfoy family. He could even feel some magic flowing from it. Lucius carefully held the box and looked at Alan halfway. "Thank you for your generosity." Alan seemed not to see it, and smiled, "As long as you like it. As for Madam, I don't know what you like, so I chose a countess brooch. I hope you like it." Narcissa was surprised by the manuscript that Alan gave generously, and then she reacted to open her gift. On the black velvet cloth, a peacock feather brooch made of diamonds and emeralds was shining. The Malfoy family crest is a white peacock, and they have been Slytherin students for generations. This brooch fits the Malfoy family perfectly, which shows how much effort the selector put in. Narcissa's eyes sparkled, she slightly lowered her raised chin, and knelt down to salute. "Thank you, little prince, I like it very much." Draco pulled Alan's sleeve unceremoniously. "Hey, where's mine?" Alan was stunned. "What? My gift?" Draco frowned, emphasizing the word gift. Alan's eyes shifted to the side for a moment, and he smiled without any timidity. He waved his wand, and a beautiful and exquisite watch box jumped out of the suitcase. "I prepared a famous watch for you, a timepiece from the Muggle world. I wanted to show it to you after I sent my uncle and aunt away." He smiled sincerely. "This watch is very beautiful. I chose it for a long time. Come and see if you like it." Draco looked at him, hummed softly, pressed his upturned lips and opened the box, and was soon impressed by the exquisite craftsmanship. He immediately put the watch on his wrist and concentrated on adjusting the strap. Lucius and Narcissa looked at each other, and seeing how they got along, they felt relieved and said goodbye to Alan. Lucius told his son, "Draco, remember what I told you, don't be willful when you get along with His Highness." Draco pouted. Alan smiled helplessly and said to the peacock couple, "Don't worry, we will help each other." Chapter 19 Making Friends. Draco naturally stayed in this compartment. He complained, "School is finally about to start. You don't know how bored I am staying at home. Although Quidditch is fun, you know, my broom skills are very good. I once rode a broom to avoid the helicopters of Muggles." The little peacock showed off without leaving a trace. Unfortunately, from Alan's perspective, the disguise of this spoiled young master was very poor. He took out a bunch of delicious food from the snack area in the suitcase: truffle chocolate, macarons, lemon sherbet candy, cranberry cookies. They all stayed obediently in the exquisite packaging box. The little peacock's voice gradually disappeared, and he looked at this pile of strange food curiously. Alan laughed. "Desserts from the Muggle world, do you want to try it?" "Oh." Draco frowned. He admitted that he wanted to try it, but this was too impure blood. Alan took out a truffle chocolate, unwrapped the tin foil wrapper attentively, and added nonchalantly, "The best, the most expensive, and exclusively for the royal family." As soon as the voice fell, Draco's eyebrows relaxed, and he cleared his throat awkwardly. "Well, in that case, I'll reluctantly try it." After that, he couldn't wait to unwrap the macaron and took a bite. Alan raised his eyes slowly with a smile, watching the young Master Platinum holding his pride, constantly taking out desserts in his hands to look at and taste. "How is it, Draco?" Alan unconsciously brought some pride. "Do you like it?" Draco chewed slowly. He snorted softly, swallowed the last bite of macaron, raised his chin, and said, "It's okay. But I bet, when you see magic snacks, you will know what true love is." Draco raised his chin high, even a little annoyed. Why didn't he bring some wizard snacks? But he soon realized that Hogwarts trains were selling them, so he raised the corners of his mouth slightly. This poor acting. Alan saw through his thoughts at a glance, nodded indifferently, took out another box of macarons, and gently pushed it on the table. While they were conducting friendly snack diplomacy, Harry also met his new friend. After saying hello to Alan, Harry got off the train. He didn't play like Alan imagined, but stood quietly in a corner of the 9 3/4 station, watching the wizards coming and going with a silly smile. Everyone here is the same as him. They are all wizards. Although the royal castle was magnificent, and Edward and Alan were very kind to him, he was very grateful to them. But it didn't belong to him after all. But here, this was his world. Everyone here was the same as him. When he was in a daze, he was suddenly patted on the shoulder by a tall red-haired boy. "Oh, kid. Why are you standing here stupidly? Did you get separated from your mother?" The two identical red-haired boys sang in unison. "But you have to walk to the side," Fred said. "You'll get bumped into here." George took over. "Thank you." Harry thanked him shyly, and asked curiously, "Who are you?" "Oh. Fred. George." The twins pointed at each other and said to Harry, "You'd better walk to the side. The people who will come in a while must be in a hurry." Before the twins finished speaking, they were bumped by the cart that suddenly came in. They turned around, saw the person coming, and teased, "Look who it is! Fred! It's our dear brother, little Ronnie." Harry followed their line of sight and saw a little red-haired boy. He had some freckles on his face and a piece of dirt on his nose. At this moment, he was teased by his brothers, and his whole face turned as red as his hair. He protested, "Fred! George! What are you doing again?" A red-haired lady came in with a little girl in her arms, with her hands on her hips angrily, like an angry lion. "Fred! George! Hurry up and get on the train. The train is about to leave," she said angrily, "and you didn't even help your brother." "Okay, Mom, X2. Fred and George shouted, "Let's speed up now." They ran quickly towards the train. The red-haired boy shouted, "Fred! George! I'm still here. He couldn't help stamping his feet when he didn't get a response from his brothers, and his face turned red again. He looked away and met Harry's gaze. Harry pointed to his box. "Do you need help?" "Great, buddy." The boy smiled. "By the way, my name is Ron. Ron Weasley." The train departed as the children hurriedly looked for seats. A long whistle sounded, and the snow-white steam dissipated in the air, carrying the laughter of the little wizards. Chapter 20 Train Brawl. The shaking of the train made Alan realize something. He frowned slightly. Strange, why hasn't Harry come back yet? Draco raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, "Maybe in another car." No one is stupid enough to forget to get on the train. "By the way, who is that Harry?" Alan smiled and raised his eyes, observing his expression calmly, and whispered, "I thought everyone knew him." Draco looked confused, and suddenly realized it. He sat up straight in shock. "Yes. Savior, Harry Potter," Alan said playfully. After a while, Draco leaned back in his chair arrogantly, holding the half-bitten pink macaron in his hand. "Oh. It's rare, just in time to get to know each other." He quickly stuffed the macaron into his mouth and tried to tidy up his robes calmly. Alan raised his eyebrows slightly, lowered his eyes and hooked his lips. "By the way, how do you know him?" Draco pretended to be casual. "Oh, we met in Diagon Alley, and I invited him to visit the manor." Alan also said casually. Draco blurted out, "Does he really have that lightning-shaped scar on his forehead?" Alan paused and nodded, "Yes. Anyway, you will be able to see him soon," he said while unwrapping the chocolate. "You can confirm it yourself then, right?" Draco nodded with bright eyes. Considering that a certain little peacock was distracted, Alan did not say much until a hawker came from outside the door. "Honey, do you want some snacks?" Draco jumped up immediately with great interest when he heard it. Alan suspected that this was the afterglow of the excitement of seeing the Savior immediately. He took out a handful of gold galleons from his pocket. "Give me some of each." He turned around and threw a pile of snacks on the table. "I'll show you the snacks in the wizarding world." On the other side, Harry and Ron struggled to get through the train. Ron was a little frustrated. "Oh, it looks like there are no empty compartments." "Oh, Merlin, why are they all full?" Harry hesitated. "If you don't mind, you can go to the front compartment with me." Ron was stunned. "Front? The front compartment is for prefects and directors." Harry scratched his head awkwardly. He didn't know if he had offended Ron, but Ron said happily, "Cool. This is great. I was worried that you wouldn't want to." Harry said, "A friend of mine is also in that compartment, but he's very nice and won't mind." Ron patted his shoulder, his face excited. "Please, it's super cool to go to the front compartment, okay?" Harry breathed a sigh of relief and heard him ask, "By the way, I don't know your name yet." "Oh, my name is Harry, Harry Potter." Ron's eyes widened. Here, Draco had already begun to introduce wizard snacks to Alan with great interest. He handed Alan a chocolate frog and looked at it with some expectation. "You open one, I'll see if I can collect the cards I'm missing." Alan had never played any childhood games and didn't understand the fun of collecting cards. But he was happy to meet his new friend's request and opened the exquisite little box along the dotted line. Then, a frog with a chocolate color and a chocolate fragrance jumped into his hand unexpectedly. Alan's hand trembled, and he subconsciously flicked the chocolate frog away, and the whole box fell on the table. Draco grabbed the chocolate frog that flew into the air, and the frog was no longer moving. He looked at Alan, gloating, "Oh! The Muggle Crown Prince is afraid of chocolate frogs." He deliberately broke the chocolate frog in half in front of Alan, and the frog's legs were even moving. "Chocolate frogs are very lethal. Just like real frogs." Alan looked at him helplessly. "Draco, I'm just not mentally prepared." Draco didn't bother to pay attention to him, picked up the card, and smiled happily. "Gringot. This is hard to take out. Alan glanced at the content on the card, only to see a card with nothing on the portrait, and below it was written in Gothic font Gringotts, Goblin, founded Gringotts Wizarding Bank in 1474. He knew that the portraits of the wizarding world would go out to play, so he glanced at Draco and smiled. People in the photos of the Muggle world don't move. As expected, the little peacock looked up in surprise. What did you do to the photos? Why don't they move? Alan held back his laughter and explained to the little peacock the working principle of the camera. The rectilinear propagation properties of light, the principle of pinhole imaging, and the assembly method of the camera, which confused the little peacock. So he couldn't help laughing, and while Draco was angry, he handed him a chocolate ball. Draco, the Muggle world is very interesting. Every day. Post. Books, Group, 65,0/502*33.8. Although Muggles don't have magic, we have created something more magical than magic, including machines with strange power, airplanes that can fly into the sky, and weapons that can be compared to meteorites. Draco opened his eyes wide and frowned slightly. I know you're Muggles' helicopters, but weapons that can be compared to meteorites? Impossible. Alan smiled and seduced him. Then, when you come to my castle as a guest, I will show you. Draco hesitated, as if he was worried about whether Lucius was willing. After a moment of hesitation, curiosity prevailed and he nodded and agreed. Malfoy's heir is also easy to deceive. Alan thought, I don't know how a person like Lucius can raise such a naive son. Just then, the door of the carriage was suddenly opened, and Harry's excited voice came, Your Highness. Alan looked helplessly. Why are you back now? He was stunned and saw the red-haired boy next to Harry. Harry was also a little confused. He excitedly opened the door of Alan's carriage, but saw a boy with platinum hair sitting inside. The boy looked pale, which made him even a little worried about his physical condition. Who is he? Harry asked blankly, not noticing the ugly face of his new friend Ron. Oh! Alan patted his public school suit and stood up. He looked at Harry with a smile, pulled the proud little peacock to one side, and introduced. Harry, this is our new friend, Draco Malfoy. Draco, this is the savior you have been thinking about, Harry Potter. Draco was about to show off to Harry. Harry shook hands with Alan, glared at Alan, and said unhappily, Shut up. He cleared his throat again, stretched out his hand and said, Hello, Harry Potter. Harry shook hands with him blankly. Alan looked at Harry's side and asked, Harry, who is this? Harry was happy again, and was about to introduce himself when he was interrupted arrogantly by Draco. Humph, there's no need for the savior to introduce him. He raised his chin, red hair, second-hand robes, it's obvious that this is a Weasley. Anger lingered in Harry's green eyes, and he regretted shaking hands with this arrogant guy. Alan also frowned slightly. Oh, Draco. Ron's face flushed again, and he said angrily, Malfoy. If you dare to say another word, I will throw you into the pile of trolls. Draco snorted lightly, turned around arrogantly and said, What, Alan? Don't tell me, you want to associate with such a person? The Muggle Crown Prince is like this. The second half of his sentence disappeared in Alan's sight. Alan's self-restraint over the past decade made him hold back his inelegant behavior, and he asked, Draco, why don't you like Weasley? Draco sneered, Why else? They are pure bloods, but they are so close to Muggles, and their families are so poor, they are simply pure blood scum. Ron pulled out his wand and shouted, Malfoy. Draco obviously didn't take him seriously. Does your second-hand wand really work? Weasley. Seeing the atmosphere in the carriage becoming more and more tense, Alan sighed softly and pulled Draco's wrist. This was very effective. At least it shifted everyone's attention to him. Draco, I think you may have forgotten. Alan whispered, I am the Muggle Crown Prince, I am a thorough Muggle. The Weasley family is close to Muggles, so you look down on them, so why do you want to be friends with me? Chapter 21 What, the Crown Prince will also be a green tea? Draco's face turned red and white, and he opened his mouth, not knowing how to refute. He couldn't just say, "Oh, I approached you for the manuscript of your royal ancestors." Even Gryffindor wouldn't be so stupid. It's simply a disgrace to Malfoy. The heads of the family will die of shame for him. Alan lowered his eyebrows slightly, frowning slightly, looking a little pitiful. He whispered, "In fact, you are the first little wizard I met in the magic world." Harry's unreasonable anger dissipated slightly. He looked at Alan with some heartache, trying to comfort, "Your Highness." But he couldn't say anything. Just like he met Hagrid first, he had a deep affection for this friendly half-giant. He had reason to believe that Alan was the same. Alan continued, "Harry's friendship is his freedom. I just didn't expect that you and Mr. Weasley have a bad relationship. I'm sorry, because of me, this happened." "Your Highness." Harry was restless, "It's not your fault." Ron looked at Harry, then at Alan, and gently pulled Harry, not daring to say anything. Draco finally spoke. He said awkwardly, stuttering, "Of course you are different from him." "What's the difference?" Alan raised his eyes slightly, his sea-blue pupils a little dim. Draco was a little anxious. He just took the ancestor manuscript sent by someone, and then he made the person sad. "This is so ungentlemanly," he said with difficulty. "Muggle, I mean Merlin." Draco had a toothache. Alan asked, "You mean, you don't reject me? Even if I'm a Muggle?" This time it was Ron who had a toothache. Merlin's suspender stockings. Malfoy doesn't reject Muggles. This is the funniest joke he has ever heard since he was born. He gently tugged at Harry and whispered, "Harry, your crown prince has not been deceived by Malfoy. Everyone knows that their family hates Muggles the most." Harry should have believed this new friend, but he believed in Alan's vision more, so he looked at Draco suspiciously and shook his head inexplicably. Draco tried to pull out Malfoy's standard smile, but that smile looked a little weird no matter how you look at it. He said, "Of course. Alan. You are also my first friend." Alan raised his eyes slightly and smiled, as if he reluctantly believed his lies. Draco didn't know what to do. As the heir of the Malfoy family, he has always been high and mighty, and has never coaxed anyone. Alan turned to Harry, "Oh, Harry, please ask this friend to come in and sit down." The four people sat in the carriage and looked at each other. Ron insisted on sitting opposite Alan and pushed Harry to the inside. He didn't want to sit opposite Malfoy anyway. This was exactly what Draco wanted. If it were any other time, Draco would definitely go and mock West. Ron was aware of the situation, but he was not in the mood now. He maintained his arrogant look, but he kept looking at Alan inadvertently from the corner of his eyes. Alan was still gentle and elegant, as if the dispute just now had no effect on him. He invited Ron to taste the Muggle dessert quite gentlemanly. And did not forget to greet Harry. The sour and sweet taste spread in the taste buds, and Ron's eyes lit up. "What is this, Alan? It's really good." Draco sneered, "It's understandable, Weasley. After all." He shut up in Alan's sight, quite angry. Ron immediately laughed a big smile. Harry saw it and felt that this little Malfoy was not so annoying. Look, he would still endure it for his friends. Alan finally looked at Draco. He tapped his wand and a book jumped out of the box. "Draco, I know you have never been in contact with the Muggle world, so you have some misunderstandings about Muggles. So, I want to give you a book. The Great Inventions of the 20th Century, you deserve it." Draco looked at him in disbelief, looked at the book that was as thick as a gold galleon, and murmured, "Merlin. Are you a devil?" "Obviously not." Alan stared at him and handed the book over. Draco took it reluctantly, stood up angrily, put the book under his arm, and gently pushed Alan, "Follow me." To my box. Alan only had time to leave a sentence. Harry, treat your friends well, before he was pushed out of the carriage. Draco was too lazy to be the savior and the stupid Weasley, so he took Alan's wrist and led him into the Malfoy exclusive box. He threw the book into his box and muttered, I really hope you won't be sorted into that nerdy college. Forget it. The little peacock looked at Alan inexplicably. Look at your excessive kindness, as long as it's not Hufflepuff. After a pause, he said, Gryffindor is not okay. Alan suppressed his laughter, then only Slytherin is left. Draco raised his chin and smiled, that's right. But I can't decide this, Alan said, you know, the sorting depends on them. Draco snorted and grabbed his hand with some expectation. Alan, was that the flying spell just now? What? Alan didn't react for a while. It's the magic you used to make the book jump up. The little peacock tried to tolerate Alan's slow return. Oh. Alan understood, and he hesitated. These days he was only busy reading history books, and in terms of spells, he only read the first grade textbooks. He hesitated and said, in fact, Draco, I found a law of casting spells. As long as you are calm enough, focused and determined, you can cast magic naturally with the help of your wand. He handed over a piece of chocolate. Draco stuffed it into his mouth with a wooden face. For Merlin's sake. For the sake of the ancestral manuscript. He would tolerate this Muggle-born for another minute. You freak! He gritted his teeth and broke the walnut filling of the chocolate. Alan looked at him with a smile. Freaks' friends are also freaks. Draco snorted lightly, and finally a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his eyebrows relaxed. He raised his chin slightly, revealing a hint of pride. Malfoy's friends must also be born noble. The atmosphere in the box became harmonious again. Then two huge, fat boys came and were driven to other boxes by Draco. Draco popularized some common sense of the wizarding world to Alan, and Alan also told Draco about some new technological products and weapons developed by the Muggle world. The two shocked each other and agreed to find a time to visit each other. Draco was a little impatient to see the magical weapons of the Muggle world. Since Draco tried to appease Alan, it seems that his tolerance for Muggle things has increased a little. Suddenly the box was opened, and a somewhat arrogant girl's voice came, has anyone seen a toad? Neville Longbottom lost a toad. Draco frowned, who allowed you to come in? Alan took Draco's hand, motioning him to stay calm, and turned to the lady and said, Miss, we didn't see a toad, maybe you can go to other carriages to look for it. The girl saw Alan clearly, and couldn't help but widen her eyes and said in surprise, Prince Alan. She instantly restrained her voice and movements, put her hands behind her back and twisted her fingers, a little restrained, and her face was a little red. Thank you for reminding me, Your Highness, I'm sorry to bother you. Alan gently comforted, it's okay. The girl nodded shyly, took a step back and closed the door of the carriage. Draco was puzzled, and just as he was about to complain to Alan, the girl opened the door again. Her face was flushed, and she kept her head down. Your Highness, I forgot to say that the train will arrive soon, remember to change into a robe. Draco said impatiently, I know, I will remind him. The girl looked up and glared at Draco, like a lion. Alan had to act as a peacemaker. Okay, miss, I know. Thank you very much for reminding me. The girl raised her lips and said very gently, Goodbye, Your Highness, and then left and closed the door. Draco had an indescribable expression. This Muggle-born girl actually had two faces. Moreover, from childhood to adulthood, who dared to turn a face to the heir of the Malfoy family? Draco was so angry that Alan had to push a chocolate frog to him. Draco glared at him and bit off half of the head of the chocolate frog viciously. Chapter 22 Hogwarts Castle. The two had just changed into their school uniforms when the train issued a long whistle. Alan and Draco got off the train together, and looked at him with amusement. Okay, don't be angry. I'll apologize to you on their behalf later. Draco snorted proudly and glanced at him. Keep your word. First-year students. First-year students, come this way. Hurry up. A tall half-giant stood on the train platform and shouted, holding a huge oil lamp, first-year students, assemble. However, many people looked around in the crowd, as if looking for someone. Suddenly, someone shouted, His Royal Highness is there. A large number of young wizards gathered there excitedly. Another group of young wizards seemed very strange and followed to watch the excitement. The half-giant seemed a little at a loss. Really, His Royal Highness? Is His Royal Highness coming to Hogwarts? The young wizards in the Muggle world blushed with excitement. Alan saw more and more freshmen gathering, and his eyes were calm. He was very good at dealing with this scene. He spread his hands and pressed them down, and the little wizards immediately shut their mouths tightly, looking at Alan with bright eyes. Draco stood behind Alan, looking at Alan with his arms folded thoughtfully. Alan waited for everyone to calm down, and spoke gently, I think you are all little wizards from the ordinary world. I am very happy to see you here, and I am also very happy to be your classmates in the next 7 years. The little wizards were slightly excited. But, Alan became serious, and his sea blue pupils showed a hint of disapproval. As students, we should obey the school's command. Mr. Hagrid is here to take us to Hogwarts, and we should listen to him. But you gathered around me, causing great trouble to this gentleman's work, which is wrong. Hagrid was a little moved when he heard this. Seeing everyone lower their heads in shame, Alan's expression softened again. I know you want to see me, but we still have 7 years to get along in the future, so don't rush to see me. Now, let's listen to Hagrid's arrangements, okay? The young wizards all nodded. Hagrid looked at Alan with gratitude and said, First-year students. Here. The pure-blooded little wizards looked at the scene, some indifferent, some curious, and some excited. However, their curiosity had been satisfied. When they heard Hagrid's call, they followed Hagrid in 2s and 3s. Alan saw Harry and Ron with his sharp eyes. They were with the girl who reminded him to change clothes. He waved at them and signaled them to follow Hagrid first. Seeing the Muggle-born little wizards hesitating and not moving, Draco pouted. He patted Crabbe and Goyle, asking them to take a seat first, and he stayed to see the influence of the Crown Prince. Alan personally took the lead and guided the little wizards. The path at night was slippery and stumbling, but Alan walked steadily until he turned a corner. A black lake suddenly opened at the end of the narrow path. The Muggle-born little wizards exclaimed loudly. On the high hillside across the lake stands a towering castle with spires and windows twinkling under the starry sky. It is indeed beautiful. A different kind of beauty from the royal castle. It seems that countless wonderful magic and formations are condensed in this castle. She stands there like a giant. Feeling the magic factor in the air, the magic talent in the blood jumps up, and Alan's body, which was a little cold in the wind, instantly warms up. Alan admired in his heart and commanded the little wizards to get on the boat in groups of 4. When he settled the little wizards and looked back, he saw Draco with a teasing look. The little peacock touched his chin. It turns out that the Muggle Crown Prince is so majestic. Alan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this delicate young master really waited for him all the way. Hearing this, he smiled helplessly. The corresponding responsibility is. Draco sneered, Saint Crown Prince. You must not be sorted into Hufflepuff, it's too embarrassing to have a friend from a fool's house. Hagrid patted him on the shoulder, Thank you for just now, Alan. Well, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and get on the boat. Now there are only 2 of them. Alan and Draco got on boat. Draco held the oil lamp and shrank his neck in the chilly evening breeze. He muttered, If only Crabbe and Goyle were here. With their fat bodies, they can definitely block the annoying wind. Alan hesitated for a moment, but still reminded, Be nice to them. Draco pouted, Shut up, Saint. Alan stopped talking. Throughout history, those who treat their subordinates too badly are always inevitably betrayed. Originally, it was a friend's duty to remind him, but looking at this situation, forget it, let this little peacock suffer or not, as long as he doesn't fall before he has used him up. Too many reminders are unpleasant to the ears. What if people are angry and leave? Harry got off the boat early and was pulled by Ron to walk along the team, looking back from time to time to look for Alan's figure. Ron patted his shoulder. Don't worry, Harry. Alan looks reliable. This Weasley obviously didn't understand why Harry was not proud of defeating the mysterious man, but admired Alan. Although Alan was a good person, Harry was the savior. The focus of their topic was slowly coming to the end of the team. Draco followed Alan and walked forward slowly, not in a hurry. Anyway, Goyle and Crabbe, the two big guys, would give them a place. The team stopped at the castle gate for a while. Crabbe saw them, walked from the front of the team to this side, and domineeringly pushed through the crowd. Alan saw them from a distance, gave a strong gesture to stop the march, and asked Draco, "Do you mind staying behind the team for a while?" Draco nodded reluctantly. Alan motioned Crabbe to go back and whispered to Draco, "Thank you for your thoughtfulness, the heir of Malfoy. I promise that I will prepare a perfect gift for you as compensation." Draco looked at him with complicated eyes. "Do you know that in just a short while, you already owe me 2 gifts?" Alan did not answer this sentence, but smiled at him. "You can specify the gift." Although it was originally to borrow the power of the Malfoy family in order to gain some status in the pure-blood camp, but, the heir of the Malfoy family is very kind. He should be more sincere to such a new friend who tolerates and cooperates with him. As for some concepts and behaviors, correct them slowly. Anyway, letting the pure-blood change their concepts and accept Muggles is also a change, and changing the bad habits of the young master is also a change. It's just a matter of convenience. The door opened and the team continued to move forward. They walked through the hall, around the corridor, and finally walked up a flight of stairs. Draco took the opportunity to pull Alan up the stairs on the left and walked to the front row where Crabbe and Goyle had already occupied, and stopped in front of a door that was almost as high as the ceiling. Then, a witch with a tight bun walked out of the door. She was wearing a dark green robe and a lady's witch hat. She looked serious and the young wizards didn't dare to speak. "Welcome to Hogwarts. In a while, you will be able to pass through the door and meet your new classmates. But before you take your seat, you need to confirm your college first. There are 4 colleges: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin." When it comes to Slytherin, Draco nodded proudly to Alan and held Alan's wrist tightly. He signaled to Alan with sparkling eyes, and Alan nodded with a knowing smile. The serious witch glanced at them and continued. "Since you are here, you should treat the college as your home. Good performance can win extra points for the college, and any violation of discipline will cause the college to lose points. At the end of the school year, the college with the highest score will receive the College Cup. The sorting ceremony will begin soon." Chapter 23 Sorting Slytherin. After the witch finished speaking, she returned to the hall and the door closed behind her. Harry looked at Neville, but unexpectedly saw Alan on the left side of the team. He stepped forward happily. "Your Highness! You are finally here. I have been looking for you in the team for a long time." Alan kept his smile. "Thank you for your concern, Harry." Ron still didn't like Draco. They glared at each other and turned their heads away at the same time. "Your Highness, which college do you think you will be assigned to?" Harry asked dryly, and he was obviously a little nervous. Alan spread his hands. "Anywhere is fine. Hogwarts is the best magic school in the UK, and each college has its own merits." Draco exhaled from his nose and frowned. "Why do you still have such an idea?" "I told you, Slytherin is the best college." Ron's freckles turned red, and he retorted, "Gryffindor is a group of stupid and reckless lions." Draco muttered. A group of insidious venomous snakes. Ron retorted. Seeing that the situation was about to deteriorate, Alan quickly cut to the point, "Listen, they are discussing the sorting ceremony in a while." The little girl with brown hair said, "My brother said that we have to pass the exam before we can be sorted. Otherwise, we will be sent back." This sentence caused a commotion among the little wizards. "Oh, no." The girl who reminded Alan to dress nervously bit her finger. "I only flipped through the textbook a few times, what is the unicorn horn powder for?" The pressure from the academic bully made everyone more anxious. Ron swallowed. "Fred and George said they want us to fight trolls." Even Draco turned pale now. Seeing that their discussion was getting more and more outrageous, Alan sighed, "How could it be? We are just a group of first-year students, and we don't know anything yet. They can't use exams to determine the admission standards. As for the troll, it's even more impossible. This is the opening ceremony, how can the professors allow animals that harm students to appear?" The little wizards suddenly realized and hummed "Oh." Draco's expression eased up, and he straightened his robes calmly, saying slowly, "That's right, Weasley. Only a brain like yours would believe such a thing." Before Ron could scold back, a group of pearly white ghosts floated out from the wall, causing a commotion. The witch just now also strode out. The witch glanced at them. "The sorting ceremony is ready, follow me." The door slowly opened, and the 4 long tables were full of senior students. Only the place near the professor's seat was reserved for the young wizards who would be sorted. Countless lit candles floated in the air, and the stars twinkled on the ceiling. The original stone arch could be seen faintly in the night sky. Draco also looked at the ceiling in amazement. It seems that no matter how arrogant this little peacock is, he is still looking forward to Hogwarts. Alan withdrew his gaze and heard the senior Muggle-born students who found him at the 4 tables discussing him in surprise and excitement. He smiled at one of them gently and politely. A girl's voice that Alan was familiar with rang out in the team. "That ceiling is not real, it's just enchanted, it looks like the night sky outside. I read it in Hogwarts, a history of the school. Alan glanced at her. It seems that this girl is a rare studious peer. The team stopped in the open space in front. There was a bench in the middle, a hat that looked like it hadn't been washed for hundreds of years was perched on it, with many wrinkles on it. Draco frowned. "They won't let us wear this hat?" "Merlin, he's too dirty." Alan looked up and saw Dumbledore in the middle of the teacher's seat. The old man winked at him mischievously, and Alan nodded in return. At this time, the biggest fold of the hat opened a gap, and it turned out to be a mouth. The senior students covered their ears tacitly, and the little wizards who didn't amaze were not so lucky. The hat took a deep breath and seemed to pause. It seemed to sense a familiar breath. But the most important thing now is the sorting. The magic hat opened its mouth and began to sing. "Take me to your heads, and I will tell you which college you should be sorted into. Gryffindor is brave, courageous, and chivalrous. Hufflepuff is upright and loyal, persevering and honest. Ravenclaw is smart, wise, and knowledgeable. Maybe you will go to Slytherin and make sincere friends here, but those cunning and insidious people will do whatever it takes to achieve their goals." Alan raised his eyes slightly, and his sea blue eyes were a little deep. "Come and wear me. Don't be afraid. You are absolutely safe here, and I will tell you which college to go to." After the hat finished singing, the whole audience applauded. The hat bowed to the 4 tables one by one, and then it stopped moving. The little wizards seemed to be relieved. Alan heard Ron say, "I want to kill Fred, he lied to me again." The old man nodded to the witch and signaled Professor McGonagall to start the sorting. The witch spread out the parchment roll in her hand, and the end of the paper dragged on the ground. The witch said seriously, "When I call your name, you come forward, and the sorting hat will tell you which college you should go to." "Hannah Abbott." "Hufflepuff." The sorting hat quickly called out the name of the college, and the second table on the left burst into applause. "Hermione Granger." It was the girl who reminded him, and Alan took a look. Gryffindor. Ron Weasley. Gryffindor. The sorting hat was very efficient, and soon more than half of the people were sorted into their own colleges. Draco Malfoy. Draco pulled Alan's sleeve and went up. Slytherin. The hat shouted before it even touched Draco's hair. The long table on the far right burst into applause. Draco smiled with satisfaction, stood up gracefully, glanced at Alan, and said with his eyes, "Come to Slytherin," and walked to the long table on the far right that was clapping reservedly. Harry Potter. Dumbledore, who was leaning on the stool just now, straightened up with a focused look. There was a buzz in the hall, and everyone was looking out to observe the savior. The sorting hat was pressed on Harry's head by Professor McGonagall, and then it was in a dilemma. "Well, it's difficult, very difficult. You look very courageous, not bad at heart, very talented, and eager to prove yourself. But where should I put you?" Harry was sweating nervously. He remembered that Ron said that most dark wizards were from Slytherin, including the Dark Lord who killed his parents. Although under the influence of Alan, he believed that Slytherin was not all bad, but he still had some repulsion. So he said, "I won't go to Slytherin." The subtle voice of the sorting hat sounded in his mind. "Have you made up your mind? Slytherin will help you to glory, not willing? Well, then it's better to go." It shouted, "Gryffindor." Applause broke out in the hall, and the Gryffindor lions shouted happily, "We have Potter! We have Potter!" Dumbledore stared at Alan's smiling eyes and felt a little pressure for some reason. He calmed the excited Gryffindors and continued to let the sorting hat sort the houses. Alan Cornwall Windsor. The Muggle-born wizards of the three colleges immediately put Harry Potter behind their minds. Slytherin has no Muggle-born wizards. They quieted down, put their hands together, moved their mouths silently, and prayed to God and Merlin to assign His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to their college. After all, Harry Potter is the savior of the wizarding world, but for them who are born in the Muggle world, their own Crown Prince is more important. Alan took a step forward, stepped onto the high platform where the sorting hat was, and turned around to sit on the chair. Dumbledore straightened up, and his blue eyes looked at Alan with his back to him without blinking. Harry and Draco both tilted their heads and looked over here. The hat was placed on Alan's head, and the familiar magical breath lingered. It was startled, and it carefully felt the breath, and it was muttering in its heart. "Which college do you want to go to, child?" A subtle voice finally sounded. Alan was surprised and asked, "Isn't this decided by you?" The sorting hat was silent for a while, and said, "Well, a calm and steady mentality, decisive execution, a smart mind, a kind heart, any means can be taken for the purpose. You really don't consider Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw?" Alan chuckled, "What do you think?" The sorting hat keenly sensed a hint of threat. It narrowed its eyes, considering the familiar magical breath. "Well, it's still." It raised the brim of the hat and shouted, "Slytherin!" Chapter 24 A Sumptuous Dinner. The hall was silent, and the young wizards were shocked. The Muggle-born wizards were silent for a while, showing a trace of entanglement. Their crown prince. How come he was assigned to Slytherin, where bloodline is supreme? The pure-blooded wizards were also shocked. A Muggle-born went to Slytherin? The Slytherin wizards were even more shocked. How did this Muggle school director come to our college? Harry looked at Alan in the distance, hesitantly, and pursed his lips. Ron opened his mouth wide. Why was Alan assigned to Slytherin? He patted Harry's shoulder gently. Harry was expecting Alan to be assigned to Gryffindor just now. "Harry, condolences." Draco and Alan were the only two people who were satisfied with the result. The hat was removed from his head, and Alan stood up with a perfect smile and walked towards the Slytherin table. Draco immediately pushed Crabbe away and patted the seat. Alan lifted his robe and sat next to Draco. The Slytherins looked at Alan with complicated expressions. "Well, this Mudblood is a school director, and he actually gets along well with Malfoy. Are they still asleep? Dumbledore was the first to react. A crown prince is naturally accustomed to hierarchy, etiquette, privacy, and practicality. From this point of view, Slytherin is indeed a good choice. Moreover, the crown prince came with a mission. If he wants to reconcile the relationship between purebloods and Muggles, it is indeed more convenient to be a Slytherin. The old man's eyes were a little complicated, and his azure blue eyes looked over with some inquiry, looking at the blonde and platinum heads together. He had already guessed a lot in his mind, but his face showed no sign of it. After all the students were sorted, Dumbledore stood up and said, "Ah, welcome. Welcome to Hogwarts. Before the delicious food blocks your brain, I have to say a few words. Please note, freshmen, no student is allowed to enter the Forbidden Forest. Also, the administrator Mr. Filch asked me to remind everyone. Anyone who does not want to be tortured to death must enter the Forbidden Forest. Please do not enter the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Then, let's start the dinner." As Dumbledore finished speaking, the empty plate was instantly filled with food. Roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steaks, boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, fried potato chips, Yorkshire puddings, pea sprouts, carrots, gravy, ketchup. There were even mint candies. The little wizards were surprised and said oh and began to take their favorite food, looking at Alan from time to time. Slytherin was always very quiet, and they looked at people quietly. Even when a pile of food suddenly appeared in front of them, no one was rude. Alan was very satisfied. He nodded to Harry, who was looking at him, and began to eat elegantly. At this time, many ghosts suddenly emerged from the wall. They cheered or floated through the hall with restraint, or sat at the tables of their respective colleges. The Bloody Baron floated to the Slytherin table and sat next to Alan with a dull look. His robe was stained with blood, which gave him a bad impression. Alan shivered with cold, and felt like a mobile freezer was sitting next to him. "Mr. Baron," he called softly. The Bloody Baron turned his head and looked at him, his eyes were unfocused, and he spoke in a cold voice, "Yes." Draco stiffened his neck and looked at Alan, admiring him for daring to talk to the Bloody Baron. The eyes of other little snakes also drifted over vaguely. Alan took a sip of hot tea, which warmed his body a little. He said, "Do you come to eat with the students every day?" "No." The Bloody Baron looked at him coldly. Alan raised his eyebrows slightly to express his surprise. I saw you sitting next to us on purpose, and I thought you liked us very much." The Bloody Baron snorted coldly, stood up, and floated away. Alan, who had successfully driven the ghost away, took a sip of hot tea and ate peacefully under the admiring gazes of the little snakes. He didn't care about the little wizard's overt and covert scrutiny. He took a sandwich and lamb chops and tilted his head to talk to Draco. When they were almost done eating, the table was suddenly cleared, and then the sweet desserts instantly filled the plate. Draco touched his stomach and whispered, "Merlin, I'm full." He looked at the small cake on the plate and reached out to take one. The same was true for Alan. No one could refuse dessert after dinner. Isn't it? I don't know which chefs make the food at Hogwarts. Alan thought, he could pay them double the money. When he ate 2 pieces of pudding unknowingly, he finally put down his fork reluctantly. It's really hard to find a dessert that's not too sweet in the UK. Alan took out a handkerchief and wiped the corners of his mouth elegantly, and then took out another handkerchief and wiped his fingers slowly. He looked up at the professor's chair, and his eyes were fixed on a professor wearing a huge purple turban. Even in the wizarding world, this professor's dress was a bit strange. Of course, the black-robed professor next to him was not much better. But he liked the gentle witch on the far left. The witch wore a plant-woven wizard hat and bracelet, and exuded an atmosphere of tolerance. He was about to look away, but he met Dumbledore's eyes. Alan smiled, nodded slightly, turned around and asked, "Draco, do you know who Professor Snape is? Draco was struggling with the cream cake. He swallowed the food in his mouth and raised his chin slightly. It's the one in the black robe. The professor is very strict in potions, you'd better worry about it in advance. He pursed his lips and lowered his voice, and he is not forgiving. The venom of the Snake King is not in vain. Alan laughed. Perhaps because of Dumbledore's words, he had a good first impression of the professor. Even if he was dressed heavily and looked poor, he was still the venomous Snake King in the hearts of the students. He still felt that this professor was a brave and respectable person. At this moment, Snape finally moved his eyes from Zillow and Harry, staring coldly at the Muggle Crown Prince at the Slytherin table. This golden head was very conspicuous, glittering under the light, which made him feel very bored. Another little brat that Dumbledore had warned. He thought viciously that a savior who looked like a replica of James Potter was enough to exhaust him. This old bee was really not afraid of his sudden death, and arranged another troublesome Muggle-born troll. A Muggle-born. A Muggle-born who entered Slytherin. Merlin. The poor potions professor could already foresee how many more troubles he would have to deal with because of this Muggle Crown Prince. How much of his pitiful research time would be squeezed out. He felt bored, and turned his eyes away with a wooden face, continuing to stare at Harry at the Gryffindor table. Chapter 25, Slytherin Common Room. After everyone had eaten, Dumbledore clapped his hands, and the table all the food disappeared without a trace. The prefects took the young wizard to the lounge of their own college. Alan walked slowly, gently massaging his protesting stomach, reflecting seriously in his heart, and made up his mind not to eat too much in the future. Soon, they arrived at the dark underground, which was quite damp and cold. There were snake-shaped sculptures on the walls on both sides of the passage, and light green light came out from the snake's mouth or eyes. Alan regretted it a little. The pampered spirit of being served came out, and he looked at the dark atmosphere in front of him with some complexity. I knew I should have gone to Ravenclaw earlier. I heard that their lounge was on the tower, and the lighting must be very good. But fortunately, I didn't go to Hufflepuff. Their lounge was also in the cellar, and there was a kitchen next to it. How terrible, he would die of overeating there. Opposite was a stone wall. The prefect stood in front of the wall and said, "Pure blood." As soon as the command fell, a door appeared in the wall. The door slowly opened, and the little snakes followed the prefect into the room. The lounge was located at the bottom of the lake, emitting a faint green light. The windows on the four walls were almost as high as the ceiling. The huge squid waved its huge tentacles, casting deep shadows on the glass windows on all sides. There were several sofas in the middle of the lounge, and on the other side were dozens of tables for the little wizards to study. The floor was covered with luxurious carpets, which were soft to step on. The prefect was not indifferent, but rather lively. He stood in front of a medieval tapestry with a relaxed look. "Congratulations on joining Slytherin. The symbol of our college is a giant snake, the smartest creature, and the college colors are emerald and silver. People always have misunderstandings about Slytherin. I don't deny that our college has produced some dark wizards, but the other three colleges have also produced some, but they just don't want to admit it. You can also find a lot of half-bloods here, so don't worry, we won't drive you out just because you have Muggle blood." When he said this, he looked at Alan meaningfully. Although Slytherin is tolerant of half-bloods, a pure Muggle, this is the first time. He retracted his gaze and continued. "Slytherin's goal is to win. We guard the reputation of Slytherin and are proud of it. Although outsiders are always afraid of us because we are involved in dark magic, we are not bad people. Slytherin is more like brothers and sisters. Okay, remember, freshmen. The password of our common room will be changed every 2 weeks, so pay attention to the bulletin board. Don't tell our password to students from other colleges, or bring them in. We haven't let outsiders in our common room for 700 years. Then, the prefect looked at the door of the lounge, restrained himself, and said softly, Dean. Snape strode over, his black cloak thrown behind him, and the terrible magic pressure made the young wizards dare not say a word, just like a big black bat. Draco seemed to be familiar with this aura, but he couldn't help shrinking his neck. Alan didn't care about this, he had seen more stressful scenes before, just listening to Snape attentively. The Snake King strode onto the high platform where the prefects were, and his black eyes seemed to be an empty aisle, staring at them coldly. After a while, a low and cold voice sounded, and he said quickly, "Well, I'm really not happy to see a group of first-year trolls filling the common room again. As the Dean's duty, let me tell you something. Take care of yourself, don't embarrass yourself, don't deduct points, and don't cause trouble for me. We have won the College Cup for 7 consecutive times, and I don't want to lose it in your hands. Do you understand?" The young wizards nodded hurriedly, and the senior students didn't dare to speak. So the Snake King said coldly, "Very good," and then left with his robes thrown. No one dared to speak in the lounge until Snape left. The prefect ordered, "Okay, the female dormitory is on the right, the male dormitory is on the left, the names are posted on the doors, and the luggage has been delivered to your dormitory. Well, good night, everyone." The little snakes dispersed and went to find their own dormitories in 2s and 3s. Alan walked through the rooms and found a name tag with his name on the inner door. Yes, there is also a name tag of a little peacock. Sure enough, in a dormitory, Draco followed slowly and raised his eyebrows at him. Alan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that it was really Lucius's arrangement. This little peacock sold his father so accidentally. He turned sideways and pressed his slender fingers on the handle. His sea blue eyes turned slightly, and they were a little deep under the dim light. Lucius was free to arrange the school dormitory, but he didn't have time to notify the pure-blood family. Either the Malfoy family didn't have the strength, but Draco had already revealed that Malfoy was the current leader of the pure-blood family. Either Lucius didn't intend to pave the way for him, or the other party wanted to see not only the powerful magic, but also his ability to command and dispatch. After all, Malfoy was once a capable general under the Dark Lord. The life and death of the Dark Lord was unknown, so it was really unreasonable for him to be close to the Muggle Crown Prince openly. But he was relieved to put the heir together with himself, the Muggle Crown Prince, to show his goodwill to Dumbledore implicitly, betting on both sides. He really had the best of both worlds. His mind was turning, but reality was only a moment. His slender fingers pressed on the handle and pushed the door open. Chapter 26: The Difficult Little Peacock. The bedroom that Lucius arranged for Draco and the family's future was obviously not bad. The room was large and had a separate bathroom. The two pushed the door in. Opposite the door was a huge round window, with a huge squid floating faintly, and the floor was covered with soft dark green and silver carpets. On the central axis of the right wall was a wooden low cabinet, and there was a desk on each side separating the two four-poster beds. There was a dark green silk curtain hanging beside the bed, and the soft bed was already made, with silver embroidery on the bedspread. On the other side of the two beds was a huge L-shaped wardrobe that was symmetrically distributed, providing them with a cloakroom-like experience. On the other side of the room, against the wall, was a huge wooden bookshelf that reached the ceiling, split in the middle and inlaid with silver patterns. At this time, the bookshelf was empty, waiting for the two to place books. In front of the bookshelf was a set of leather sofas and a coffee table, with classic style and very comfortable. The medieval tapestries hanging on the wall told the great adventures of the famous Slytherin, and there were silver lanterns hanging from the upper ceiling, and the sound of gentle waves from the bottom of the lake hitting the windows could be heard faintly. Both of them nodded with satisfaction and found their luggage in front of the low cabinet. Draco snapped his fingers, and an ugly creature wearing an old pillowcase appeared in the room, saluted at Draco in a shrill voice. "Dobby greets the young master. Pack up your things." Draco pointed to the area by the window and ordered arrogantly. "House elf." Short, big ears, shrill voice, worn pillowcase. Alan immediately matched the creature in front of him with the house elves mentioned in the book. Draco nodded, and seeing Alan curiously looking at Dobby, he explained, "They are born to serve wizards, and the master's orders are supreme. Pure-blood families with a little history will have them, except the Weasley family." Alan automatically ignored his subsequent supplement and asked curiously, "Are they the property of wizards?" "Of course," Draco said arrogantly, "use it to help you clean up." "No," Alan chuckled, "I'll do it myself." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out his wand and waved it. The wardrobe opened by itself, and clothes and shoes floated out of the suitcase one by one and flew into the wardrobe to place themselves. Books also flew out by themselves and flew onto the bookshelf. They were all common sense of the magic world and large reference books, as well as compulsory homework from the Muggle world, and soon filled up his half of the shelf. Draco stared at him waving his wand easily, and before he could sigh at his skillful spells, he saw the books filling up half of the bookshelf. The little peacock's face wrinkled into a bun. "Why did you take so many books?" "Hey!" Alan was holding a transparent watch cabinet full of famous watches, thinking about where to put them. Hearing this, he came back to his senses. "This is the homework my father assigned me before Christmas." Draco. "Oh." He had no expression on his face. "I thought the Malfoy family had very strict requirements for the heir, but compared to this one, he felt that his father was really indulgent to him." Alan held the watch cabinet by himself and put it on the bed. He casually took a goblet and turned it into a waist-high podium-like furniture, and placed the watch cabinet on it. The famous watches that smelled of money sparkled on the black velvet cloth. Draco was originally attracted by his transfiguration, and he was attracted by the watch after he came over to take a look. Alan gave him one and sent him to wash up. Alan took out his mobile phone and saw the empty signal bar. He sighed and sat down at the desk, picked up a pen, spread out the letter paper and began to write a letter to his father. After writing, he sealed it with wax, stamped it with the royal emblem, and took Tita out of the door of the common room, letting her fly away with the letter in her mouth. When he returned to the dormitory, Draco had just finished washing and came out of the desk to start writing a letter. When he saw him, he asked, "Where have you been?" "Sending a letter to my father." The two smiled at each other, because of their amazing similarity. The next day, Alan woke up at 6 o'clock. He looked at the unfamiliar bed curtain for a while, and his thoughts slowly returned to their place. He got up from the bed, washed, brushed his teeth, and put on his school uniform. The only good thing about school is that he doesn't have to bother choosing clothes. He fumbled to adjust the magic window to the morning sunlight, and then went to wake up Draco. The little platinum peacock had a peaceful sleeping face, with golden hair softly spread on his forehead. The sunlight hit his face, revealing the fine hair on his fair face, like a perfect doll. "What a beautiful picture, if I wish this young master could get up soon." Alan rubbed his brows. Last night, the two of them chatted about Hogwarts. The little peacock talked about the legends of Hogwarts, the old news of various pure-blood families, the Quidditch school team and the Quidditch World Cup. Draco became more and more excited. Alan reminded him again and again that there would be a transfiguration class at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and he finally closed his mouth at midnight. As for why he talked so much, Alan sighed and rubbed his temples. It was indeed him, letting it go in order to obtain various information, and even guiding it intentionally or unintentionally. After finally pulling the little peacock out of bed, Alan pushed him to wash up, and then left the bathroom. He quickly and orderly organized the items they needed for class, put them in 2 classic handmade Cambridge school bags, sat on the sofa, took out the elementary transfiguration guide to kill time, and waited for Draco. After the little peacock was dressed, he applied hairspray on his hair, and was drowsy with Alan's backpack. As soon as he left the dormitory, he tried to look energetic and went to the cafeteria to eat under the guidance of the class leader. When they arrived at the hall, the students sat down in groups of 3 or 4. Draco drowsily took the sandwich and milk handed to him by Alan to solve his breakfast, and suddenly he was startled. "Draco, what's wrong?" Alan asked. "My book." Draco looked at Alan with a bitter face and whispered, "I didn't bring a book." Alan held back his laughter. "You didn't bring a book, so what's in your bag?" Draco was stunned. "When did I have a bag?" He looked down along Alan's line of sight and saw that he was carrying an exquisite brown leather bag. He opened it and saw that textbooks, parchment, ink, quill pens, and an exquisite fountain pen were packed in the bag in different categories. Draco breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness you helped me clean it up, otherwise I would have lost all my face for Malfoy." Alan shook his head helplessly and took a sip of milk. "Malfoy would not lose face, you would only snatch Crabbe or Goyle's book and let them be scolded." Alan was surprised to find that he actually knew this difficult little peacock so well. Chapter 27 Drop. Professor Cat's Genius Experience card has arrived. Although the words Slytherin is brothers and sisters are a bit watery, they are implemented very well at school. The prefect sent these little snakes to the Transfiguration classroom before leaving to catch up with his own class. The class bell rang abruptly. Professor McGonagall called the roll and found that Ron Weasley and Harry Potter were not there, and her face showed a little unhappy. The strict witch expressed strong dissatisfaction with the students of her college being late on the first day. She gave them a pre-study task with a stern face, and then turned into a grey cat and jumped onto the desk. The cat's two paws stood elegantly, and its tail was reservedly wrapped around its paws. Alan noticed that the grey cat had square patterns around its eyes. That was exactly the pattern of Professor McGonagall's glasses. This normal class experience was very novel to Alan, and he almost looked at the grey cat with relish. Soon, he found that he was glared at by the cat, so he lowered his head obediently and turned over the elementary transfiguration that he had long engraved in his memory palace. He had no intention of offending a professor on the first day of school. After a while, Harry and Ron arrived panting with textbooks. Hermione looked back and shook her head. Alan sat upright and energetic, and he had already reread the textbook at this time. His ears sensitively felt the two heavy steps, his eyes were fixed on the textbook, and he seemed to be reading it very seriously, but his energy was half divided over there. Draco next to him glanced at the two and wrinkled his nose. Ron didn't see Professor McGonagall breathe a sigh of relief, and poked Harry beside him. "What do you think Professor McGonagall's expression would be if she saw us late?" Harry looked at him speechlessly without answering. In Alan's peripheral vision, the cat shrugged its nose, narrowed its eyes, jumped off the desk, and turned into a woman with a tight bun, looking seriously at the two late little lions. Ron was stunned and admired. "This is so cool." Professor McGonagall had a blank expression. "Thank you for your evaluation, Mr. Weasley. Maybe I should turn you or Mr. Potter into a pocket watch, so that at least one of you can be on time for class." Alan glanced over there inadvertently and tried a wink to Harry. So Harry's excuse turned into a sincere apology. "I'm sorry, Professor." He saw Alan glaring at him, and added, "I will familiarize myself with the route of the castle as soon as possible, and I will never be late again." Professor McGonagall looked at him, and after a moment, said, "That's the best, Mr. Potter. Hurry up and sit down." After the two lions sat down in their seats listlessly, Professor McGonagall officially started teaching. She turned the desk into a pig, shocking everyone. Then he changed the desk back and said sternly, "You still have a long way to go to reach this point. Now, I will explain the key points of deformation to you. This is related to your foundation. I hope you can listen carefully." Alan unscrewed the pen and wrote a word or two on the parchment from time to time. Draco lowered his head and wrote notes frantically, with the quill pen shaking constantly. After the theory was finished, Professor McGonagall took out her wand and said, "Transfiguration." The front end of an ordinary match became sharp, and the silver appeared on it, turning into a sharp needle. She gave each person a match and asked them to wave their wands to transform. The little wizards were a little disappointed. They tried to adjust their mentality and waved their wands at the matches. The sound of the little wizards chanting spells rang out in the classroom. Alan looked at the match steadily, and was sure in his heart that the wizarding world was very poor. Professor McGonagall happened to pass by him, and seeing that he didn't move, she patted his shoulder. Alan raised his eyes and looked at Professor McGonagall, picked up the wand and touched the match. Then, the match turned into a thin and sharp needle. This surprised Professor McGonagall. She bent down slightly and asked Alan, "Mr. Cornwall, have you learned silent spells?" Alan sat up slightly. "I don't know, Professor." He also hoped to get guidance from Professor McGonagall, so he said sincerely, "I found that as long as I am calm, focused, and determined, I can cast magic naturally with my wand. In fact, for me, silent spells are more convenient than reciting them." Draco paused while waving his wand and continued to recite spells hard. Professor McGonagall was very surprised. She seemed to understand why Albus called them last night and specifically told them about Alan's genius. Such a young child can consider the essence of spellcasting when he first comes into contact with spells. She nodded, "Yes, Mr. Cornwall. However, we advocate the guidance of magic power by spells because most young wizards of your age cannot control their magic power. The spell can help you cast a spell, and it can also help you sort out the magic power in your body in the process. Unconsciously, you will find that your control over magic power has become stronger. This is why wizards have fewer magic riots when they grow up. Of course, if you don't practice spells at all, the magic power in the young wizard's body will also degenerate and eventually become a dud." The sea blue eyes slowly lit up, and Alan realized, "I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Professor." Professor McGonagall nodded with satisfaction and said loudly, "To Mr. Cornwall for the perfect transfiguration. 5 points for Slytherin." The half-blood little snakes looked at each other with a strange look on their faces. The Muggle-born little lions were very surprised, hiding from other Gryffindors, and carefully gave Alan a thumbs up. Professor McGonagall looked at Alan with a slightly bright look in his eyes, and was very happy. She thought about it, took Alan to the podium, and asked him to turn the desk into a cabinet. The little wizards all stopped and looked over. This request was too outrageous. Professor McGonagall just said that the bigger the object, the harder it is to transform. The pure-blooded little wizards were watching the fun, and the Muggle-born little wizards were worried about their own crown princes. Draco thought of the watch cabinet last night and felt that this guy might really be able to transform. Harry was a little proud, only he knew that Alan could really do it. Ever since Edward asked Alan to turn his desk into a sofa, Alan was very dissatisfied with the ugly sofa that he transformed for the first time. He practiced many times in the evening class, and if he made a mistake, he would speculate on the magic theory that could kill people, which led to the current progress. Harry was ashamed of his perseverance. Alan looked at the desk and quickly came up with a plan. He waved his wand, and the bottom of the desk bulged outwards, then expanded, a crack appeared in the middle of the wood, and a small piece of wood protruded to become a handle, and finally turned into a classic double-door wardrobe. Professor McGonagall opened the wardrobe door and was surprised to see the complete horizontal bars and small compartments inside. The little wizards were already jaw-dropping. Harry and Hermione were even more stunned. They knew that the Crown Prince was a genius, but they didn't expect him to be so talented. Hermione took a look at her unchanged match and felt that it was impossible for her to be the first in the grade. If she tried hard, she could still get the second in the grade. Professor McGonagall took out a book and handed it to Alan in surprise, saying gently, "Alan, your spell level has completely exceeded the requirements of the first grade. You don't need to read the first grade book. This is the second grade textbook. Take a look first." Alan took it, bowed to Professor McGonagall and thanked him, and returned to his seat. Draco pouted and poked Alan. "Alan, how did you do it?" Alan thought for a while and said, I conceived the structure in my mind, waved the wand, and let the wand drive the magic power to cover the object. The little wizards who eavesdropped quietly. It seems that I understand, but I don't seem to understand. Draco's face was long, and Alan had to say a few more words. When casting a spell, you must be calm and confident, and believe that you can do it. Try to feel the magic in your body, let it flow, use the wand as the driving point, and cover the object more finely. The success rate of transformation will be much higher. The little wizards who were eavesdropping around frowned blankly. They could understand the first half, but the second half, the little wizards racked their brains to feel it, but still got nothing. Isn't magic like air, everywhere? The little wizards didn't understand, but Professor McGonagall knew how refined this perception was. She looked at Alan with great surprise and held her wand with both hands. Slytherin plus 10 points for Mr. Cornwall's refined summary. She looked at Alan lovingly. Mr. Cornwall, stay after class. There is no doubt that even Neville, who was slower in reaction, could see that Alan had won the favour of this witch who was known for her strictness. Chapter 28 In the Name of Genius. After this class, Professor McGonagall assigned each of them a 10-inch paper on the basic theory of transfiguration. Of course, except for Alan. After class, Draco was a little depressed because his matchstick had hardly changed. Alan felt that he saw a white peacock with its tail drooping. He smiled helplessly and took out a chocolate ball from his pocket like a magic trick and handed it to him, finally restoring some energy to the little platinum peacock. After swallowing the chocolate ball, Draco snorted and said, "I will definitely be better than you in the afternoon potion class. I started learning potions when I was 5 years old." Alan smiled. He also thought that his potion might not be good. The Crown Prince needed more theoretical knowledge. He was still young and was never allowed by Edward to touch chemical experiments. He could only watch in protective clothing. He had no idea how good his hands-on ability was. After listening to this, Draco's face really improved a lot. "Mr. Cornwall." Professor McGonagall waved to him from the podium. "Draco, go to the auditorium first." Alan said, "I guess it will take a while. I'll save a seat for you." Draco stuffed the book back into his backpack and said. It was already 11 o'clock. The students who had been practicing all morning were hungry and almost left soon. Professor McGonagall stood by the podium and said to Alan, "Mr. Cornwall, before the start of school, Headmaster Dumbledore specifically called us to tell us about some things and mentioned you in particular." She saw Alan showing some surprise, smiled and patted his shoulder. "Don't be nervous, kid. In fact, Albus asked us to pay more attention to you, because your genius needs more training. I didn't believe it at first, but now, I deeply believe it." She took out a few manuals, cast a copy spell, and handed the copy to Alan. "This is some of my insights on transfiguration. I hope you can study it carefully. You don't have to write a transfiguration paper. I will give you a special task, write an article about your insights on magic theory." "Yes, yes." Professor McGonagall saw Alan's hesitation and said directly. "This topic is very grand. It can be said to be easy to write, or it can be said to be difficult to write. Don't have psychological pressure, just write your own thoughts." "Merlin. I can't wait to teach you more things, but unfortunately, I'm busy at the beginning of the school year. Albus also said that he would let you understand the course first. He should talk to you on the weekend. We'll start the mini class next week. What do you think, Mr. Cornwall?" The serious witch was looking forward to it, but she also felt that the time was a bit tight. The little wizards were always too lively and had no enthusiasm for books. Alan had no intention of refusing and responded very actively. "It's an honor, Professor. I know you have outstanding transfiguration. I tried to turn my teacup into a mouse at home, but unfortunately my mouse would never move." He showed a little distress at the right time, and this enthusiasm for learning made Professor McGonagall chuckle. Oh, this is something to learn in the 7th grade. You can turn a teacup into a mouse, which is already very good. Before the 5th grade, the student's task is to learn to turn animals into objects, such as turning mice into snuff bottles. Professor McGonagall led him to the direction of the lobby, saying as he walked. As for turning objects into moving animals, that is a senior course. At that time, students' mastery of magic has reached that level. Professor McGonagall held his shoulders and said seriously. So, Mr. Cornwall, don't try these spells rashly, which will cause your magic to get out of control and hurt yourself. Alan nodded thoughtfully. Professor, I understand. If I want to try these advanced transfiguration spells, I will ask you for advice. Even the noble young master is good at protecting himself, let alone the crown prince who has the responsibility of a country. Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement and took Alan into the Hogwarts Hall. The little lions of Gryffindor looked at their headmaster in amazement. The wrinkles on the witch's face were not that deep, and she was in a very good mood. They quickly asked their friends and soon found out the whole story. The Muggle-born wizards proudly puffed their chests, and soon, Alan's talent in transfiguration spread throughout Hogwarts. The senior snakes also quickly heard about these things from the juniors. It's not a big deal to have talent in transfiguration. Every class has people who shine in different subjects, but using silent spells to successfully transform, this control of magic is really shocking. The seniors exchanged glances, and when Alan took his seat, they slightly let down their reserve and were no longer so cold. Although they were still watching, they would not offend anyone to death. Taking advantage of his position, the prefect sat next to Alan and nodded in praise. Mr. Cornwall, I heard that you added 15 points to Slytherin in the first class. You did a great job. Alan nodded slightly and smiled appropriately. As a member of Slytherin, this is what I should do. Very good. The prefect praised. Keep it up, Slytherin respects the strong. As long as you are strong enough, there will always be a place for you here. Alan smiled gently, raised his glass to the Muggle-born wizards at the other 3 long tables, and whispered, Thank you for your advice. He must find a time to meet these Muggle-born wizards. Children of this age have simple thinking. Friends of friends are friends, and friends of enemies are enemies, black or white, either friends or enemies. They don't know how to understand different opinions, and with that naive cruelty, they often do things like school bullying. These Muggle-born wizards are happy for his achievements, which is not wrong. But when Slytherin almost became the public enemy of Hogwarts, they would definitely be excluded by some people in the same college. This is definitely not the result he wants. Chapter 29 Crown Prince Conference. After lunch, Alan said something to Draco and left the Slytherin table. He glanced at the other 3 tables and soon found several Muggles who were looking at him with reverence. A certain Crown Prince pointed to the door behind him, and soon more than a dozen students from different grades and colleges followed. Your Highness! Prince Alan! The little wizards stood in front of Alan excitedly, their faces flushed and their words confused. We really didn't know that you would come to Hogwarts. God knows, we don't know what to say. Does His Majesty know? He actually allowed you to come. We are so happy that we couldn't sleep yesterday. Alan folded his hands in front of him and led them to an empty classroom, responding to them. Thank you for your love. I didn't expect that Hogwarts has so many little wizards from ordinary people. He led the group of little wizards into the classroom. Although he was not tall enough, he was completely in a position of control. When all the little wizards who followed came in, he closed the door and stood on the podium. First of all, thank you very much for your trust and love. Regarding the things that everyone cares about, I will briefly explain. This rather formal wording made the little wizards quiet down and listen to him obediently. Alan nodded with a gentle smile. On the day I was crowned prince, I received a letter from Hogwarts. His Majesty the King also learned about it at the same time. After research, we wrote back to Hogwarts and received a reply from Principal Dumbledore. He briefly told what happened that day and smiled mischievously. Our people will never imagine, how does that sentence go, the Muggle King and the strongest white wizard had a historic meeting. The little wizards laughed. After they finished laughing, Alan continued, I have always known that you have a great love for me and the royal family, and my father and I have kept it in mind. But, in Hogwarts, I am not a crown prince. On the contrary, I want to be your friend. The little wizard's eyes sparkled and they clenched their fists excitedly. But, Alan frowned in distress, everyone pays too much attention to me, this is really a sweet trouble, you all know that I was sorted into Slytherin College. The little wizards were quiet, and suddenly realized something, and an angry voice sounded, did they bully you? The others soon realized it, and their faces were full of resentment. Alan smiled softly, how could it be? Would the Sorting Hat sort someone who is not suitable for Slytherin into this college? He looked at the little wizards in the audience, since we are already friends, there is something I don't want to hide from you. He opened his arms, everyone, I came with the mission of easing the relationship between Muggles and purebloods. Ultimately, it is to allow the wizarding world and the Muggle world to develop smoothly and peacefully. You have all been in Hogwarts for a while. With your intelligence, you must have discovered. Some wizards have a strong disgust and hatred for Muggles, and these people also have great hatred for our world. Threat. Even their descendants, under the influence of their fathers, hate us ordinary people, hate our parents and our blood. Alan was worried, put his hands on the desk, leaned forward. I am here to guide these little wizards who can still be transformed, let them know the real us. Better protect our families. He smiled, looked at the faces in front of him one by one, gave them enough attention, and encouraged, you are my comrades. The little wizards were eager to fight. Their blood boiling, Your Highness. If you need anything, just tell me. That's it. We are not afraid of Slytherin. A little lion roared. Alan laughed and nodded at the other party, admirable courage, sir. He said gently, it takes time to change your mind. Please don't rush it, and don't go to Slytherin for me, so as not to make my task more difficult. I have a big task for you now. He looked at every little wizard in front of him encouragingly, please, tell all the Muggle-born little wizards not to pay too much attention to me until I ask for your help. The pen and notebook floated into his hands from the backpack. I will write down your names. If there is any progress or questions, or if you want to hold a meeting, please send an owl to send me a letter. The sun shone from the high window, and the blonde crown prince was like a seraph descending. He stood on the podium, as if he was standing on the throne. He was about to take away all the misfortunes and bring permanent light. In the respectful eyes of everyone, he stroked his heart and bowed, his voice warm and clear. And I, wait for good news. Chapter 30 Your subjects respectfully send. Thanks to these Muggle-born wizards, they faithfully carried out Alan's orders, allowing Alan to have a very pleasant time in the next 2 days. He ignored the little snake's scrutiny. In addition to attending classes, he went to the library and provided some thesis guidance to Draco. His days were very peaceful and harmonious. Although he said kindly, what for the benefit of Muggles, what to make friends with you. But he had no intention of getting any help from these Muggle-born wizards. That simple press conference was just to solve some worries. However, it was this group of neglected Muggle-born wizards that gave Alan a great surprise. On Wednesday morning, Alan endured the herbology course. Even though he had a good impression of Professor Sprout's gentleness, he couldn't stand the messy little wizards, the dirty mandrake, and the outrageous gardening learning. Yes, in Alan's eyes, this is a gardening course. As the Crown Prince, he does need to understand the tens of millions of flowers and plants in the world, and he does need to learn the growth characteristics and theoretical uses of these plants. But this is to not be outdone when talking with elites from all walks of life and to fully demonstrate the royal demeanor. If he wants, he can also build a luxurious greenhouse, drink afternoon tea among the exotic flowers and plants, and chat and laugh with the dignitaries. However, he never thought that he would need to take care of them and then stain his clothes with the soil on the roots of the flowers and plants. Even with gloves and protective outerwear, even if he understands that this is just a very ordinary life for some people, he is still studying hard, just to give his father a good-looking transcript and keep the name of genius in the eyes of the world. God knows what these Muggle-born little wizards will look like if he fails in herbology. Okay, I'm getting off topic. After this herbology class, Alan and Draco arrived at the auditorium with their backpacks and enjoyed a sumptuous lunch. At this time, a strange owl flew straight to Alan and brought an exquisite envelope. Alan looked at it curiously, and when he saw that the owl did stretch out its legs towards him, he took the letter and casually took out a silver sickle from his pocket and put it into its leather bag. The letter was misty blue, and the envelope was written in cursive, His Royal Highness, the Prince of Cornwall. The back was simply sealed with an ordinary rose seal. Strange. This is not a royal seal, nor is it the emblem of those prominent families. This deliberately regular format looks like an admiring letter sent by an ordinary person. Draco took a look and saw the neat title on it. He thought it was sent by his Muggle parents and no longer paid attention to it. Alan looked up and saw that several senior Muggle wizards at the 3 long tables were looking at him expectantly and nervously, and tried to wink when they saw him looking at them. The case is solved. Alan laughed and nodded to them. He passed by a quiet and elegant Ravenclaw lady and lowered his head to open the letter. The edge of the letter paper was the same misty blue as the envelope, in full Victorian style, with elegant cursive words running through the white paper in the middle. Alan generally appreciated the smooth calligraphy before reading the letter. Contents. Your Highness. Good afternoon. We are your loyal people. We apologize for the trouble caused by our excessive attention before. I hope you don't mind. Since you don't want us to intervene and help, I hope you have a good time in Hogwarts. I am sorry to bother you with this letter. Please be patient and read it. Alan was very patient, but the lunch on the table was removed, and now the dessert was served. He took a deep breath calmly, thanked Draco for the dessert reminder, and looked down in the distant expectation of those Muggle-borns. At the suggestion of Miss Diana Sharp of Ravenclaw, we held a meeting on Monday night and summoned all Muggle-born wizards from the 4 colleges to discuss getting along with you. A list of Muggle-born little wizards is attached. Alan was surprised. He sat up slightly, pushed away the mango pudding pushed by Draco, and read it carefully. We have taken part of the pattern of the royal seal, blooming roses as the contact seal, and have selected the contacts of 3 colleges, namely Ravenclaw, Diana Sharp, 6th grade, Prefect. Gryffindor, Alger Phillips, 6th grade. Hufflepuff, Valentine Lister, 6th grade. The doubts and feedback of each college will be concentrated in the hands of these 3 people and sent to you every Friday. Of course, if there is an emergency, a letter will be sent temporarily. I hope to reduce your burden. Your subjects. Alan gently put down the letter, looking at the Muggle-born wizards with shining eyes at the 3 long tables, unconsciously revealing a real smile. How can they be a burden? He thought. These are all his loyal subjects, and he will lead these subjects to overcome all obstacles in this unfamiliar wizarding world. Until the final victory. They will create a new future for the wizarding world. Chapter 31 The Hellish Start of Potions Class. Potions class was in the afternoon. Due to the fame of the Cell Snake King, everyone sat down 10 minutes before class. Alan and Draco sat in the first row and greeted Harry, who had just entered the door. As soon as Draco saw Harry, it was as if something had been turned on. The corners of his mouth turned up to the standard Malfoy 15 degrees, and he sneered, "Oh, look who this is! The savior of Gryffindor." Harry tried to ignore him, but after holding back, he still said angrily, "Malfoy! I don't think I provoked you." Draco sneered, "I remind you, Pot." Professor Snape doesn't want to look at you with a new eye because of your savior title like other old fools." He glanced at Ron on the side, pretended to imitate Professor Flitwick, shouted Harry Potter and pretended to fall down. Harry's face flushed, he glared at him fiercely, and glanced at Alan next to him with shame. "Draco." Alan felt helpless. In the past 2 days, the Muggle-born little wizard has restrained himself from paying attention to him. But Draco, with the anger of being rejected by the savior, took every opportunity to ridicule Harry. The richness of his words, the mockery of his expression, and the wonderful examples made people wonder how much time he spent on conceiving. He looked at the blushing savior and persuaded, "Harry, if you don't mind, please take Mr. Weasley first." Ron glared at Alan, frowned and said loudly, "Malfoy, shut your stinky mouth. Everyone knows that you are the son of a Death Eater. Your father, Lucius Malfoy, everyone knows how hypocritical and powerful he is." This sentence attracted the attention of the entire classroom. The little snakes looked grim, and some Muggle-born little lions looked at each other blankly. The expression on Draco's face gradually disappeared. Alan immediately pulled Draco and winked at Harry, asking him to take Weasley away from this place. However, the savior immersed in anger ignored the poor crown prince on the side. The heir of the Malfoy family also pushed Alan aside, and the two big guys Crabbe and Goyle followed closely. I don't know who opened the first punch, and the two sides soon fell into a fight. The little snakes of Slytherin watched coldly, but the little lions of Gryffindor quickly joined the battle, which made some little snakes unable to bear it and started fighting. The little snakes who wanted to continue to be cool were affected by the battle, and they also angrily picked up the crucible and hammered in. The entire potion classroom was in chaos in an instant, with crucibles and potion materials knocked to the ground. The little witch's screaming with tears in her eyes could be heard faintly, "Stop it! Class is about to start. You will lose points for the school." Alan stood in the center of the battle in a daze. Before he could wave his wand, he was pushed back and forth. He was furious and stomped on the floor hard. He saw the right time to get out of the melee circle, stood on the table and waved his wand, trying to separate the two sides. The classroom was still in chaos, with all kinds of insults. Alan's mind quickly flashed through standard spells, and the wand was superior. He waved gracefully, and finally said, "Freeze all." The potion classroom was quiet in an instant, and the little wizards were fixed in their own strange postures. For a while, you could hear a pin drop. Alan breathed a sigh of relief, and his wand gently hung at his side. Necessary calmness and appropriate courage are wiser than fighting in groups. He said calmly, "I will go find the teacher, I hope you can remember this lesson." Before he got down from the table, suddenly, the door of the potion classroom was kicked open by someone. Snape strode in with a rolling black robe, and his death gaze swept over the little wizards tangled together, his face as dark as water. The black-robed professor glanced at the chaos in front of him indifferently. Lions and snakes were fighting in a mess. Wizard hats and scarves from different colleges were tangled up in a mess. Some people were pulled by their hair, some were pressed to the ground like a pyramid, some were pinching the necks of unknown classmates, and the heads of little trolls were put into the crucible. He looked coldly at Alan standing on the table, and there was a little troll waving his wand in dishevel. "Cornwall, explain." Alan got down from the table with no desire to live and briefly recounted what had just happened. Snape sneered and waved his wand to help the little wizards break the immobilization spell. Under the death gaze of the Cellar Snake King, the little wizards stood trembling and shrank into quails. The sound of sobbing from the little witches came from the crowd. "A surprising start, should I thank you for not breaking your arms and legs?" Snape said coldly. The Snake King hissed softly, "So, who got the first start?" "Needless to say, there is nothing that Gryffindor, whose head is full of splendor, can't do. Gryffindor deducts 50 points. The little snakes smiled gloatingly and lowered their heads under the Snake King's gaze. The little lions dared to be angry but did not dare to speak. But the Savior dared, he was worthy of being the offspring of 2 lions. His green eyes were soaked in anger and sparkled. He looked at the black-robed professor without blinking. "Professor, it was Malfoy who provoked us first." "Oh." Snape snorted sarcastically, paused for a moment when his eyes collided with Harry's, and raised a contemptuous arc again. "I thought it was someone else, it turned out to be our new celebrity. Perhaps you, a stupid and arrogant troll, have been full of confidence in the title of Savior under the special attention of the professors, and think that you are superior in ability, so you can't wait to show your uniqueness." He suddenly strode forward, put his hands on the table and looked into those green eyes, and said slowly, "Isn't it, Mr. Potter?" Alan almost heard a kind of gnashing of teeth. Harry looked at him angrily. After a moment, Snape stood up as if nothing had happened, and gave ice packs to everyone, as if he was determined to let them learn a lesson. He took out the bruised Draco, threw him in front of Alan, and said coldly, "Cornwall, take him to the hospital wing." Blatant bias. Alan closed his mouth tightly and pulled Draco out of the classroom quickly. The 2 of them went to the hospital wing quietly, and Madame Pomfrey looked at them in shock. "I have never seen a little wizard who made himself like this in the first week of school." Alan didn't dare to say that a group of little wizards would come soon. She kept muttering, quickly and skillfully treating the wound on the little peacock's face. "You boys, always so troublesome. Okay, boy. Wait here for a while, I'll get you some potions." As soon as the lady left, the ward suddenly became quiet. Alan sighed softly, walked to Draco and sat down, patting his shoulder gently. Draco's eyes were red, and he held back his tears and threw himself into Alan's arms. This made Alan stiffen his body. As a member of the royal family, Alan had long been accustomed to keeping a distance from others, and even between father and son, there had never been such close contact. The little peacock in his arms began to sob, raised his head and glared at him. Alan hesitated and put his hand on his back, so the little peacock buried his head in his arms again. "It's okay." Alan patted him lightly and whispered to comfort him. "That annoying bastard, the hateful Weasley." Draco gritted his teeth and cursed, "How dare they insult my father? Every child can feel this kind of feeling." If someone said this about Edward in front of him, Alan would not be able to help but sneer. He sighed in his heart. Is it because he became a little wizard and abandoned Protestantism and God that he caused endless troubles in his mission? Alan was helpless. "Draco, you obviously want to be friends with Harry, why do you?" Draco raised his head suddenly, twisted his waist viciously, and said word by word, "Who do you say wants to be friends with him?" Alan endured the pain, pressed his increasingly strong hand, and gasped, "I was wrong." As soon as the little peacock let go, he immediately said quickly, "The Savior is a typical Gryffindor, and making friends in the Slytherin way will not work." "I didn't." Draco tried to refute. Alan handed him a piece of chocolate. Holding it up, he raised his hand in surrender. "I know, Master Malfoy. Whoever doesn't make friends with you is their loss, right?" The little peacock raised his chin and snorted. "Since you don't like them, don't waste time arguing with them. It will also make you suffer." Alan looked at the little peacock with a sidelong glance and said helplessly, "Are the classmates in Slytherin not good enough?" Draco paused, looked at him hesitantly, and finally told the truth, "That's the Savior. I grew up listening to his stories and envied the great glory he had since childhood. Although my father seemed to dislike him very much, which little wizard has never imagined making friends with the Savior?" Alan looked at him and persuaded him, "Then do you want to listen to my advice?" The grey-blue eyes glanced at him reluctantly, and he heard him say, "When getting along with Harry, just keep one principle, be straightforward." Draco frowned and looked at him in disbelief. It was hard to imagine that it was so simple to get the friendship of the Savior. He really experienced the Savior's ingratitude in the past 2 days. Alan laughed and spread his hands. "In fact, it's that simple. Harry told me about his growing environment, and his relatives didn't treat him very well. So, Harry actually lacks love, he longs for care and is tired of sarcasm. Draco sneered, but his expression was not so stiff, but his mouth was still as hard as ever. What does this have to do with me? Alan raised his eyebrows and said nothing. It happened that Madame Pomfrey came back. He got up and took the potion, and listened to the lady's instructions. Apply it to the wound every night, and it will be healed in 2 or 3 days. Thank you, you've worked hard. It's nothing. Madame Pomfrey said with a stern face, pushing the two of them out of the hospital wing. You're doing me a favor by not causing me any trouble. Draco gloated. Look, the Crown Prince's sweet talk is ineffective. Potions class isn't over yet. Alan ignored him, pulled him over and ran to the classroom, ignoring the little peacocks shouting. As expected, they welcomed Snape's venom attack and returned to their positions swiftly among a group of little wizards holding ice cubes. Alan nodded to Harry from a distance, looking at the potion materials in front of him, and fell into deep thought. Purple-red porcupine quills, curved and sharp venomous snake teeth, and 4 wriggling horned slugs. Alan's throat moved, and he covered his mouth expressionlessly. Draco looked at the slug strangely, then looked at him, and couldn't help laughing, and his mood improved a lot. Well, cough, then I'll deal with the slug, and you make the potion. He took the initiative to handle the various materials and handed the book to Alan. Alan waved his hand, pushed the book aside, and timed Draco to hand him the materials. His hands were very steady, stirring with a glass rod. Soon, a perfect blue potion was put into a small test tube bottle. When the two of them handed in the potion, Snape glanced at Draco, who was not so shabby after the treatment, and nodded. A very perfect scabies potion, 5 points for Slytherin. He neatly drew an O on Draco's score. The materials are handled very well, Mr. Malfoy. The Snake King paused and looked at Alan. Mr. Cornwall. The steps and techniques for brewing potions are good. He glanced at Alan, whose face was slightly pale. Mr. Cornwall, because you dare not touch the potion materials. Alan remembered the appearance of the slug and nodded with restraint. Okay, Professor. Come to my office at 6 o'clock in the evening. Alan nodded. There was a sudden explosion at the back of the classroom. Draco looked at the potion spreading to his feet and quickly pulled Alan to stand on the stool. Snape strode to the back row and waved his wand to clear the potion on the floor. Neville Longbottom. Did you add the porcupine quills without removing the crucible from the fire? Potter. Why didn't you remind him when you were standing next to him? Does this show your intelligence? Gryffindor deducts 5 points. Chapter 32 The so-called buying people's hearts. After the potion class, the first-year lions and snakes walked to the hospital wing in groups of 3 or 2. Draco didn't want to go to the cafeteria to show his bruised face, and Alan didn't have much appetite, so the two went back to the lounge together. Alan, why don't you dare to touch the slug? Draco wondered. Alan smiled softly, his pale face surprisingly had a special kind of gentleness. Maybe this is the disadvantage of being a Muggle-born wizard. Well, Draco, don't you really think that these potion materials are a bit disgusting? Draco didn't understand. Why do you think those slugs are disgusting? You are not allowed to eat them. Alan paused, and suddenly remembered that the potions given by Madame Pomfrey were still in his bag. He was not sure if there were any strange materials in these potions. Same bag. His waist and legs were burning from contact, and he felt uncomfortable all over. He said with a stiff face and gritted his teeth, "Thank you for your reminder." As soon as the two returned to the door of the lounge, they saw a snowy owl and a golden eagle flying over, landing on their shoulders respectively, bringing letters and newspapers. Alan took the envelope and let Tita stand on his shoulder, rubbing his neck clingingly. The snowy owl looked at the majestic golden eagle beside him curiously, called out to it, and was frightened back by the golden eagle's flapping wings, and buried its head tightly in Alan's neck. Draco smiled mischievously and raised the golden eagle's chin. The two sat in front of the sofa, each fed their pets some food, wiped their hands and opened the letter. Alan opened the wax seal and took out the letter paper with the royal emblem printed on it. The letter was in a familiar and gorgeous font with only 2 sentences. I know, take care of yourself. Your father Edward, September 1st, 23:28. Seeing the time, Alan looked at his round and cute snow owl. Tita, my father replied last night, why did you give it to me now? Tita tilted her head and shouted in a mysterious way. Alan nodded her head. In the future, I have to give my father's letter early in the morning, understand? Tita looked at him with wide eyes, as if she understood, squinting her eyes and shouting as if she was laughing. Draco was amused. This guy was so steady all over, but he was still so childish. He tapped the table with his wand, and 2 dinners appeared on it. Eat something first, you have to go to the dean's office later. Alan shook his head, put the pile of rolled newspapers aside, and stood up. No, I have to go to the medical wing. Why go there? You don't have any wounds. Draco was puzzled, and then shut up with an ugly face. Alan laughed, straightened his robe, and replied, condolences to my people. Draco was speechless for a moment, and said slowly, you are really a saint. Alan did not comment. Draco is still too young. If he is a mature politician, he will know how hard it is to win the hearts of the people. The school hospital is full of disinfectant smell at this time. Most of the little wizards have been coated with potions and sit obediently on the beds. Alan arrived at the right time. Madame Pomfrey had no time to deal with him, so he walked into the medical wing openly and looked at the little wizards with his head slightly tilted. The little snakes were very silent. After being fixed by Alan, they kept silent about Alan in a Slytherin way, until the seniors accepted the Muggle Crown Prince. By then, everyone will be happy and harmonious, and the Muggle Crown Prince, who is also a Slytherin, will not care about today's cold treatment. Compared with them, the Gryffindors have much richer expressions. Some pure-blood and half-blood little lions saw Alan and poked their Muggle friends around them, whispering, isn't that your Muggle Crown Prince? Harry and Ron looked at each other. Hermione was angry because they provoked a dispute and deducted 50 points from Gryffindor, and she didn't want to pay attention to them. She turned her head sharply when she heard the words, and said guiltily, Your Highness. Alan nodded slightly and walked towards them. Harry, are you feeling better? Harry blushed, feeling wronged and happy, and a little angry and jealous of Alan and Malfoy's relationship. Hermione paused, and looked at Alan aggrievedly. The punk little lions slowly turned their heads, and the moment they saw Alan, they couldn't hold back, just like seeing their parents after being bullied. Your Highness! The punk little lions sobbed. Until Harry pursed his lips and hugged Alan, complaining with a bitter face. Malfoy's beating really hurts. Your Highness, you were not there at that time so you don't know, Snape targeted me. Alan patted his head gently. You worked hard. I heard that you answered all the questions he asked you. Harry blushed again, this time shy and proud. Nodded, and tried to imitate Alan calmly, of course. I have carefully prepared for it under your inspection. The little lions didn't react, and stared at Harry in amazement as Alan hugged him. Alan looked at the poor little lions, patted Harry on the back, and motioned him to stand up. Let's meet on the weekend and share your life. Harry also knew that Alan came not only for him, so he let go of Alan with some disappointment, but he was encouraged by what he said and generously made way for him. Let you experience the care of His Highness. He and His Highness have an appointment this weekend. A brave little lion reacted, with tears still on his face, and threw himself into Alan's arms with a roar, so the 5 or 6 little lions all ran over quickly and surrounded Alan. They didn't say anything, just hugged Alan's arms or pulled the corners of Alan's clothes. Hermione was reserved and didn't go over. Seeing this situation, she stomped her feet with some regret. Alan could hardly move, and a slight smell of disinfectant and medicine came. He comforted, Does it hurt a lot? The little lions whimpered and nodded. Alan laughed. Let me go first, I'll take a look at your injuries. The little lions reluctantly let him go, the opportunity and excuse to hug the crown prince is not every day, and then stood in a row obediently. Alan checked them one by one and breathed a sigh of relief. The wounds are not very serious, basically bruises. Mr. Green's is a bit serious, Miss Granger is the lightest. You must listen to Madame Pomfrey and apply the medicine well, understand? Hermione nodded with a blushing face, but the other little lions were not so obedient. They complained with a pursed mouth, but, those potions are so smelly. Alan thought for a while, then I will write to my father and ask him to mail some ointments and distribute them to you, okay? The little lion's eyes lit up and cheered instantly, as if the pain was nothing. The other little lions looked at them enviously, and even the little snakes were a little envious. This crown prince really cares about his people. Madame Pomfrey poked her head out and glared at Alan with a serious face. Everyone, get out. Don't make noise. The little lions shut their mouths quickly, and Hermione glared at the boys fiercely. But Alan had been discovered, and they could only watch Alan say goodbye to Madame Pomfrey with tears in their eyes. Alan looked back at them and said with a smile, I will give you the ointment before noon tomorrow, and you must apply it carefully then. Madame Pomfrey strode over, as if she was going to grab Alan's collar and throw him out. Alan looked up at her slowly and showed a perfect smile. Madam, do you want to know about the Muggle wound ointment? Madame Pomfrey looked at him with some distrust, but stopped moving. I have agreed with these children to give it to them. If you need it, I can ask my father for more and give it to the hospital wing. Muggle ointment. Madame Pomfrey murmured in a low voice, hesitantly, you can bring some, let me compare it with the potion. Okay, ma'am. Alan replied obediently, then I won't bother you. Thanks to the Muggle ointment, their crown prince was able to walk out of the hospital wing calmly. Madame Pomfrey is the hidden queen of Hogwarts. Chapter 33 Tutoring of the Cellar. Snake King. Alan asked about the portrait all the way and went to Snape's cellar. This place is far away from the crowd, seeping into the ground, damp and cold, and the wall lamp emits a green light, just like the villain's lair in the story. The little snake pendant on the door handle spit out the snake's tongue and looked at Alan coldly. Professor Snape asked me to come. Alan looked down at his watch and showed it to him. 5:57. The little snake rolled his eyes, swung his tail, and opened the door. Alan whispered a thank you and walked into the office buried deep underground. What came into view were rows of jars, with various unknown animal corpses soaked in green solution, which was particularly creepy under the dim light source underground. The Snake King sat behind his desk marking homework and said impatiently, "What are you doing? Come here." Alan then noticed the crucible and potion materials placed on the ground. The black-robed professor said coldly, "Scabies potion, you should remember the steps." Alan looked at the untreated slug and tried to bargain. Before he could speak, the door of the cellar was knocked again. He seemed to have seen a savior, and couldn't wait to look at the door, hoping that a professor would come in, preferably to discuss something important, so that he could leave this place with a clear conscience. Get out of that damn bucket of slugs. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned, and a trembling little lion walked in. Judging from his height, this poor lion is in the 3rd or 4th grade. Obviously, even Gryffindor, who is known for his courage, dared not face the cellar Snake King alone. He almost shrank into a quail and tried to say, "Professor, I'll do the detention." "Aha!" Snape laughed mockingly and said impatiently, "Mr. Cook, your detention today is to skin those 2 buckets of toads." He pointed to the 2 large barrels next to him and said coldly, "Cornwall, what are you waiting for?" Alan, who was looking at the 2 large barrels in shock, immediately came back to his senses. "I'll start right away, sir." Contrast always produces a sense of happiness. He sat on the small stool resignedly, while grinding his snake teeth carefully. He looked down at the 4 slugs next to him. The mollusks were entangled together, leaving unpleasant mucus. Mr. Cook had a sad face, moved a small stool and sat on the edge of the office, and began to deal with the toads. He didn't react much to Alan. He must be a pure-blood or half-blood. Alan looked up and looked at him, and saw sympathy in each other's eyes. God! Those are 2 big buckets of toads. Merlin! He was so close to the black old bat. Miserable! Capital miserable! They quickly withdrew their gazes and immersed themselves in their work, fearing that exchanged by the black-robed professor. An hour later, Snape said the password lemon sherbet with a stern face and entered the principal's office. "Ah, Severus, you've worked hard." Dumbledore looked at him with a smile and pushed the sugar plate. "Would you like a piece of lemon sherbet?" He withdrew his hand regretfully under the death gaze of the Snake King and continued to ask, "So, how did our little prince perform?" Snape was silent for a moment and tapped his temple with his wand. The black mist of the memory thread spread in the meditation basin. An hour ago, Alan was carefully grinding the snake's teeth, and from time to time he looked pale at the bucket of slugs. Dumbledore watched this memory with a subtle expression. The black-robed professor threw the homework in his hand aside, tapped the wand, and the bucket flew to Alan. "Well, Mr. Cornwall, I hope you can handle these slug materials." The low and silky voice paused. "The examination system of Hogwarts is very strict, and it will not be changed because of you alone." Dumbledore silently glanced at the black-robed professor beside him. He was going to change. "Even if your mind is not full of Ignathrum splendens, for a student who dares not touch potion materials, I will definitely make him a giant monster." Alan's mind automatically translated that even if the brewing method is perfect, if he does not handle the potion materials personally, he will get a T in the final grade. This is simply intolerable. So he took a step forward with a pale face and a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. When he saw the so-called potion materials in the bucket, his face became even uglier. He slowly put his hand into the bucket, and when he felt the slippery and sticky touch, he suddenly pulled his hand back, and quickly pulled out a handkerchief with his other hand to wipe his fingers clean in a panic. His face was very ugly. He turned his head away and took a deep breath, trying not to look at the bucket, but he couldn't help but retract his slender fingers as soon as they touched the wooden barrel. Before the Snake King started to spray venom, Alan seemed to have been unable to hold back. He pulled an object at random, and with trembling fingers, he quickly took out the wand and tapped the object, and the object quickly changed into a bucket. Before Dumbledore had time to praise this skilled transfiguration, he saw the Crown Prince, who was always gentle, elegant and at ease, holding the bucket, and vomiting. Snape in Dumbledore Snape's memory. The old man watched Alan vomit out all the acid in his stomach. Even in this situation, the blonde Crown Prince still straightened his back with difficulty, trying to maintain the image of the Crown Prince. After that, he reluctantly twisted his expression and took a slug, his face as pale as a broken wall. Dumbledore and the 2 black-robed professors watched in silence as Alan squeezed out a bucket of slugs with difficulty. In the end, Alan's face was as pale as paper, and his hands kept shaking as he completed the task. After a few minutes, he calmed his trembling right hand and quickly and accurately boiled a pot of scabies potion. The black-robed professor in the memory was silent for a moment. "Well, you can go out." Alan leaned forward slightly, his eyes sincere. "Thank you for your guidance." The memory stagnated, and Dumbledore stepped forward to check the results of the scabies potion and couldn't help but admire it. The principal's office reappeared in front of him, and the old man murmured in shock and admiration, "It's really unimaginable willpower. As an 11-year-old boy, how many people in this world can overcome what they are afraid of and achieve such a perfect degree?" Snape's face was stiff and he didn't say a word, but his eyes showed recognition. He curled his lips awkwardly. The poor potion professor originally arranged 2 potion teachings, but they were disrupted by this spoiled little prince. Dumbledore came back to his senses and looked at Snape. "Don't be too harsh, Severus. In fact, I think that for Alan, we can completely change the examination system. Oh Severus, don't deny it, I know you also like Alan very much as a student. He remembers the content of the textbook completely. Although his brewing skills are immature, he has made rapid progress. Although he is afraid of potion materials, he can handle them carefully, and he can understand your good intentions. Dumbledore was moved and pressed his eyes. Young people are formidable. So, Severus, can I ask you to do more extra tutoring? For geniuses, following the routine is too boring. Snape's face fell and roared, Dumbledore. Chapter 34 Ding! Your golden finger has arrived. At 7:30 in the evening, Alan returned to the Slytherin cellar with a pale face. Draco was lying alone on a long sofa, chatting and laughing with the girl sitting opposite him, and the atmosphere was very lively. Crabbe and Goyle stood behind him like two walls, without saying a word. Hearing the sound of the lounge door opening, Draco looked up and saw Alan, who was pale, weak in steps, and seemed to be seriously dehydrated. He turned over and sat up, and wanted to get up. Alan, are you okay? The girls were dissatisfied and pulled him. Draco turned around and asked them to go back to the dormitory in a graceful manner. However, this demeanor only lasted for a moment. He soon pushed the entangled girl away impatiently and walked quickly towards Alan. The girls stamped their feet in anger and returned to the dormitory angrily. There were no people in the lounge. The senior students had a lot of homework and often stayed in the library. The juniors didn't want to provoke Malfoy, so they had already found another place. The only remaining girl was driven away by Draco. Alan confirmed that there were no outsiders, then he weakly pressed Draco's hand and held the wall with his other hand weakly. The oil painting-like touch on the wall made the wand on the inside of his robe start to jump immediately, as if it was very excited, which made him stunned for a moment and interrupted the words he hadn't said yet. Draco followed his line of sight and saw only the black wall, full of questions. Alan bent down slightly, his legs were trembling, but he still squinted and observed the wall carefully. He touched the place with both hands, turned back to Draco and said, "Excuse me, can you give me a lamp?" Although Draco was curious, he turned back to Crabbe and said, "Bring me a lamp." Crabbe took advantage of his height and picked up the lamp on the bookshelf behind him and handed it over. Alan tried to take the lamp. Draco looked at his trembling fingers, frowned and pressed his hand down with a look of disgust, and held the lamp against the wall, saying with disgust, "I'm afraid you will break it immediately if I give it to you. This lamp is not cheap." This awkward concern made Alan laugh, and he replied, "Thank you for your concern, young master." His eyes were still carefully looking at the wall. After carefully reading it, he stood up and said, "This seems to be a painting." "Painting?" Draco frowned. Alan didn't say anything. Since his fingers touched the wall, his wand has been trembling. As the owner of the wand, he naturally felt the joy of the wand. He had no choice but to take out his wand, and was almost impatient to touch the painting. The unknown object peeled off under the gaze of several people and fell straight into Alan's hand. Draco immediately pulled Alan back, with anger on his face. "You muggle! Hasn't anyone told you not to touch unknown things?" Alan felt warm in his heart and chuckled, "It should be okay, this is my wand that found it, it's very happy now. Besides, am I not fine now?" He raised the cloth in his hand and spread it out, only to see a black piece, as if the painter had just painted a simple black curtain. Draco snorted coldly and was about to walk away, but he dragged the pale Alan back to the dormitory and threw him on the bed, mocking, "I didn't expect that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince could stand for so long after being exhausted. Can he still fight a duel?" Alan looked at him helplessly. "I can't fight a duel, young master, please let me go." Draco snorted lightly, poured him a cup of hot milk to force him to rest, and then he closed the door and went out. Alan leaned against the head of the bed and sipped half a cup of milk. Finally, the discomfort in his stomach was relieved, and his face finally looked better. He spread out the painting that Draco had just set aside with his wand, picked up his wand and pointed at it, wondering, it really seems to be just a black background. He looked at his wand. Why are you so excited? If anyone else was here, they would definitely be frightened by this horrible scene. Next to the dark green bed curtain, the blonde boy leaned against the bedside, spread out a black canvas, and made a hissing sound at his wand. As if summoned, a figure slowly emerged from the black canvas, looking at the alert boy and curling his lips. Chapter 35 Salazar Slytherin. A figure suddenly appeared on the black canvas, and smiled at you. What does it feel like? If he hadn't seen the moving portraits and ghosts in Hogwarts, he would have set it on fire directly. There are no royal agents here. Alan took a deep breath calmly, and with his fingers loosened, he threw the painting on the bed, quickly turned over and got out of bed, holding his wand cautiously. The portrait showed a young man in luxurious clothes, with black hair and brown eyes, handsome appearance and powerful momentum. He was slightly surprised to see Alan. Blonde hair and blue eyes? You are not my descendant? Then how can you speak Parseltongue and own my wand? Alan's eyes were cautious. Who are you? Salazar Slytherin. Alan narrowed his eyes. He looked at the young and handsome portrait in front of him, and thought about the old and frail appearance in the school history. His expression was different. Out of respect for the founder, he leaned forward slightly and touched his heart. Slytherin first-year student, Alan Cornwall, meet the senior. Salazar nodded with satisfaction at his etiquette, and exclaimed, my wand actually chose a Muggle-born. This sentence made Alan alert, and he took a step back calmly. After all, Slytherin insists that blood is well known. Unexpectedly, the senior just shook his head, and then asked him curiously about the current situation of the wizarding world. Alan was silent for 2 seconds, and recounted what he saw from an objective perspective. Salazar sighed, now we can finally coexist peacefully with Muggle-born wizards. Alan paused and said, now with the protection of the International Statute of Secrecy and Law Enforcement Orders, the wizarding world is well hidden, and those young wizards from the Muggle world are also protecting the wizarding world. Salazar did not respond to his words, but looked at him with interest. Speaking for the Muggle-born like this, what is your identity? Alan looked alert and did not answer. If you don't want to say it, forget it. Salazar waved his hand nonchalantly. Drop a drop of blood on my portrait. Alan became more alert. Senior, as far as I know, most of the magic related to blood is not very safe. Salazar laughed. I just want to confirm whether you have my blood. Besides, I will not hurt the new owner of my wand. Alan gently shook the wand up and down, as if to confirm Salazar's words. This method of testing bloodline is very popular among pure-blood wizards, otherwise you can ask your pure-blood roommate. Platinum hair, grey-blue eyes, that's a Malfoy. Alan was silent for 2 seconds, bowed and said, then, please wait a moment, senior. The blonde jumped in the dark corridor, and the person who should have been resting in bed appeared in the lounge again. Draco frowned, with some anger in his grey-blue eyes. Alan Cornwall. Alan smiled gently, his face as white as transparent. Don't be like this, Draco. I just want to ask you something. Alan raised his hands in surrender, smiled at the scattered little snakes in the lounge, and pulled Draco to a corner. Just asking a question, I'll go back after I'm done. Draco looked at him suspiciously, raised his chin to signal him to continue. Well, I read a book and found that purebloods are basically related by blood because of marriage, so many strange ways to identify blood have been derived. Yet, Draco tilted his head, there are many blood magics, including family tree confirmation, blood magic, ancestor portrait confirmation. Portrait. Alan's eyes darkened for a moment, and he smiled a smile that seemed to be just weird. Can this be identified? Of course. Little Peacock nodded. You just need to drop a drop of blood on the ancestor portrait, and the portrait will tell you whether you have his blood in your body. Won't it be dangerous?" Alan turned sideways, inadvertently blocking his expression. Draco sneered and poked his head. "What's wrong with your brain? You are not vigilant when you should be vigilant, but use it in such an insignificant place." "So that's it, the blood magic." Alan thought for a while, and then saw Draco's angry expression. He laughed and raised his hand. "I won't ask any more, I'm going back to the dormitory. Anyway, he has got the core answer." He lifted the bed curtain, and the handsome wizard with black hair and black eyes in the portrait on the bed smiled. "Little guy, are you sure?" Alan touched his heart and bowed. "It was the junior who offended just now, please don't be offended, senior." He picked up the wand and tapped the pen beside him, and changed the frame of the square portrait that was only his arm's length. "The transfiguration is rough, please bear with it for a while, I will customize a frame for you." Salazar was very pleased and had a better impression of this little guy. In the first grade, there is such a powerful magic and can perform such a good transfiguration. This is the future of the wizarding world. Alan looked at the portrait spread out with the frame, took out a silver knife from the desk, and pierced his finger. A drop of blood flew out from the fingertips and quickly merged into the portrait. Strands of silver-white halo passed through the canvas. Salazar closed his eyes and felt the blood and magic in the drop of blood, and opened his eyes in surprise. He opened his mouth and made a bunch of hissing sounds. Alan was surprised. He knew it was a different language, but he could understand it. He even made such sounds when he opened his mouth. "Senior." Salazar looked him up and down, laughed for a long time, and hissed, "I didn't expect that one day I would meet my sister's descendants." "Sister." Alan's heart skipped a beat. His father was a purebred Muggle with a strict family tree, so his ability must have come from his mother. In other words, Salazar's sister was the ancestor of his mother. Salazar nodded. "My sister's name is Sylvia Slytherin. She fell in love with a German and went to Germany. Later, wizards were arrested in large numbers. Everyone was busy escaping. I was busy with Godric, Rowena, and Helga to create Hogwarts, so I had no choice but to lose contact." Snake Ancestor's eyes showed some nostalgia, and he looked at Alan with tenderness. "Since you are my sister's descendant, and you took my wand, I will teach you well?" Alan was a little moved suddenly. Salazar asked, "What's your name?" "Alan, Cornwall." "Okay, little Alan. Let me discuss this generation, Alan looked at Salazar, who began to calculate the generation seriously, and twitched his mouth. "I will call you Ancestor from now on." He paused, but couldn't help asking, "Ancestor, do you still remember the surname of the German that Sylvia's ancestor married?" Salazar thought carefully for 5 minutes. "It seems to be G. something, I can't remember clearly." Alan was a little disappointed. Salazar advised, "Even if you remember, 1,000 years is enough to change your surname several times." Seeing Alan's lost look, Snake Ancestor began to coax the child. "But you can start with a pure-blood family with 1,000-year history. Most families that can last for 1,000 years are prominent at one time, so it's easy to find." "You make sense." Alan nodded slightly, looked at the picture frame that was neither too big nor too small, and began to look for a place to hang it. However, the dormitory was so small that it could be seen at a glance. If he wanted to avoid being noticed by Draco, he stared at his bed and hung the portrait at the head of his bed. Salazar squinted and looked from left to right. "This seems a bit strange." Alan concentrated on adding curtains to the outside of the picture frame and advised, "You know, I have a roommate. This is the most suitable place. Starting tomorrow, take me with you when you go out." Sarah looked at Alan, who was hesitant to speak. "Take out your wand, I'll teach you the space spell." Chapter 36: The first experience of the genius of the Snake Ancestor. What is it like to have a very talented, smart, and worry-free junior? Salazar lay in the pocket of Alan's outer robe that had been cast with the space spell, and felt that he had a lot of say. The space spell, also known as the traceless extension spell, can open up a huge space in a small area. This spell is not difficult, but the theory is difficult, and few people can understand the logic of the spell. However, in just half an hour, Alan successfully opened up a small space. At first, it was only the size of a fist. But soon, that piece of space expanded rapidly like a balloon, expanding to the size of a hat, and then to the size of a chair. Within an hour, Alan could already skillfully open up a square meter of space. This descendant has a strong theoretical talent. Salazar thought. This child directly understood the essence of space and summarized the space spell, the folding and opening of the space energy field. The wisdom from Muggles is indeed amazing. Salazar thought. Or, it is better to say that it is the threat from Muggles. Thousands of years ago. Wasn't it because he understood the threat of Muggles that he insisted on pure blood so firmly? Then again, even in the war-torn era thousands of years ago, this spell was strictly controlled for the sake of order among wizards. As the Crown Prince, Alan has been following various rules since the day he was born, including both laws and royal rules. Therefore, he has long understood the importance of understanding rules. In the large batch of books he bought in Diagon Alley before, he also made sure that he bought various regulations from various departments of the Ministry of Magic. The traceless extension spell is strictly restricted and cannot be used for private purposes. It can only be used for the production of approved individual items, such as the 6 school suitcases that Alan bought. Obviously, Alan knows it. But he doesn't care. Who can prove that he used it illegally? The Slytherins are prudent and self-protective. Even if they find out, they will only keep silent because of his strength. The wizarding world is not like the Muggle world. In the ordinary world, even if there are privileged classes, they are shrouded in the flowers of equality for all, constrained by laws and morals, or grow quietly in places that cannot be seen. But in the wizarding world, only increasing strength is the hard truth. Grindelwald, the powerful man in Europe, Voldemort, who cast the shadow of death over the British wizarding world for half a century, and Dumbledore, who now guards Hogwarts. Aren't they all proofs of this theory? Alan had to admit that he was tempted. He didn't want to be arranged by politicians, and he didn't want to be able to sign every fool's appointment letter while exercising the king's rights, allowing them to make the country a mess. Alan stared at the ghost professor with a flat voice, lowered his eyes to hide the expression in his pupils. Take it slow. Don't rush. He stroked the pen and continued to take notes. Unlike the notes of other courses, which only he could understand and had only a few words, the notes of this course were neat, with detailed markings of key points and difficult points, and even annotations. There was no way, the little wizards didn't like this course, and he had to consider the children's final exams. Salazar didn't expect that this was Professor Binns from the past. When Rowena invited Binns, he also attended a few classes. Professor Binns has great research and passion for teaching. His explanations are lively and interesting, and his research is solid and rich. He can even simulate the scenes of the past and bring students into that era. Thousands of years have passed, and Binns has become a ghost. Salazar was just trapped in his memories, feeling a little sad, and was so angry about the defense against the dark arts class that he broke his defense. Who can tell him why such a fake appeared in Hogwarts? Thousands of years ago, he would have thrown this into the Slytherin cellar and locked it up. Alan silently rolled up his wand and silently added a refreshing spell to himself to isolate the deadly smell of garlic and decay. He listened expressionlessly to Professor Quirrell stuttering and reading the textbook, and deeply missed his special teachers who were gentle and to the point. Now, let alone other little wizards. Even he didn't know what notes to take in this professor's class. So he had to mark the chapters that Quirrell had read. Quirrell was stuttering as he read the textbook on the stage. Seeing all the young wizards lowering their eyes in boredom, his timid eyes suddenly became sharp for a moment, glancing at the shining golden hair. Even in the dark classroom, the golden hair did not dim at all. The big man at the back of his head hissed and the voice went straight into his head. Fresh spell. Silent spell. What a rare talent. I want to see how Dumbledore will treat this Muggle Crown Prince. Quirrell did not understand the Dark Lord's strange attention to the Muggle Crown Prince. Even if the Crown Prince was very talented, Harry Potter was the Dark Lord's mortal enemy after all. What do you know? The voice became sharp, causing him to have a splitting headache, so the sound of reading the textbook became more stuttering. This change only made the young wizards more impatient, and they waited for the end of the get out of class even more unbearably. Alan looked up strangely, and saw Quirrell's face was pale, as if he was enduring great pain. He raised his hand and said, "Professor, are you feeling unwell? Do you want to go to the hospital wing?" Quirrell was stunned and stammered, Oh, Mr. Cornwall. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the little lions enthusiastically, "Yes, Professor. You should go to the hospital wing. Go." He was pushed out of the classroom by the children in a daze, and then watched the Gryffindors cheering and packing their school bags, running out of the door one by one beside him. Including that Harry Potter. Malfoy with platinum hair also strode out, and did not forget to turn back to greet the slow-moving Crown Prince. Alan walked to the door slowly and asked with concern, "Professor? Do you need me to take you to the hospital wing?" Quirrell stammered and shook his head, "No." Alan nodded slowly, and was about to walk around him to leave, but was suddenly grabbed by the arm. Quirrell looked at him in horror and stammered, "Why, yes. Alan." Salazar, who thought he was relieved in his pocket. Chapter 37 The Temptation of the Dark Lord. Draco burst out laughing, gloating, and stepping heavily, and said loudly, "Crab, Goyle! Let's go to the Great Hall. There will be a flying class later, so you have to eat more." For the first time, Salazar felt that his junior was too kind. Foolishly let such a fake waste his time? This is not Slytherin at all. The Sorting Hat is not stupid. In fact, this little guy should be assigned to Hufflepuff. Quirrell didn't want to be associated with the Muggle Crown Prince that Dumbledore was paying attention to, which would attract attention for no reason. But just when he refused, the Dark Lord behind his head said sharply, "Promise him. Take him to an empty classroom. The Muggle Crown Prince that Dumbledore is concerned about." "Ha, then let me lead him astray. See how that old bee has the face to sing about benevolence." Alan was also helpless. Who knew that his polite words would bring such consequences? Polite words. Professor Quirrell, do you know what polite words mean? There was no way. Alan had to continue to keep the air-freshening spell, and then walk to the medical wing with Quirrell. Who knew that Quirrell just took him to an empty classroom on the 6th floor? This classroom is in a subtle location, with only 2 staircases to reach it. One leading to the library and the other from the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. If something happens, it will take a while to ask for help. Alan's eyes darkened and he stopped. "Professor, this doesn't seem to be the way to the medical wing." Quirrell was also in tears. You know, he was doing things under Dumbledore's nose. That would be fine, but his master had to add more pressure on him to deal with such an unnecessary Muggle Crown Prince. Idiot! What do you know? Alan looked at Quirrell standing in the classroom and shrank his neck. He took another step back vigilantly, and just got stuck in the classroom. At the door of the classroom. "Professor, what do you want to talk to me about?" Quirrell choked, his face grim. "Why, yes." Alan had already held the wand calmly. As long as Quirrell made any unusual movements, he would first give him a tarantella dance, then a relaxation, and then quickly evacuate. Quirrell suddenly calmed down, he looked up at Alan, and the whole person became elegant and calm. He raised his hand to straighten his robe, sat calmly on the table in the empty classroom, and waved to Alan. "Alan, come here." Alan became more alert. "Professor. Is this a dual personality?" he thought to himself. Quirrell laughed softly and put down his arms. "I know you are a little wary of me, but don't worry, what can I do to you under Dumbledore's nose?" He played with the wand. "I'm afraid that I will be thrown out of Hogwarts as soon as I attack you." Alan pulled the corner of his mouth and said tactfully, "What reason do you have to attack me?" Quirrell laughed, but there was no cheerfulness at all, but rather gloomy and terrifying. He said, "Alan, you are the most talented person I have ever seen. You are extremely smart, favored by professors, and get along well with your classmates. But you have never opened your heart to them. Rather than being tolerant and gentle, it is better to say that you are good at using your status as the Crown Prince to drive others." Alan raised his eyes slightly, and his hand holding the wand was a little stiff. "You misunderstood." "Really?" Quirrell smiled and interrupted him. "Look at those stupid people, they doubt you because you were assigned to Slytherin. Even if you are the Muggle Crown Prince, even if your position has been engraved there from the beginning, they will still doubt it. Don't tell me that you don't feel Dumbledore's eyes following you like a shadow." The blonde Crown Prince's face remained unchanged, as still as a mountain. "I really admire you." The man sighed. "Alan, why don't you struggle? Are you content to float in the whirlpool of identity, give everything for them, and then be constantly questioned about your loyalty?" Alan said coldly, "You are not Quirrell." "Who are you?" The man laughed happily. "I once stood on the top of the world, calling the wind and rain. You and I are the same kind of people, Alan. Don't live up to your innate advantages. Use your strength and your identity to seize real power." Alan was silent. The wall of the classroom blocked the light, making half of his body hidden in the dark, and his expression could not be seen clearly. So the other party's face became more and more calm, and his smile was full of confidence. "You are wrong. I am not the same kind of person as you." Alan took a step back and completely retreated to the door of the classroom. Most of his body was exposed outside. Without the cover of the wall, the light poured down, making him shudder slightly. "Your Highness the Dark Lord, I will always follow the position of the Crown Prince, abide by the law and morality, and keep in mind the mission I protect. After all, I always have a place to go, and you, no one will accept you anymore." Quirrell snorted coldly. "Who would expect to be accepted by stupid people?" "Alan, you will know sooner or later that only power is everything. And those feelings are just false illusions." Alan said coldly, "Whatever you think, if there is nothing else, I will leave first." He completely withdrew from the door, turned around and left, and even Salazar in his pocket stopped talking. In the classroom, Voldemort looked at Alan, who left calmly and disappeared from Quirrell's body. Quirrell stopped stuttering and asked fluently, "Master, why did you let him leave? Won't he tell others about your identity?" Voldemort's hoarse voice reached his mind, and it was so pleasant that it was no longer sharp. This voice said, "He is like this all the time, and he doesn't even need my guidance." Quirrell opened his eyes wide in shock. "You mean?" Voldemort whispered, "Let's wait and see what surprises this Muggle Crown Prince will bring us." Chapter 38. This peacock's tail can't be up every day, right? Alan was in a really bad mood. Quirrell pretending to be cowardly. Voldemort attached to him. The dark devil who tried to lure him into the darkness. Is this Hogwarts the safest place in the world? What on earth does Dumbledore do for a living? The blonde Crown Prince had a dark look in his eyes and a sinister expression, silently exuding a sense of oppression. This side of him has never been revealed to the public, and it must never be revealed to the public. Alan took a deep breath. He was almost led astray by Voldemort. He is the Crown Prince, responsible for protection, and has the love of his father and the people. Even if he is cautious in the wizarding world, it is for the peace of the two worlds. How could he be exactly the same as this terrorist? Alan paused, smiled softly, raised his hand to look at his watch, and turned to walk towards the auditorium. It's almost 12 o'clock, and Father's owl is coming. He also wants to distribute wound ointment to these little wizards. In the auditorium, the 4 long tables were filled with food, and the little wizards were noisily opening letters on the tables. Draco looked at Alan's late arrival and gloated and laughed. How about it, Saint Crown Prince? You must have been punished. Stop it, Draco. Alan didn't answer his question, touched Tita, who rushed over as soon as she saw him, sat next to Draco, and opened the delicate box. This is an ointment exclusively provided by the royal family. The packaging is very exquisite, the medicinal effect is very significant, and of course the price is also very beautiful. The box was a cube of about 20 centimeters. Alan pulled off the ribbon on it and looked at the approximate quantity. 3 individually wrapped gift boxes are placed in it, each box contains 20 independent small packages, and exquisite instructions are placed on it. Looks like enough. Alan chuckled. Draco came over confused. What is this? Trauma ointment? Alan laughed. He looked at the faint green and black on Draco's forehead, and then glanced at the faintly seen little snakes, and handed out a box. Draco, could you please distribute it to the first-year classmates? Draco raised his eyebrows, neatly took a small box, then handed the big box to Crabbe and Goyle, and ordered, go and share it with them. The arrogant Master Malfoy would not do such a thing as a servant. He quickly opened the small box and looked at the black glass bottle with smooth lines and complicated designs inside. He suppressed the upturned corners of his mouth and said, "Oh, it looks okay." Alan resisted the urge to quarrel with him and emphasized, exclusively for the royal family, the medicine is very effective. He stopped paying attention to the arrogant young master. Under the expectant eyes of the first-year little lions, he picked up a box and walked to the Gryffindor table. He nodded gently, "You've been waiting for a long time." He handed the exquisite box to Harry, who had shining eyes. "My special assistant, Mr. Savior, please distribute it to me." Harry grinned and raised his head proudly in the eyes of the little lions, and was soon hit on the head by Hermione and whispered. Alan smiled softly, "There are instructions in each small box. Everyone should apply it on time. I hope to see everyone healthy and handsome, yes, beautiful, spending this weekend. Okay, I'm going to have a meal. I wish you a happy life." Alan turned his head and met Dumbledore's gentle eyes. The old man raised his goblet to him and winked slightly. Alan nodded and hid the expression in his eyes. This principal really pays attention to him. Alan returned to his seat, wrote a note, and asked Tita to give the remaining box of ointment to Madame Pomfrey. He doesn't want to climb to the 8th floor again. You know, the wizarding world doesn't even have an elevator. After Draco's chatter throughout lunch, the flying lesson finally arrived. Alan discovered with some frustration that playing with brooms really depends on talent. He seems to understand a little bit how children usually feel about him. Seeing Harry shouting and getting the broom, Draco succeeded twice. He shouted "Get up" for the 10th time without expression, but the broom still didn't move. Draco looked at him and gloated. "Oh, it's natural that the Muggle Crown Prince isn't used to brooms." Alan narrowed his eyes. He had been exercising for 30 minutes under Edward's supervision every day since he was a child. When he was older, he would go to the military area for training every summer vacation. He has touched cars, military vehicles and tanks, motorboats, yachts and motorboats, and even the joysticks of helicopters. Of course, it was impossible for Edward to allow him to drive. He just played a few times under the supervision of the staff. However, he actually fell on the broom. He took a deep breath and stared at the broom with protruding left and right branches. "If you don't get up, I'll burn you." The broom trembled and jumped into his hand. Draco gave him a strange look. "I thought the Muggle Crown Prince was just a softie, but it turns out he also has a temper." When Salazar heard these words while lying in his pocket, he felt very relieved. He was still worried about how he would teach black magic to his little offspring who was too gentle, but now he finally felt at ease. When everyone grabbed the broom, Mrs. Huoqi said, "Next, when you hear me blowing the whistle, you push hard on the ground, keep your balance, hover in the air, then lean forward slightly and return to the ground. Listen to my whistle, 3, 2, 1. However, before she could blow the whistle, a round-faced boy left the ground. He seemed to be panicking, and the broom kept rising. Madame Hooch shouted, "Mr. Longbottom!" Harry shouted, "Neville!" Alan stood on the broom and glanced sideways. He had already memorized the 28 surnames of pure blood, and Longbottom was one of them. Since he is not a Muggle-born wizard, it has nothing to do with him. So he just glanced at Neville, who was rising higher and higher, and watched him spinning 360 degrees in the air, hit the wall and turned into a hula hoop, and finally hung on the spear of the castle statue. Soon, the wizard robe could not bear the weight, and Neville fell to the ground. Alan withdrew his gaze calmly. He looked at the trembling broom that he had thrown on the ground and felt that it was more dangerous than a helicopter. Poor Neville was sent to the hospital wing by Madame Hooch, so Alan searched for a cool place to hide in peace. Just when he was not paying attention, something happened over there. Draco picked up Neville's memory ball and said sarcastically, "Did you see how stupid he was? If the fat guy remembered to pinch this memory ball, he would know to land on his meaty butt." Harry's green eyes were stained with anger, and he took a step forward. "Give me the memory ball, Malfoy." Draco turned his head and frowned. "No way, I'm thinking about hiding it somewhere for Longbottom to find." When Alan looked over, he just stepped on the upright broom and flew into the sky. The little peacock reached the air smoothly and stabilized his body easily. Alan was surprised that he was really good at the broom, and it was not all bragging. The little peacock threw the memory ball arrogantly in the air and shouted, "How about the roof? What's up, Potter, can't you reach it?" Harry looked at Draco in the air angrily, and flew into the sky regardless of Hermione's dissuasion. Well, the savior really has some special talents. Alan looked at the broom under his feet and narrowed his eyes dangerously. He had to look for any flying spells. At this time in the air, Draco threw the memory ball out. There was a cry of surprise from the little wizards. However, to everyone's surprise, Harry dived 50 feet to catch the memory ball. He flew towards everyone with the memory ball, like a general who had won a battle, looking at Alan for praise. Alan smiled from a distance and nodded affirmatively. The tale of a certain savior is about to rise. Draco's face was a little bad. During lunchtime, he boasted about his broom skills, and almost everyone knew it. However, in the first flying class, he was surpassed by Harry, who had never touched a broom. I'm afraid that it won't be long before the whole Hogwarts will know about it. Crabbe and Goyle kept their mouths shut, fearing that they would make the young master unhappy. After a while, Professor McGonagall called Harry away with a stern face, and Draco's face became worse. After all, he was just a spoiled child, and his mind was not bad. Although he didn't want to be surpassed and embarrassed, he didn't want Harry to be expelled. Alan handed him a chocolate, and then took a sip himself. It's good to teach this young master a lesson. This peacock's tail can't be up every day, right? Chapter 39. I heard that the Muggle Crown Prince is very rich. It is obvious that this only magic school will not expel their savior. When Harry came to the Great Hall in the evening happily, Draco's face became worse. It's really awkward. Alan thought. He didn't want the other party to expel him, but now he got what he wanted, and he was unhappy again. When I write to my father later, I must ask my father to ask a psychiatrist. He really can't understand this peacock. Look at that stinky face. Harry didn't care whether Draco looked sour or not. He ran straight to Alan and pulled him to the Gryffindor table. Alan followed helplessly, sandwiched between Harry and Hermione, becoming a little green in the red. Hermione's face was red, and she rubbed her robe unconsciously, wrinkling the cloth. Harry tried to get close to Alan's ear to talk, but Alan looked at him, and stepped back guiltily, then became excited again and whispered, "Your Highness! I was selected as the Seeker." Alan laughed, "Congratulations! I remember that first-year students cannot participate in Quidditch, and you can make Hogwarts make an exception? What an outstanding talent!" Harry was a little shy, his green eyes sparkling. "Not that great. I remember Professor Dumbledore said that your father is also good at Quidditch." "That's right." Harry was even happier, and the corners of his mouth almost stretched to the back of his head. "This is too inelegant." It seems that Alan's 1 month subtle influence has completely lost to the Gryffindor-style unrestrainedness. Alan was helpless and listened to Harry's low but still excited voice. "My father is also a Seeker. I saw his medal in the trophy room." Alan was surprised. He straightened his robes and asked, "Why did you suddenly think of going to the trophy room?" Harry was a little embarrassed. He was so eager for his father's trophy at that time. But Hogwarts was really interesting. 2*33.8, and there were a lot of coursework, which made him unable to handle it. Finally, with Hermione's reminder, he found the trophy display room. Alan was speechless for a moment. He thought of Quirrell and the Dark Lord at noon, and then looked at the savior in front of him. For a moment, he didn't know who would win. Although Voldemort had fallen to the point of parasitizing others, the savior in front of him was more generous than the sky. He looked at Hermione, who was blushing beside him, and smiled and encouraged, "I remember you, Miss Granger. You are a very hard-working and smart little witch." Now Hermione's neck was red. She buried her head in her arms and never raised it until Alan left. Alan could only turn to Harry and ask, "So, you will participate in Gryffindor's Quidditch training next?" Harry nodded heavily and proudly puffed out his chest. Fred and George came over. "Hi, little prince." They stood together, one on the left and one on the right, and said, "Gryffindor beater." Fred. "George. Greetings, X2. Alan looked at them with interest. "Hello, Mr. Weasley." Fred and George looked at each other, pushed Harry aside, and stood on both sides of Alan, one on the left and one on the right. "Oh, little prince, your Muggle ointments are really useful. The bruise from the quaffle. It will disappear quickly. Can you give us some, X2? The kind little prince will not refuse, right, Fred?" "Of course, George. We want more. Our father. Super love Muggle products." Alan was originally listening to them with a smile, and he raised his eyelids when he heard the words, and really looked at the twins. He nodded in the lively teasing of the two, "Of course." He seemed to say casually, "Does Mr. Weasley like Muggle products? I can give him some." "That's great." Fred and George said loudly. They put their hands on Alan's shoulders. "Speaking of which, the Muggle Crown Prince is very rich, right? I heard that Hogwarts has a new Muggle school director, and all Muggle-born wizards have 10 more galleons of sponsorship." Alan coughed lightly. Harry, who had been with him for a long time, immediately sat up straight, quietly pulled Fred to talk, and told them the rules that royal family members could not touch casually. Fred and George looked at each other, raised their eyebrows, and ran back to talk to Alan. This time there was no arm in arm. It seems that the twins are lively, and their personalities are still very good. Or maybe, it's just respect for the future sponsor? Let's go back to the scene. George continued, "Would you like to invest in us? Your Highness the Crown Prince?" Fred took out a pile of candies. "These are all our creations and inventions. You can try them. We promise that you will find surprises, X2. The two of them grinned. Alan looked at these candies of different sizes curiously, with colorful appearance, sweet candy fragrance, and rich shapes. "Does it taste good?" Considering that the desserts made by the Hogwarts kitchen are sweet but not greasy, they are very much to his taste. Alan decided to try it. Harry looked at the pile of candies in horror. He couldn't imagine what Alan would do after being tricked with his burden as the Crown Prince. Seeing that Alan was really about to pick up one to taste, Harry immediately grabbed Alan's hand, took all the candies, and looked at the laughing twins with a reproachful look. "Fred! George!" Harry shouted, "If you dare to let His Highness eat even one candy, don't even think about getting his sponsorship in this life." Fred and George stopped at this point. They pinched their chins to think, and reluctantly made some concessions for the gold galleons. Alan belatedly looked at the pair of candies. They were now lying in Harry's arms, and looked at the Weasley twins with a half-smile. The twins were hugging Harry's neck and brought him to Alan. They said with a sly smile, "Then, little prince, let your dear assistant show you the Weasley candies. George! Bring the fat-tongued toffee. At your service, clever Fred." George pretended to perform an unstandard heart-touching salute. Alan watched Harry's tongue suddenly drop to his chest, and his calm face was a little cracked. He couldn't imagine that he almost ate this kind of thing just now. "Okay." He raised his hand to stop the twins who were going to continue to torment Harry. "Let's talk about sponsorship." This sentence pulled the arrogant twins back. They resolutely abandoned Harry and stood on Alan's left and right, their eyes shining. "Have you decided?" Alan looked at Harry and asked, "This candy, well, when will it be restored?" 5 minutes. The twins casually put their fingers together and drew a line on their foreheads. "Don't worry about Harry, Your Highness. He is the savior. We dare not kill the savior." The two gently touched their elbows and smiled triumphantly. Alan looked at them helplessly. He was not good at dealing with such overly lively and enthusiastic people, and asked again, "Do you guarantee that the candy will not cause harm to the person who eats it?" "Of course," Fred and George said seriously, "in the name of the god of jokes. Besides, before releasing it, both of us will have tried it ourselves." Alan nodded, thinking, and finally said, "Okay, how much do you need?" Fred and George poked each other and asked tentatively, "Any amount is fine." "Under 5,000. Alan said mercilessly, "No more." Seeing the twins standing there in a daze, Alan frowned slightly. "This is the most, no more." Fred and George had dull eyes and murmured, "Oh, Fred! I'm here, George. Is this the courage of the Crown Prince? Under 5,000. They imitated Alan's tone, tears streaming. "Oh! This evil rich man, X2. Chapter 40, An Offer from the Muggle Wizards for a Gathering. Fred and George finally took the sponsorship of 500 galleons and promised Alan 30% of the profits. In the words of these two people, "Little prince who does not care about worldly things, 5,000 galleons are enough for us to open a store in Diagon Alley." Alan had no choice but to say, "If you need investment to open a store, you can also come to me." The Weasley twins were rarely so noisy. They looked at each other, looked at Alan, and smiled and shook their heads gently. "Let us respect a mountain of gold. Especially such a generous mountain of gold. The god of jokes salutes you." The twins left with weak steps. They returned to their seats in a leisurely manner, laughing and teasing their elder brother Percy. The first-year Muggle lions took advantage of the opportunity and came to Alan one by one, asking him to check the bruises they had. Alan looked at them one by one with tolerance and cooperation, praising their self-control. "Are there any rewards?" the little lions asked boldly. Alan laughed and took out chocolate and macarons from his pocket. "I only brought this, let's share it." A buzz of awe rang out from the long table of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, and even the senior Gryffindor Muggles looked over with some jealousy. In a place that Alan didn't notice, a Ravenclaw lady exchanged glances with two gentlemen from Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. "So soon?" A tall senior Gryffindor came over and looked at these first-year wizards fiercely. This man was tall, estimated to be more than 1.8 meters, with brown hair curled and scattered on his forehead, and brown eyes that were a bit sharp like an eagle. The Muggle little lions seemed to be very guilty, and they said goodbye to Alan obediently, reluctantly sat back in their seats, and ate dinner obediently. This senior lion performed a heart-touching salute to Alan, unexpectedly standard. He said, "Alger Phillips, meet your highness." Alan remembered him, Gryffindor's Muggle-born letter transfer station, now in the 6th grade. Facing such a worry-free and capable person, Alan was very good-tempered, nodded gently, and motioned him to sit next to him. Alger paused for a moment before crossing the bench and sitting down. He seemed a little embarrassed, and pursed his lips tightly. "Sorry, your highness. I didn't manage these children well. They always cause trouble for you." Alan shook his head gently, with a perfect smile. "You don't need to blame yourself, Mr. Phillips. I am very grateful for your efforts." A blush appeared on Alger's face, he coughed lightly, and then continued. "Today is Friday, Miss Diana Sharp asked me to ask you when we can have a gathering." Perhaps afraid of Alan's blame, Alger quickly added, "Please don't be offended, everyone wants to meet you so much." "Of course." He glanced at Alan's expression calmly, "If you have plans." In a trance, Alan seemed to see Sir Albert's golden retriever. "Speaking of which, Sir Albert's last name is also Philip?" he asked. "Sir Albert Philip is your..." "My father." Alger Philip answered immediately. Alan understood that it turned out to be a type of object resembling its owner. He laughed. "I remember the golden retriever in your house, it's very cute." Alger J's face suddenly flushed, but he quickly suppressed it. "It's an honor that Eddie is liked by you." He restrained himself and tried, "If you want to meet us next time, we can bring Eddie with you." Alan nodded, "Of course." Alger secretly gave himself a thumbs up. He successfully won a chance to meet his father. His father would be so happy about this. He was obviously relaxed a lot and asked, "So, when is the meeting time?" "Saturday." Alan replied, "Saturday afternoon and evening, my time is reserved for you. Please set a place." "Of course." Alger said quickly, fearing that Alan would regret it, "You will receive our letter before going to bed." The senior lion sat next to Alan as a matter of course. He tried not to be obvious and took a deep breath, and plucked up the courage to say, "Do you want steak or lamb chops?" The poor lion's voice changed due to nervousness. Alan looked at him with amusement, but did not expose his desire to have a meal with him. He nodded and said, "Lamb chops, please. Pass me some fried potatoes, thank you." Alger was working diligently, and he did not dare to ask Alan what he wanted to drink, so he quietly moved all kinds of drinks in front of Alan. When Alan looked up, there were no less than 10 kinds of drinks in front of him. "That's enough, Mr. Philip." Alan raised his hand to stop him from passing the drink again. "I prefer less sugar black tea, thank you." Alger was as if he had been pardoned, and immediately handed over a cup of black tea and moved the pile of drink cups away. "Relax, Mr. Philip." Alan smiled at him, "We will get along often in the future." Alger nodded nervously, looking at Alan's friendly smile. He said in a trembling voice, "Yes, Your Highness." Alan took a sip of black tea and praised, "The sugar content is just right, thank you, Mr. Philip." Alger finally plucked up the courage and said quickly, "You can call me Alger, Your Highness." This speed of speech, as if Sherlock Holmes was reborn, made Alan pause and confirm, "What?" Poor little Philip took a deep breath and tried to slow down his voice, You can call me Alger." Alan lowered his eyes and smiled, nodded slightly, "Okay, Alger." Chapter 41 Let me see, whose weekend is full. Ah, Friday, a pleasant day. Friday. What a wonderful word, praising the goddess of love Frigga. Alan strolled in the castle, and tonight's time will belong entirely to him. Although there is a gathering with Muggles tomorrow afternoon, and a meeting with the Savior Hagrid the day after tomorrow afternoon. But none of this matters. At least he has 2 mornings of his own. Ah! This is the humble wish of the Crown Prince. After all, contentment is the key to happiness, isn't it? Alan walked slowly towards the cellar. Suddenly, a fiery red flame burned in front of him, and when the flame disappeared, a golden red bird appeared out of thin air in front of him. The bird was as big as a swan, with fiery red wings flapping in the air, a golden red crown quite impressive, and a long beak and claws, golden. The most eye-catching thing was the long golden tail feathers, which fluttered with the ups and downs of its body. A word appeared in Alan's mind. Phoenix. Or, phoenix. Alan stared at the tail until the big bird became impatient and flapped its wings at him vigorously before coming back to his senses. Sorry. Alan said subconsciously, and then he noticed the note in the bird's mouth. He took the note, and the bird disappeared in a flame just like when it came. Alan stared at the place where the phoenix disappeared, and remembered the description of the Dumbledore family in A History of Magic. When every Dumbledore needs help, the phoenix will come to them. It is said that when the first Dark Lord was dominating Europe, he was followed by a Dumbledore with a phoenix. Alan slowly raised his eyes, suppressed these thoughts, and then looked at the note, which read: Alan. Is it convenient to come to the principal's office to talk on Sunday morning? By the way, I like lemon sherbet the most. Albus Dumbledore. Alan's face fell. Okay, he only has 1 morning to himself on this glorious weekend. Well, he really doesn't have the mood to visit the castle now. He didn't expect that he would not be at peace when he returned to the lounge. As soon as he stepped into the lounge, a little peacock who was sitting with his legs crossed and drinking pumpkin juice snorted coldly and said sarcastically, "Oh, look who this is. It turns out to be the Muggle Crown Prince. I thought someone had forgotten which college he belonged to. Alan. He must write a letter and ask his father to ask a psychiatrist." Alan took a deep breath, looked at the little peacock in front of him, and suddenly understood again. Oh! Is this little peacock angry that he ran to the Gryffindor table? Perhaps, he can rotate to Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff in the next 2 days? Alan gave up this somewhat childish idea. At least in the first week, he should be more synchronized with Slytherin. What's wrong, Draco? Alan sat next to Draco and handed him a box of macarons. This French dessert successfully blocked Draco's sarcasm. The little peacock took the box and took a bite of the dessert viciously. Alan looked at Crabbe. The somewhat fat boy approached him carefully and whispered, "Malfoy just heard that Harry Potter was selected as Gryffindor's seeker. He is angry now." He pouted in the direction of Draco. "So that's it." Alan rubbed his eyebrows. No wonder Alger scoffed at Woods, captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Confidentiality. Yes, there are no secrets in Hogwarts. Obviously, the proud white peacock was very angry about this result. Harry Potter did not receive any punishment, but became the youngest seeker in history. What's more, this result can be said to be indirectly created by Draco. Alan looked at him for a long time, stood up and said, "Come with me to the dean's office." Draco threw away the macaron box, letting the colorful desserts scatter all over the floor. With a little crying in his voice, "I won't go." Alan patted his shoulder, "Don't cry, you can also become a seeker." Draco raised his hand to wipe his face, wiped away the tears that could not be controlled, and looked up and said, "Do you really have a way?" "Impossible, the old bee does not allow the first grade to join the Quidditch team." Alan was helpless. Lucius Malfoy is such a shrewd politician and businessman, how could he raise such a simple and awkward child? He can't even analyze the situation. He explained, "I didn't know how to do it before, but now Harry has started it." Draco looked at him and seemed to react, his grey-blue eyes gradually lit up. He jumped up and dragged Alan to Snape's office. "Mr. Cornwall." The black-robed professor walked slowly beside Alan, his low and silky voice was like a cello. You need to provide some solid and reliable evidence for your sudden application, so that your poor dean can make a proper judgment. Not everyone is like Alan, who has been with people in high positions for many years and is therefore immune to the venom of the Snake King. At this moment, Draco looked at Alan carefully, and he regretted it a little in his heart. However, he was really conspicuous, and his platinum hair covered with hairspray could emit a reflection in the dark cellar, and there was no place to hide. Alan showed a perfect smile. Professor, Quidditch is a grand event in the school, and our house team is in high spirits. However, it is said that Harry Potter was promoted to Gryffindor's Seeker because he caught a memory ball by diving 50 feet in the flying class. He saw Snape paused, and knew that something was wrong. After all, the professor's dislike for Harry was not just talk. As long as he saw Harry, he would definitely find a reason to deduct a few points. He continued, obviously, our seeker Terence Higgs has been out of energy recently because of the N.E.W.T exam and has not been able to fully devote himself to training. Therefore, it is a very wise decision to inject fresh blood into the team. Mr. Cornwall thinks. Snape glanced at Draco and saw the little peacock tucked his tail, looking at Alan and raising his eyebrows condescendingly. Is Mr. Malfoy suitable? Yes, Professor. Alan looked at him without hesitation. Draco's understanding of the broom is no less than that of someone who has just touched it for a class. Snape did not answer. Alan carefully observed the expression of the black-robed professor, and remembered what Dumbledore said. Harry looks exactly like his father, except for a pair of eyes, which look very much like his mother. Alan raised his eyes and smiled confidently. The Potter family is not the only one with the talent for flying. Very good, Mr. Cornwall. Snape narrowed his eyes dangerously, and quickly wrote a note and handed it to Alan. From now on, come here every Monday for a small potion class. He raised his eyebrows subtly, to help you overcome some difficulties. Alan's expression stiffened. He had not forgotten the sticky slug before. He quickly took the small piece of parchment from Snape and took Draco to say goodbye quickly. Draco was pulled out of the potion office in a daze, and then a note was stuffed into his hand, which read: I, Severus Snape, agree that Draco Malfoy can participate in the selection of the Slytherin Quidditch team in advance. He jumped up and hugged Alan fiercely. You are great. Alan pushed him away expressionlessly, as if he had seen his bright future of needing slugs. The little peacock was ecstatic next to him. The blonde crown prince couldn't help but smile bitterly. Just as he was about to say that he would go back to rest, he was taken to find Flint by the high-spirited Draco. Draco was beaming with joy. Hee hee. Let that bastard be so arrogant. Isn't it just a seeker? I still don't believe that a guy who grew up in the Muggle world can compare to me. Alan. His only Friday night. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Alan tried his best to convince himself, he still had tomorrow morning. Until Flint told Draco that they would select Draco tomorrow morning. And Draco patted Alan on the shoulder and instructed him to come. Alan slowly smiled. Very good, now, there is no time for himself. Chapter 42 Gringotts was stolen? Draco was in a good mood, which allowed Alan to sit in the lounge and receive frequent letters. He received a letter from the Muggle-born Little Wizard Liaison Committee. This time it was a gold envelope with black stripes, sealed with wax as usual. His slender fingers opened the letter, and he saw the gorgeous font outlined in dark green ink on it. Dear Crown Prince, we are so generous that we take the name of the Liaison Committee. After discussion, the meeting place for tomorrow will be set in the Hogwarts Request Room. This room is located on the 8th floor of the contract, opposite the tapestry of the giant monster beating Barnabas with a stick. I, Diana Sharp, will be waiting for you at the entrance of the 8th floor. By the way, we have set the following agenda. 1. Introduce you and the purpose of the committee. 2. Read the temporary rules of the committee. 3. Discuss the official seal of the committee. 4. Have dinner together. Looking forward to tomorrow. Yours faithfully. Liaison Committee. Alan smiled softly. It seems that Miss Diana Sharp has already taken the leadership position of the management. Look at this letter, short and neat, and the agenda is clearly arranged, even neater than the Congress that always loves to quibble and shirk responsibility. Sharp. Could she be the daughter of the Earl? Alan thought for a while, and after a while, he gently folded the letter and stuffed it back into the envelope. It seems that even if he has become a little wizard, the people's admiration for the royal family remains the same. In any case, it is definitely his blessing to have such a loyal and outstanding committee chairman. He has begun to look forward to tomorrow's meeting. Tita stood on the sofa elbow and looked at him. She called out twice, brought the newspaper he hadn't had time to read, and tilted her head to remind him. Alan laughed. "Thank you, dear girl." He quickly wrote today's report to Edward, and did not forget to fold the letter asking the psychiatrist separately, stuffed it into a royal envelope, sealed it with a wax seal, and handed it to Tita. "Good girl, thank you for your trip." Tita rubbed his slender fingers, picked up the envelope, and flew out of the common room. Alan had time to read these newspapers. Maybe he should let Tita deliver them to the breakfast table instead of the dormitory. He opened the Daily Prophet and read it, his eyes froze. Gringotts stolen? The investigation into the illegal break-in of Gringotts on July 31 is still ongoing. It is generally believed that this was done by unknown black wizards and witches. The goblins of Gringotts once again emphasized today that nothing was stolen. The underground vault that was searched by the intruders had actually been emptied earlier that day. A spokesperson for the Gringotts goblins said this afternoon, "We have no information on what is stored in the vault, please do not interfere with this matter." The blonde crown prince twitched his lips lightly, with a mocking smile. Is this the definition of the safest magical world? The Dark Lord sneaked into Hogwarts, and Gringotts was broken into, but no one was caught. One may not have been discovered yet, and the other has been discovered but kept silent. Alan keenly sensed that perhaps the Ministry of Magic was even more useless than number 10 on a certain street. Even if Gringotts is the territory of goblins, it is the property of wizards that is threatened. Look, for such a big social event, number 10 still knew to issue a notice and quickly launch an investigation, but the Ministry of Magic didn't even notify. He really shouldn't have any expectations of these politicians. After all, there is a difference between doers and orators. Unfortunately, most of the people in Parliament are orators. And according to the law, they can only sign the appointment letters of these idiots. Alan was even more dissatisfied. He quickly scanned the other pages of the newspaper, ignoring a lot of advertisements and a lot of trivial matters. He folded the newspaper, marked the date, put it in the newspaper folder, and put it in his small mobile library of magic books. Chapter 43: Alan's initial exploration of magic theory. The next day, Alan opened his eyes following his biological clock and gently rubbed his forehead. There were not many letters to deal with last night, so he didn't need to stay up late, but his weekend was full. Muggle courses, theoretical learning, spell practice, and a snake ancestor was urging him to accept private training. Alan was happy to accept Salazar's teachings, so he had to rush the homework that he had originally planned to complete on the weekend. What's more, there were potions and transfiguration classes that had been scheduled for a long time next week. The course was arranged in a tight schedule, but fortunately Alan had been doing this for many years, and his time management was quite good, so he could take it all at once. He lay on the bed for a while, relieved the slight dizziness, and then sat up, lifted the bed curtain and got out of bed. Alan normally wakes up at 6 o'clock. When he is in the castle, he washes and dresses first, and then sorts out the day's work and schoolwork under the sound of Triss's report. After an hour of morning class, Alan will change into training clothes to go for a run, then come back to change into a neat suit and have dinner with Edward. Then, the two will attend events together, or go to the study to study and work separately. After decades of arrangement, Alan's biological clock can no longer be changed. Although it is relatively easy to go to Hogwarts and there is nothing to do, he will be woken up by the biological clock at 6 o'clock every day. The arrogant young Master Malfoy usually gets up at 7 o'clock in the morning and gets ready at 7:50, the hairspray that must be applied every day takes him a long time. Then go to the auditorium with Alan for breakfast at 8 o'clock, and arrive at the classroom at 8:50. Alan has long been accustomed to finishing his morning class by himself and then going out with him. However, today, for the first time, Draco got up early. As soon as Alan came out of the bathroom, he saw Draco excitedly jumping out of the bed and greeting him enthusiastically, "Morning, Alan." "Good morning." Before the blonde crown prince finished speaking, the white peacock had already rushed into the bathroom. In less than 10 minutes, Draco had taken care of himself and ran out to put on the training clothes he had picked out last night. He looked at Alan, who had changed into a shirt and trousers and was sitting at the desk studying, and urged, "Alan, what are you waiting for? Get going quickly." Alan took a sip of milk and reminded, "It's not even 7 o'clock yet." He looked down at his watch and added, "To be precise, it's only 6:42 now. I remember that today's selection starts at 8:30. "Oh." Draco frowned, turned around a few times, and complained, "Lazy Flint." He ran into the bathroom again, fixed his hair in front of the mirror, and soon ran out and changed into school robes. "Before you succeed, you must not let Pot find out." Alan looked at him in amusement, and was relieved that the little peacock finally knew how to restrain himself. Although he might just be afraid of being embarrassed if he was not selected, it is also a great improvement, isn't it? Draco was chattering about the origin of Quidditch, famous teams, and playing rules, which made it impossible for Alan to think. He thought about it for half a second between casting a silencing spell and coaxing people after being discovered by the little peacock, and reluctantly gave up the morning class. After listening for a while, Alan, who was not interested in Quidditch at all, decided to divert the blame. He seemed to have just remembered and asked, "Are Crabbe and Goyle up?" This successfully diverted Draco's attention. The little peacock went out angrily and walked towards another dormitory. He opened the door with an alaho and cursed the two to get up. Alan breathed a sigh of relief, and for this rare quiet and recovered study time, he continued to chew on the big bone of magic theory. Alan had already completed Professor McGonagall's homework during the morning class last week and asked Tita to deliver it. Many after-class papers left by professors were not difficult for him and had already been written. After Salazar's teaching of space spells, Alan keenly discovered that a solid theoretical foundation is absolutely decisive for the execution of spells. The cutting-edge research of Muggles is very similar to the theory of the magic world, and there is a feeling of reaching the same goal by different paths. For example, the ordinary space spell. In essence, it can be explained and summarized by relativity, the folding and opening of the space energy field. You can use it to make an ordinary space ornament, box, or tent, or you can use it to chop off the enemy's head in battle. Alan also decided to study similar time spells. The speed of casting a spell depends on theoretical confidence and proficiency. The flexible use of spells tests the theoretical level of the caster. For example, Alan found that the simplest household magic in the wizarding world is essentially to control objects to perform certain actions. If you have to make an analogy, it is probably the same as programming in the Muggle world. Through a program or spell, let the software or object run according to a set mode. Thinking further, can the simplest household magic be improved and used on people? For example, the Tarantella dance is to make people dance continuously until the magic acting on it disappears or is offset by the magic of the person who is cursed. This discovery made Alan think about the emergence of dark wizards. Since ordinary, non-banned spells can achieve this effect, why bother to learn dangerous and disturbing dark magic? The blonde crown prince temporarily came to a conclusion that these wizards probably did not learn the basic theory well, so they could not master the flexible way of casting spells. So Alan decided to mention this discovery in the meeting with Dumbledore tomorrow morning, hoping to get guidance from the old headmaster. After all, the old man with a white beard is very reliable at first glance, isn't he? And Alan doubted that Dumbledore didn't know that Quirrell was wrong. The headmaster directly set his free time, just after the Muggle gathering. How could it be such a coincidence? Edward taught Alan that if he wanted to analyze the true intentions of politicians from the clues, he should never ignore this coincidence. The little peacock's disgusted voice gradually became clearer, and Alan withdrew his thoughts and put the deduction notes that only he could understand back into the drawer. Chapter 44 Draco's Quidditch Selection. This breakfast was eaten in a hurry. Alan finally ate only a slice of bread with cranberry jam and a fried egg, drank a sip of milk, and was pulled out by Draco. Fortunately, almost no one came to eat breakfast on Saturday morning. Otherwise, Draco would have disturbed Alan's mealtime just for the reason that Platinum Peacock would suffer a lot at the hands of the Muggle-born little wizard. The morning in early September is the best, neither cold nor hot, with the proper breeze blowing on the face, making people feel refreshed. Alan was pulled tightly by Draco to run, and the well-organized suit and wizard robe were a little messy. Finally arriving at the Quidditch field, he pulled away the peacock's hand and smoothed his clothes. "Why are you so particular?" Draco's facial features wrinkled together. The members of the Slytherin Quidditch team came over and heard this sentence. Merlin's lace garter stockings. The particularity that made Malfoy, who was famous for his particularity, sigh. The Quidditch members immediately admired Alan and silently moved away from him. Seeing that everyone had come over, Draco didn't say anything in the end, and instructed, "You sit next to me and observe my Quidditch skills." At the end, the peacock proudly pulled his collar. Today, even Weasley couldn't disturb his good mood. He should just put up with this guy who helped him enter the selection. Flint greeted Draco, hesitated for a moment, and nodded to Alan, then said, "Go change your clothes, Malfoy. We'll start soon." Draco nodded vigorously, tightened his little face nervously, and walked quickly into the locker room. Soon, Alan never thought that Draco could change his clothes so quickly. The little peacock came out of the tent in his training uniform. He straddled the broom, and when he heard the command, he pushed the ground hard and soared into the sky. There were 7 brooms flying in the sky. Alan sat in the stands, squinting his eyes to identify them carefully. Flint stood still in the air, holding a magic recorder. The remaining 5 people threw small balls from various directions, and Draco was responsible for catching them. The smallest green figure almost had an afterimage, and some flipping movements made Alan feel sympathetic, and he was more determined to find the idea of flying spells. Flint watched the data on the recorder grow. Draco caught 91 of the 100 balls. You know, the current seeker Terence Higgs only caught 80 during the selection. Flint was in a good mood. He opened the Quidditch ball box, held the golden snitch in his hand, and shouted to Draco, "Malfoy, try it. Catch the golden snitch." As soon as he let go, the golden snitch spread its wings and disappeared into the air in a blink of an eye. At the same time, the hand pressed the timer. Alan only saw a golden light passing by, and there seemed to be only 7 brooms left in the air. Draco's face was serious, and his grey-blue eyes scanned the whole field sharply. At this moment, he finally had the seriousness and demeanor of an aristocrat. In less than 5 minutes, the smallest dark green figure was out. Draco shot up like an arrow from a bow, or like a satellite-guided pursuit missile, following the snitch across the field. Alan was a little dazzled, and finally decided to keep an eye on Draco to exercise his dynamic vision. After an unknown amount of time, Draco suddenly leaned forward, the broom slowed down, and he caught the snitch. The little peacock raised his arms excitedly, and 6 brooms in the air gathered towards him. Flint immediately stopped the timer, and saw that it showed 9 minutes and 53 seconds. He patted Draco's shoulder happily. "Well done, Malfoy. You are awesome." Congratulations on joining the Slytherin Quidditch team. 7 brooms fell to the ground, and everyone jumped down in a harmonious atmosphere, praising Draco. Draco saw Alan, his eyes lit up and he ran over with his head held high. Alan, did you see it just now? It only took me 9 minutes and 53 seconds to catch the golden snitch. Do you know how amazing this is? Yes, a record that has never been seen in the game. Alan smiled and nodded. It seems that the Dean's decision is very wise. A group of players looked at Alan, their smiles were restrained, and they were a little hesitant about their attitude towards him. Flint seemed a little awkward. He nodded briefly and said, "Oh, Cornwall, well, thank you for going to the Dean and digging out such a good seeker for us." Alan smiled lightly, and he knew what these little snakes were thinking. It was simply because of Malfoy's friendship that he didn't dare to offend him, and because he was a pure Muggle-born, he didn't want to get too close to him. It doesn't matter. After this year, the entire Slytherin will no longer have such stupid ideas. The blonde crown prince smiled perfectly and said elegantly, "You're welcome. As a member of Slytherin, it's my duty to bring honor to the academy." Flint's face looked much better, and his compliments became more fluent. "I heard that you have added a lot of points to Slytherin in class recently. Keep it up. Slytherin recognizes the strong." Alan leaned forward slightly and thanked him. After Flint left, Draco touched Alan's arm and raised his eyebrows. "How is it? Is the Malfoys good?" Alan smiled helplessly and gently touched it back. "Is it good for me?" Draco took the handkerchief he handed over to wipe his sweat, raised his chin and turned away proudly. "It's time to return the broom." Alan had no choice but to follow him and listen to him chattering on. "I'm going to write a letter to my dad. Ask him to buy me the latest Nimbus 2000. This time I will definitely beat Gryffindor to the ground." Chapter 45 Platinum Peacock finally knows that the Muggle Crown Prince will really be angry. At lunchtime, the little wizards of Hogwarts were bustling again. In view of Flint's Quidditch tactics, the little peacock sat quietly in his seat to eat, and did not run to show off in front of Harry. Yes, they also planned to use Draco as a secret weapon to disrupt Wood's tactical arrangement. A dispute was resolved invisibly. "Thanks, Flint." Alan sighed, smiled gently at the Muggle-borns who were looking forward to it, and served a plate of fried fish cakes. He deliberately went back to the lounge to take a nap, and then carefully selected a dark grey suit. This color is Edward's favorite, and it also makes Alan look very stable. The blonde crown prince carefully smoothed every wrinkle, chose a 3-finger-wide dark green ribbon, carefully tied it into a bow tie, and matched the shirt with a pair of emerald cufflinks. The magic mirror exclaimed exaggeratedly, "How perfect you are, noble little prince! Your golden hair is like the light of midsummer. Look at this meticulous style. This dark grey suit is beautiful. Look at this neat tailoring. It makes you look slender. It's amazing. Of course, if you can match a gem brooch on your chest, no one will be able to compete with you today. You will attract everyone's attention." Draco finally laughed out loud. Alan rubbed his forehead. "Shut up, I mean the mirror, I'm not going to a dinner party." He stopped in front of the jewelry table, and finally took out the royal emblem and wore it neatly on his chest. The little peacock looked up and down, and nodded reluctantly, "Although it's very good, but, isn't it too low-key?" Alan sighed. "Dear Draco, I'm not going to a dinner party." He explained under the puzzled eyes of the little peacock, "The royal family has many rules, and there are regulations on the dress of members in various situations. If I dare to wear a banquet dress to meet my people, I will have no pocket money this year." Draco laughed. "Your father is the same, but a group of mud legs, is it worth punishing you?" The sea blue eyes sank immediately. "Draco! Watch your words." Draco shut up angrily and turned over to lie on the bed. After a moment, the little peacock sat up again. "Alan Cornwall! Get out!" Alan sneered. "Mr. Malfoy, I think you need to understand my bottom line. In this regard, you should learn from your father. Strive for the glory of Malfoy, not consume it. What did you say? How dare you? Draco stood up suddenly, his grey-blue eyes full of anger. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, Malfoy's glory will last forever. Don't worry about the Muggle Crown Prince. You'd better pay attention to those stupid mudbloods. Alan's face was indifferent, and he approached him step by step, with an intimidating momentum. Under this oppression, the bluffing peacock retreated unconsciously until he was tripped and fell on the bed. Alan lowered his eyes slightly, looking at the platinum boy who was tripped and sat on the bed, bent down, and roughly pulled the other's collar and half lifted him up. The grey-blue eyes were full of panic, and the platinum peacock looked at the terrifying Alan with some fear, as if looking at a stranger. The stranger spoke indifferently and his voice was deep. His hands and feet lost strength and he dared not struggle at all. Why can't you remember the lesson? Aren't the potions class and flying class embarrassing enough? I told you that the necessary calmness and appropriate courage are wiser than fighting in a group. Now, I tell you again. Before provoking others, see your own strength clearly. Draco, remember your real purpose, like in the Quidditch selection, don't always be led by emotions. Now you can't be said to be a qualified Malfoy, or even a qualified Slytherin. Today I was the one holding your collar, but next time, it may not be someone else. The blonde crown prince looked indifferent, threw the platinum boy into the bed, raised his hand to adjust his cuffs, and said coldly, "Excuse me." This was the first time Draco had seen Alan like this. Because he humiliated his people. Platinum Peacock finally knew that the Muggle Crown Prince would really be angry. He listened to the sound of Alan closing the door, lost his strength and collapsed on the bed, panting violently, his heart beating in panic. So these days, he has been willful in front of such a person? Draco closed his eyes, raised his arms to cover his eyes, and a deep sense of frustration surged in his heart. He had no way to refute every word Alan said. He hammered the bed fiercely, sat up straight, and tears fell from his grey-blue eyes. Malfoy's glory will never be tarnished by him. He, Draco Malfoy, will definitely be the most outstanding head of the Malfoy family. Chapter 46 The Future Baroness Sharp and Foreign Minister Valentine. This little episode did not affect Alan's mood. After all, he had long known the reputation of the Malfoy family. To be honest, in such a family, Alan was already very satisfied to be able to raise such an ignorant young master like Draco. Just think about it, if Draco was really raised by Lucius, how much trouble would he cause him in school? Therefore, he did not mind tolerating the frequent willfulness of the young master, nor did he mind teaching his son for Lucius. If he succeeded, Draco would be a great help to him. He would have a perfect source of information and strategy in the pure-blood camp. If he failed to teach, he would not lose anything. Alan walked step by step to the 8th floor, but he did not need to work hard to find the tapestry of trolls hitting stupid Barnabas with sticks. As soon as he appeared, 2 senior students, a boy and a girl, came quickly. They straightened their hearts to Alan. Ravenclaw 6th grade, Prefect Diana Sharp. Hufflepuff 6th grade, Valentine List. Meet your highness. Alan nodded gently, sorry for the wait. Diana Sharp and Valentine Lister both noticed Alan's meticulous dressing, which made them unconsciously reveal a hint of joy. And sighed at Alan's attention to them. Alan naturally noticed their dressing. Generally following the student code, but carefulness can be seen in the details. Miss Diana Sharp put on light makeup, her blonde hair was as light as moonlight, long curly hair fell in front of her chest, and the right side of her hair was fixed to the side of her ear with a long silver feather hairpin. The sea blue teardrop-shaped gem earrings fell from the exposed right ear, and the fragmented light hit the white neck, making her look as cold as the moon goddess. She was wrapped in a Ravenclaw school robe, but the collar of her shirt was a beautiful double-buttoned pointed collar, and a light sapphire necklace was worn. and the pair of soft hands were folded in front of her body. It was a standard aristocratic etiquette, and her tall height of about 1.7 meters made her extraordinary. The family crest ring on her left little finger easily revealed her identity, the only daughter of Earl Cyril Sharp. As expected. Alan nodded gently and turned his gaze to the Hufflepuff next to him. Valentine Lister had a face that was as sharp as a Greek statue. He was properly dressed in the Hufflepuff school robe, and his proportions were also very good. His height of 1.8 meters added a lot of color to the school uniform. This gentleman did not add too many accessories, but just combed his smooth grey hair carefully and laid it softly on his forehead. Although he had cold-toned hair, Valentine's personality was not cold. He was loyal and kind like all Hufflepuffs. His smile was very warm and a little shy, which made people like him at first sight. The personalities of these two people complemented each other. Alan could see the division of labor between them at a glance. Miss Diana Sharp was responsible for calmly giving orders, and Valentine Lister was responsible for contacting the outside world. Plus Gryffindoress the loyal execution of Urja Philip. Perfect configuration. He sighed in his heart, and walked towards the wide-open room of requirement under the escort of the two on the left and right. Diana Sharp whispered, "You just need to silently recite the needs in your heart and walk back and forth in front of the tapestry 3 times, and you can open the room of requirement." Her voice was as cold as the moon goddess. Alan smiled steadily. "It sounds like a secret base." "Yes." Valentine took over, smiling warmly. He bowed slightly, taking care of Alan's height. "We have considered that if you are willing to hold regular meetings, we will set the location here." "Oh? Mr. Lister?" Alan laughed. "You have assigned me tasks just after we met." "No such intention." Valentine bowed his head respectfully, and then looked up at him quietly. "We just admire you too much." Alan was speechless for a moment. He had always known that the British people supported the monarch and the royal family, and based on this, they made many plans and plots. However, for the first time, he felt that the royal family was so important in the hearts of the people. It was so important that they could easily give their loyalty without ever seeing him. Alan smiled gently and led the two people inside. As the 3 of them walked forward, the interior layout of the room of requirement also appeared completely in front of Alan. Alan almost thought that he had returned to Buckingham Palace and that he had mistakenly entered a royal press conference. This room of requirement has transformed into a huge round hall, with white marble as the base and exquisite gold carvings inlaid on it, which can be said to be magnificent. Opposite the door is a fan-shaped platform. The elegant burgundy wallpaper is engraved on the wall with gold lines. The walnut floor is warm and peaceful, firmly supporting the podium and a set of sofas on the side. And directly opposite this platform is a stepped seat that can accommodate 300 people. The walnut-colored base frame supports 300 soft burgundy sofas. At this moment, it is already full of young wizards of different grades. In order to make everyone socialize better, Valentine instructed them to sit according to their age. From left to right, it is divided into 7 fan-shaped blocks, with the colors of the 3 colleges mixed together, and the atmosphere is particularly warm. The golden-haired crown prince's robe fluttered, and the moment he walked into the door, he skillfully raised a perfect smile. He stepped on the middle road and whispered, "You two, we will create the future together." Valentine was stunned, staring at the crown prince in front of him with a brilliant light. At that moment, the cheers of the Muggle-born young wizards were like mountains and seas, rushing heavily into Valentine's soul. They shouted, "Your Highness! Your Highness the Crown Prince!" The companion like a moon god passed by him, and the cold voice reminded him to come back to his senses. Valentine was distracted and made the choice of his life. Chapter 47. It is an honor to be here with you all. The room of requirement has never been so lively. Thousands of years ago, Hogwarts was founded as a fortress to fight against Muggles. Salazar Slytherin contributed this family castle. He and 3 like-minded friends worked together to contribute. From then on, young wizards all over the UK had a place to grow up. The countless secret passages, secret rooms, and Slytherin dungeons in the castle are all proof of the war that year. Thousands of years later, the blood and fire of that year have faded. The Room of Requirement, which was once used to save lives, has gradually been used by young wizards as a place to bury waste. Even if some young wizards cleverly use it for learning and training, the number of people who can bear it at a time is also very few. The founders would never have thought that one day, all the young wizards who gathered here would be Muggle-born wizards. They cheered the name of the Crown Prince, just like the wizards cheered Hogwarts thousands of years ago. Alan stood on the platform, with Miss Sharp, Valentine and Alger standing beside him. He opened his arms, bowed deeply and touched his heart, his slender hands swirled gracefully as he stood up, and slid down smoothly to his side. He stepped back 2 steps, stood behind the podium, opened his hands and pressed down. The little wizards blushed with excitement, looked at the Crown Prince so close with shining eyes, and shouted at the top of their lungs. Their applause was deafening and lasted for a long time. The blonde Crown Prince smiled gently and nodded slightly to all directions. Miss Sharp glanced at Alger, and the senior lion faithfully carried out her instructions. He stepped forward and cast a loud voice spell on his throat. Next, please let His Royal Highness the Crown Prince give a speech. Everyone pay attention to order. The lion had a serious face, and did not show any dissatisfaction with being treated as a white-faced man. The young wizards gradually quieted down, holding hands and looking at Alan on the stage. Alan smiled softly and nodded slightly to Alger. Thank you, Alger. He stepped forward, stood in front of the podium, waved his wand lightly, and reproduced the sound-booming spell very efficiently. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to see you in this magical world. The blonde Crown Prince looked at them tolerantly, opened his arms, and said gently, "We came to Hogwarts as little wizards to study, in order to control the power in our bodies so that it would not hurt others or ourselves." Magic! What a moving word! Which child has not longed for it in bedtime stories? And we, very fortunately, became the little wizards in the story. So we saw another side of this world. Alan said softly, his famous eyes shining like stars. Before entering the magic world, you look forward to it, you yearn for it. But I know that everyone has uneasiness and fear in their hearts. We have come to a completely unfamiliar world, where there are native people and a completely different system. Our parents cannot send us to school, and can only look forward to our return from afar in our hometown. They don't even know what we are learning. And the natives of this world, those pure-blood wizards, despise our origins, despise our bloodline, and even reject pure-bloods who are kind to us. Everyone fell silent. Alan gently put the back of his hands behind his back and said softly, "At my investiture ceremony, I swore I will always be loyal to the king, the law, and my people. Here today, I swear again in the name of the Crown Prince that I will guard the people who come here with my life, guard your lives, and guard your rights. As a school director, I will fight for the same rights for us as pure-blood wizards. No matter when, no matter what happens, I will be your strongest support, until death drags me to death." The Crown Prince on the stage stood firmly there. He was only in the 1st grade and only 11 years old, but he had a convincing power. The venue was silent for a moment, and the thunderous applause lasted for a long time. Alan smiled gently, which was a gentleness that was more intuitive than the media showed. Who said that everything in front of the camera was acting? The little wizards thought that they believed in the oath of their own Crown Prince. Harry clapped desperately. He remembered that it was Alan who comforted his confusion about the unknown, Alan who listened to his years of suffering, and then took him to Balmoral. Alan was his light of salvation. It was light. This light shone equally on everyone. He regretted it and was proud of it. He believed that His Highness would lead them to create a better future. Hermione also sat in the first-year queue, clapping desperately. Even if her palms were red, she never stopped. Yes, expectation, yearning, anxiety, fear. She chose to leave the familiar system and enter the magical world she had longed for many years. Then she studied and read books desperately, fearing that she would know less and be looked down upon by the natives here. Magic is so wonderful. But magic is so dangerous. Here, if something goes wrong, it may really cost you your life. However, their crown prince appeared and told them that no matter when, he would always stand by their side and protect their lives. What a promise! It directly shook the souls of all the young wizards present. I came with the mission of easing the relationship between Muggle-born and pure blood, and ultimately to make our world and the wizarding world develop smoothly and peacefully. Alan looked at them sincerely. If you can be with me, we will work together and all difficulties will be trampled by us. We are willing. We are willing. Alan bowed to them and said to his heart, I am honored to be here with you all. The young wizards' souls trembled, and the three people standing on the stage felt even more deeply. Opposite them, on the high platform, the 300 chairs were full, all cheering for the people in front of them. The thunderous applause seemed to be the glory of coronation. Alger looked at the admiring expressions of the young wizards in the audience and couldn't help but step forward. What a great cause it was to have promised just now. He and Valentine looked at each other and saw the ambition and determination in each other's eyes. After 6 years in the wizarding world, they already knew that this world did not welcome Muggles like them. Children from pure blood families were arrogant everywhere, as if they were ants and grass. If they could really gain dignity, and really gain dignity for those who came after them, they would be willing to die. Diana Sharp looked at the figure steadily, grasped the family crest ring on her left little finger, and slowly and firmly took it off. This was the firm protection she had never wanted in her life. For this, she is willing to fight for her whole life. Chapter 48 Contact Badge. The meeting was carried out strictly according to the agenda prepared by Miss Sharp, and everything went smoothly and impeccably. When Alan pushed the atmosphere to the climax, Miss Sharp naturally took over the main stage and announced the interim rules of the network committee. First, every little wizard must study hard, and there will be a selection every month. Those who pass the selection can join Alan's Knights. Alan glanced at her and found that the lady had completed the organizational structure alone. Second, every little wizard must love and respect himself, abide by morality and law, and noble character and loyalty are also one of the requirements for selection. Third, every little wizard can ask for help from the liaison committee when he encounters difficulties, whether it is financial difficulties, life difficulties, or learning difficulties. Fourth, every little wizard can write to Alan, and the letters need to be delivered to the liaison committee mailboxes of the 3 colleges. The person in charge will receive them and convey them to Alan every Friday. The delivered letters include red, green, and blue labels. The red label is an urgent matter, the green label is a relevant suggestion, and the blue label is an ordinary letter. Of course, pink letters do not need to be marked. Valentine joked. The young wizards were making noises, and the young witches were blushing, but Alan on the stage just smiled gently and did not respond. Miss Sharp gently closed the paper and looked at the young wizards below the stage expressionlessly. After the young wizards shut up guiltily, she continued. Fifth, every young wizard can provide suggestions to the liaison committee. The person in charge will discuss with Alan and announce the approved rules at a meeting once every half a month. After being adopted, the young wizard who made the suggestion can get a gift from His Highness as a reward. Alan smiled gently, sat upright in the armchair, and watched Miss Sharp calmly read out the rules. Now, he needs a magic oath. Alger and Valentine turned on the magic projection and projected the organizational structure of the liaison committee. The liaison committee is directly under Alan and is responsible to Alan. It includes the heads of 3 colleges. Ravenclaw, Diana Sharp, General Manager. Hufflepuff, Valentine Lister. Gryffindor, Alger Phillips. Each college head has 5 secretaries under him, and under them is Alan's Knights. These positions are not yet filled, waiting for the selection next month. The young wizards are eager to learn, and their enthusiasm for learning is unprecedented. Miss Sharp stepped back and stood behind Alan. Valentine said gently, "Then, it's time for the part we are most looking forward to. I know everyone brought their own coat of arms. Little wizards who have confidence in themselves, hand over the seals you drew to the front row. Very good, thank you." He took the coat of arms drawings of the young wizards, watched Miss Sharp float the drawings one by one in the air, and raised her voice. "The official seal selection of the liaison committee has officially begun." Alan laughed, looking at the nearly 100 pieces of paper floating in the air. In the first round of voting, 20 emblems were selected. In the second round of voting, the best 3 were selected. Valentine explained, "Very good, now we have the 3 best seals. They are all round, very suitable for engraving wax seals. The first one is a huge shield with a blooming rose on it, the second one is a crown with shining stars next to it, the third one is, hey." Alan gently covered his face, unable to bear to look directly. That was his head portrait. It looked like a king printed on the pound. The little wizards laughed. "Yes, they did it on purpose. Your Highness is so gentle, I won't blame them." Alger held back his laughter, and his face was strangely tense. Alan coughed lightly. "The first 2 are very good. Why don't we merge them?" He waved his wand lightly, and the magic in the air followed his will, combining the 2 patterns into one. In the beautiful circle, a misty blue shield slowly appeared, with a crown on it, and 6 golden 5-pointed stars on the left and right. In the middle and at the bottom, the abbreviation of Muggle Wizards Liaison Committee was written in capital letters. MWLC. "This badge is very beautiful." The little wizards thought that it would definitely go down in history. The blonde crown prince stood up, facing everyone, and smiled tolerantly. "Please give me some time to make contact badges for everyone." Very good, Alan thought. He needs to look up the knowledge of alchemy. Chapter 49 House Elves. The gathering is finally coming to an end. Under Valentine's organization, Alan sat in an armchair and patiently answered the questions of the little wizards. These questions included royal rules, Alan's daily life, the authenticity of some strange rumors. After all, the opportunity to get close to the Crown Prince is too rare. The little wizards are energetic, even if most of them don't take a nap. They still don't feel tired at all. Alan indulged in answering, satisfying each of them was curious. "Does His Majesty usually eat with you?" "Of course, sir. We eat all 3 meals together." "Do the letters delivered to you need to be checked?" "Of course, dear. Especially after the owl at Hogwarts revealed my exact address." The little wizards laughed. "Has your Majesty ever been to Diagon Alley?" "Yes, your Majesty has seen the scenery of the wizarding world and is very interested in all kinds of magic books." "How did you suddenly become a school director?" "Father cares about everyone's study and life in this alien world and is worried about everyone's situation. Therefore, I asked Professor Dumbledore to mediate and become a school director to gain a certain voice." "You have never been to school normally, what do you usually learn?" "After I learned the basics at the age of 9, my father invited many professors of various subjects to teach me." "Do you usually have any entertainment?" Alan, who was originally answering fluently, suddenly became quiet. He thought carefully for a long time and said regretfully, "No, miss, if combat training counts." In the question and answer, dinner time soon arrived. The room of requirement was transformed into a small Hogwarts Great Hall. The little wizards happily surrounded Alan and asked about his dining preferences. "Although I am the Crown Prince of this country, I can't praise British food against my conscience." Amid the laughter of the little wizards around him, Alan laughed. "But the desserts at Hogwarts are very good, just the right amount of sweetness. It's a pity that I don't know who the chef here is, otherwise I will definitely pay a lot of money to dig him to the palace to make desserts." Miss Sharp glanced at Valentine. "Sure enough," the Hufflepuff boy answered. It's the house elves, your highness. The elves help prepare the students' food and clothes. Seeing Alan looking at him, he slightly straightened his chest, his eyes wandering. The kitchen is next to the Hufflepuff common room. You just need to scratch the pair on the painting and a handle will appear. That's the kitchen. A Hufflepuff answered. Alan smiled gently at the man, noticing Valentine's slight annoyance, and said casually, Mr. Lister? Can you take me to the Hogwarts kitchen later? Valentine immediately became happy, he touched his red ears. Just call me Valentine, your highness, I am happy to serve you. The banquet ended in a joyful atmosphere. Alan watched the little wizards reluctantly leave the door one by one, and turned back to look at the three people standing behind him. Thank you very much for your help. Especially Miss Sharp's organizational structure, it saves me a lot of trouble. Diana bowed slightly, her sea blue earrings swaying gently. You're welcome, it's our honor to serve you. Miss Sharp reminded, please remember to contact the badge, it would be great if you can get it before the selection next month. Alan sighed and nodded, yes, there is also a magic contract, isn't it? The cold girl was startled, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. Their Highness acknowledged their following. Alger and Valentine couldn't help themselves, bowed respectfully and touched their hearts, and said excitedly, your knight, at your service. They left the room of requirement and separated at the stairs on the 8th floor. Alan walked slowly. Listening to Valentine's somewhat nervous introduction of the secret passages and rumors in Hogwarts, and occasionally participated in the discussion. Finally, they arrived at the Hogwarts kitchen. Valentine scratched the green pear, and it turned into a doorknob. Like an exquisite carpenter's mechanism. Alan thought. They pushed the door open, and hundreds of green eyes the size of tennis balls looked at them. Alan paused and leaned back slightly, only then did he realize that these were hundreds of house elves. They had big, bat-like ears and long, flat noses like Pinocchio in the story. Almost all the elves were wearing worn-out pillowcases, and a few had 1 or 2 socks. Valentine greeted them skillfully, hello. Let me introduce you, this is our crown prince. Hundreds of bulging green eyes blinked in unison, the elves looked at Alan, and then screamed uncontrollably. They rushed to Alan. Of course, they were stopped by Valentine. In a shrill voice, dear wizard, do you need anything? Alan sat on the small table next to him and smiled subconsciously, a cup of black tea, thank you. The elves rushed to prepare black tea, and then came over with cups. This is Assam black tea, wizard. Here, here. This is Ceylon black tea. This is Zhengshan Xiaozhong. And Darjeeling black tea. An Earl Grey tea blend, Mr. Wizard, which one do you want? Dozens of brewed black tea cups were brought to Alan by the elves. Alan silently retracted his legs to prevent burns. He said to one of the elves, Ceylon black tea, less sugar, thank you. The elf's big eyes were instantly filled with tears, oh. Oh. Mr. Wizard said thank you to Coco. You are such a good man, Mr. Wizard. Alan pulled the corners of his mouth slightly and took the white bone china cup. Do you need milk, sir? Or lemon? And sugar cubes? The house elves once again enthusiastically piled plates and dishes on the small table. Alan refused them and asked, can I have a mango pudding? Of course, sir. They jumped up and down to prepare dessert. Valentine was a little embarrassed. He clenched his fist to his mouth and coughed lightly, they are always like this, don't be surprised. Alan smiled and shook his head, it's okay. He waved to an elf, and the elf immediately disappeared from the spot and appeared beside him. It bowed respectfully, and its long nose touched the ground. Respected wizard, what do you want? Alan narrowed his eyes, looked at the place where it had just stood, and asked, how did you come here suddenly? I remember that Hogwarts prohibits teleportation magic. The elf shrank and replied, oh, sir. Belle just wanted to come as soon as possible to complete your instructions. This is the talent of our house elves. Space spell? Blood talent? Alan raised his eyebrows slightly. Can you do whatever I ask you to do? Valentine looked at Alan strangely, not understanding why he asked this question. Who comes to the kitchen not to eat? The elf proudly puffed out his chest. Yes. Alan smiled softly. He leaned forward slightly, his sea blue pupils were deep, and his dark grey suit had some creases. Even if I ask you to go to Buckingham Palace and get a suit for me. Belle shrank and stammered, but, we can't leave Hogwarts. It suddenly covered its eyes and began to cry and banged its head. Ah! Belle is a bad elf. Belle can't complete Mr. Wizard's task. This change made Alan confused for a moment. He quickly raised his hand. Stop! Stop! Belle! He sat up straight, lowered his voice, and said majestically, I order you to stop. Belle sobbed and wiped her tears and snot on the pillowcase, pouting and not daring to make a sound. Valentine comforted her. Let's go make dessert. Alan looked at the elf who turned and ran into the stove, and shook his head gently. The lightly described introduction of house elves in History of Magic suddenly became gloomy. For thousands of years, they have been enslaved and have not been treated well. The sharp vigilance of those in power suddenly emerged. Alan narrowed his eyes. In the long run, will wizards pay the price for the way they treat house elves? Just like the workers' uprising during the Industrial Revolution. The house elves rushed to bring different kinds of mango puddings. Shrill screams appeared from time to time, and the kitchen was in chaos. Valentine couldn't help frowning. Just when he thought Alan was going to get angry, Alan calmly took a dessert from the elves, tasted it carefully, and praised their craftsmanship. The blonde crown prince looked at them very kindly and asked, Can I pack some desserts? You did a great job. Especially the pudding. The house elves were very happy. They packed happily and stuffed all kinds of cookies and cakes for Alan, saying, If you need anything, you can call us directly in the dormitory. Alan nodded gently and put the brown paper bag packed by the elves into his pocket. Chapter 50 The completely furious little peacock. Crabbe and Goyle were confused. Malfoy stayed in the dormitory and didn't come out for a whole afternoon. This is not in line with common sense. If it were normal, Malfoy, who passed the Slytherin Quidditch team selection, would have sat in the common room and showed off to the world. It was too quiet today. Pansy Parkinson and Blaise Zabinai knocked on the door of Malfoy's dormitory for a long time before Malfoy showed up. His always bloodless face became even paler. Draco half opened the dormitory door, staring at them with grey-blue eyes, and said coldly, What's the matter? Oh, Draco. Pansy asked worriedly, Do you want to eat something? Draco frowned, left a sentence Don't bother me, and slammed the door with a bang. Blaise sighed, Ah, you really don't know how to be gentle with women. He flirted with Pansy, Beautiful lady, why do you always have to be so nice to me? How about being with me? Pansy kicked him, Blaise Zachary, Beanie, if you want to flirt, go out and flirt, don't throw your disgusting winks at me. She glared at Blaise fiercely and went downstairs angrily. Blaise's face turned cold, he glanced at Pansy's back, sneered, and patted the footprints on his trousers. Do you really think you can become Mrs. Malfoy? It's a foolish dream. When Alan stepped into the lounge, he just met Pansy, who was walking out with big strides. The short-haired girl stopped, crossed her arms and raised her chin. She glared at Alan as if looking at a bug. Cornwall, did you make Draco angry? He hasn't gone out all afternoon. He didn't even have dinner. Even though he just passed the Quidditch team assessment this morning. Alan smiled coldly, Ms. Parkinson, what happened between Draco and me seems to have nothing to do with you. So you did make him angry. Pansy pulled out the wand from her robe. Alan calmly glanced at the wand pointing at him, as if it was just a dead branch, and said indifferently, I think you need to figure it out, he made me angry. Now, if you dare to point at me like this again, I will break this twig. Pansy was shaking with anger. You. Excuse me. Alan interrupted her and walked past her to the dormitory. He still had a lot of things to do and had no time to play house with this pure-blood noble. Draco sat at the desk and looked at the magic mirror sideways. Just because of a word, just because of a group of insignificant mud legs, the Muggle Crown Prince turned against him? Alan was indeed smart, so smart that every word made him speechless. You can't say you are a qualified Malfoy, let alone a qualified Slytherin. This sentence is too heavy. It is so heavy that it almost crushes the feathers of the white peacock. Draco endured the grievance and broke the 5th feather pen of the day. The platinum peacock took a deep breath and concentrated on copying the Slytherin rules for the 10th time. The room was quiet. In such silence, the sound of the door opening was particularly obvious. The platinum peacock's ears stood up sharply, but it stubbornly refused to turn its head to look. Familiar footsteps came this way, and the slight sound of clothes rubbing came. Draco bit his lip and made up his mind to teach this annoying Muggle a lesson. Alan took out the brown paper bag full of desserts, took off his wizard robe and suit jacket, and walked towards Draco with the dessert bag. The ears of a certain little peacock stood up, but the feather pen that had been stagnant for a long time began to slide again. Not much change. Alan thought. Well, there is still some. Isn't this copying the Slytherin rules seriously? Alan chuckled, put the dessert bag on the peacock's desk, and asked, "Why don't you eat dinner?" The feather pen paused, and the feathers at the bottom were curled up. "Dessert, just eat it first." The rest of the voice faded away, and Alan quickly turned sideways and dodged the paper bag thrown by the peacock. Draco looked at him angrily, his chest heaving violently, and said word by word, "What do you mean every day?" Send. Books, Group 65,0/502*33.8. Alan frowned slightly, looked at the puddings rolling out of the paper bag with regret, took out his wand to pick them up, and threw them into the trash can. He then turned to Draco and said in a light tone, "Okay, Honorable Master Malfoy. Now you can only starve." "What?" Draco's anger, which had been vented with great difficulty, stagnated. When he realized what the bastard said, his lips trembled and he didn't know how to reply. Alan's expression turned cold. He was tired after laughing for a whole afternoon. "I hope the Slytherin rules you copied can be helpful." Draco immediately covered the brown paper on the table, but he soon realized the stupidity of this behavior, and his ears were red and bleeding. He tried his best to maintain his aristocratic demeanor. Merlin's beard. He would never let this Muggle-born feel that he was an unqualified Malfoy again. However, Alan no longer paid attention to him. The blonde crown prince sat at the desk and spread out the book. Draco was furious. "Alan Cornwall. What do you mean by daily.post, books, group, 65,0/502*33.8. Alan frowned, picked up his wand and waved it, and the surroundings were quiet, and his brows relaxed. You know. He had wanted to do this a long time ago. His current priority is to study simple and effective magic contracts while ensuring the study of various subjects, and to have a general understanding of alchemy, and then choose a reliable alchemy master to make a contact badge. The theory of magic contracts can be asked from Salazar, and alchemy. Alan thought, since the principal paid so much attention to him, he must be willing to let Nicholas Flamel give him some help. Draco was tired of calling him beside him, and the people in front of him did not respond. What else is there to understand? This Muggle-born cast a silencing charm. Draco was so angry that he couldn't speak. He was hungry and aggrieved. He simply picked up his robe and slammed the door and left angrily. The blonde crown prince was concentrating on thinking about the time arrangement. The loud sound of the little peacock slamming the door was blocked by the silencing charm and did not attract his attention at all. He waved his wand again, cast an ignore charm, and then walked to the bed covered by the dark green silk curtains and pulled open the bed curtains at the head of the bed. The handsome and evil snake ancestor looked at the junior expressionlessly and listened to him. "Ancestor, after meeting the principal tomorrow, you will probably receive the small class arrangements from the teachers of various subjects. At that time, you can arrange the time for your magic course." Salazar looked calm and sneered, "Those juniors? How can they be as practical as my courses? You kid is missing the point and pursuing the trivial, and you will regret it sooner or later." Alan smiled lightly, "It is because you are so tolerant that the junior dares to do so. After all, you don't want to be discovered by the principal, right?" The snake ancestor pulled the corner of his mouth and didn't respond to this, asking, "How did you get along with your muggles today?" "Pretty good." Alan smiled, obviously not intending to say more. He smiled, "I still have to go to the library, you go to bed early." Salazar sneered, "What are you going to check? You should believe in the blood of Sylvia's ancestors." Alan smiled, and then drew the curtain neatly. When he arrived at the library, Madame Pants stared at him coldly, as if she was afraid that he was a little troll who didn't care about books. "The library will close in an hour." Alan seemed not to hear the hidden meaning, and smiled obediently. "Okay, ma'am. I'm here to find the books on elementary alchemy. Can you give me some directions? I promise that they won't be bent even at a corner when they are returned." Madame Pants looked at him, as if to see if he was telling the truth. She observed the boy, and seeing that he was full of bookishness and nobility, she nodded reluctantly, believed his promise, and said, "The 13th shelf from the left, the second row from the bottom to the top, all the alchemy books are there." Alan performed a gentlemanly heart-touching salute, followed her guidance to find the relevant books, and then borrowed all the basic theories under Madame Pants's stare. How can you attract Dumbledore's attention without showing some enthusiasm for learning?